Ghost Moon Night by Jewel Allen. Narrated and produced by 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁. Dedication to my parents, Carmelo and Celestina Punzalan, for my wonder-filled Philippine childhood, and my daughter Sierra for believing. Prologue. Ghost Moon Night, 1881. The boy waited on the steps of a hut, slapping lazily at mosquitoes. His water buffalo, tethered by its nose ring to a coconut tree trunk, made a rhythmic swishing noise with its tail. The warm evening breeze smelled of the sea and of salted fish hung to dry. Inside the hut, the voices of grown-ups were animated, punctuated by a booming laugh. Sometimes they broke out in song, accompanied by the boy's father on the guitar. There was no moon. Ghost Moon Night, they called it. Beyond the lamplight spilling on the ground from the hut's open windows and door, the ocean was the blackest of blacks. The boy couldn't see the water, but he could hear it. It lapped at the fishing boats that were pulled in for the night. It hissed as it fanned out on the sand. It gurgled as it got sucked back into the depths of the sea. As the night wore on, the boy fell asleep, leaning against the door's bamboo frame. A scraping noise woke him. He rubbed the sleep from his eyes and squinted. Scrape. There it was again. Could it be some sort of animal? He looked long and hard into the darkness, but could see nothing. Getting off the steps, he moved closer to the water. Fear seized his throat. 4 men crouched beside a boat, putting it out to sea. They appeared to be carrying bundles. The boy thought he heard a chicken squawking, a piglet squealing. Maybe he should just pretend he couldn't see this. But his father would want to know. The boy crept up the hut steps, entered the tiny solace, and faced a room full of adults. Their brows came together at the intrusion. His father's hand paused mid-strum on his guitar. "Piratas," the boy said. Pirates. One of the villagers said the moonless night was so dark, the pirates saw nothing in the open water, not the 4 boats or the guns turned upon them, until it was too late. A pirate even tried to swim away, but someone caught him in a fishnet, like a tilapia. The boy squeezed his way through the crowd lining the main road and joined his father. Villagers tied the pirates' wrists with thick rope and prodded them with bamboo poles. In the torchlight, their skin looked oily and had colorful marks on them. "They're tribal tattoos," the boy's father said. "They don't worship our god, I can tell you that." "Who do they worship?" someone asked. "The devil." The boy shuddered. The Guardia Civil took the pirates to the jail while the village chief and his councilman, who included the boy's father, decided their fate in a little thatched roof hut on stilts over the water. Just under the back window, the boy eavesdropped. "This is the 4th time they've sent raiders," one man said. "I think we need to do something more permanent than just lashing them and sending them back out to sea." "They're stealing only animals now," agreed another. "What if, next time, they steal our women? Or our children?" The boy imagined an island of devil worshippers huddled around a bonfire, holding him and his mother captive. He pressed closer to the side of the hut, thinking the night seemed even darker. "There will be no next time," the chief said. There was silence. Then the boy's father said, "What? Shall we execute them?" "We won't exactly execute them," came the chief's reply. "We'll just leave them to drown." The boy's heart pounded. What had he done? He wanted the pirates to be punished, like 𝗦𝗃𝗄𝗁, who they lashed to a boulder for 3 days for beating up another man. Not killed. "I've been to their island," someone said. "A typhoon destroyed their harvest. They're starving." "So would we if we don't curb their attacks," the chief said. The boy watched as villagers dragged the 4 men to the beach. One of the men begged, 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁𝗵𝗿𝗄𝗧. "Have mercy on us." A kerosene lamp on a bamboo pole cast a yellow glow over a cavernous hole. Someone chained the pirates' hands behind them and attached those chains to a huge rock. Then the villagers buried the men in the sand to their necks. Through all this, the leader didn't say anything. The boy expected him to be angry, but he just looked around. His glance lit upon the boy. "I have a son your age," he said. The boy shrank back. Was the pirate really talking to him? Thankfully, his father stood between them and said, "Be quiet." "I have a son your age." The words rattled in the boy's brain. He felt his father's hand on his shoulder. "Come," the father said. "It's high time we went home." As they walked away, the boy asked his father, "Are we really going to let them drown?" "Yes, son." The boy shivered. They paid one last visit at the village chief's house, and another hour passed. 2. Restless, the boy slipped out and went to the beach. He hid himself behind a coconut tree trunk. A lone guardia civil, smoking a little stub of cigarillo, sat on a bench facing the sea. Water swirled around his boots. He tossed the stub into the rising water and looked over his shoulder, patting his shirt pocket. "No more cigarettes?" one of the pirates said. "I have one, but you'll have to dig for it," said another. "Hush!" the leader told the others. To the guard, he said, "If you let us go, I'll tell you where there's treasure." "I don't want your treasure," the guard said. He patted his pocket once again, glanced at the prisoners, and walked away. "Where do you think he's going?" a pirate said. "To get more cigarettes, most likely. Quick, pull on the chains." The boy decided he'd eavesdropped enough. His father would be looking for him. He moved away from the tree and tripped over a coconut, falling face first. He lay on his stomach, trembling. "Please don't let them hear me. Please don't." But the leader said, "I'm so glad you've come." The boy raised himself to a kneeling position. The leader said, "Are you that boy I talked to earlier?" Getting up, the boy walked to the tree and barely peeked around it. "I hoped you'd come," the leader said, smiling. "You look just like my son. How old are you?" 8, the boy said. "Ah, yes. Like the son I left behind with his mother." He paused. "His mother is sick. She probably won't survive the night if I don't return soon. And then my boy will be left all alone." The pirate's voice was soft, pleasant, not the voice of someone who would take women and children away from their families. "Help me save my son," the leader whispered. "Please." The boy found a foot-long plank of wood and dragged it to the beach. Surf rolled to the boy's ankles, to the pirates' necks. He started digging, shoving the plank into the sand and scooping what he could. 2 scoops, 3. And then the waves returned, washing off traces of his work. The boy tried digging again, but this time, the waves didn't only erase the hole, it knocked the plank out of his hands. He scrambled and caught it before it could float out to sea. By now, water reached the pirates' ears, slopped over their mouths. "Dig faster," one pirate said, but the leader told him to be quiet. "The guard might hear," the leader said. The boy dug faster, making a bigger hole, before a wave came crashing. It ripped the plank from the boy's hands and sent him stumbling face first into the water. He sputtered to the surface, The water reached to about his waist. At first, he couldn't see the pirates. Then the sea sucked the water back, revealing their heads, gagging, coughing, moving their heads about wildly, twisting their shoulders. Without the plank, the boy could only use his hands to dig. He scooped out as much as he could until a wave came, cutting off a pirate in mid-scream. The boy tumbled and slammed against a tree trunk, bumping into coconuts that swirled around his body. He gasped as he broke the water surface and wiped the water from his eyes. For several seconds, he couldn't see the pirates. Maybe they were already drowning. The boy heard them thrashing like fish in a net until the wave drained back into the sea. 2 of the pirates' heads lolled back. One pirate quivered like a beached fish. A violent coughing and desperate gasps racked the leader's body. His glance flickered over the boy. "I'm sorry," the boy said. "You tried, and for that, I thank you." Suddenly, the pirate flung his head back, his eyes glimmering with hatred. Frightened, the boy sat back on his haunches. The man spoke words in another tongue, low and rhythmic, like the beating of a drum. Then he said in Tagalog, the boy's dialect, "I curse this village. Once a month on Ghost Moon Night, evil spirits will rise again." The boy looked at the sky, but nothing happened. "Come here," the pirate told the boy, his voice soft once more. "Now, before it's too late." The boy knelt close, his heart hammered as he listened to things that made his eyes grow wide. He nodded and listened some more until a giant wave, taller than twice the boy's height, devoured the beach like a starving beast. The guard found the boy curled up and crying on the little strand of sand that sloped up to the nearest huts. One of the barangay councilmen ran to join them. "This is my son," the councilman said. "What happened?" "I just got back myself," the guard said, "to check on the prisoners." He looked at the knee-high water that had been a beach earlier, and now a pirate graveyard. The boy's eyes looked bleak. "One had a son." The father reached for the boy's arm, but the boy stopped crying and stared at the sky. "So, it's true," the boy whispered. "What the pirate said was true." Scrambling to his feet, he shouted, "Run!" and headed for the huts. The guard followed the boy's gaze. At first, he saw nothing but a dark night sky dusted with pinpricks of stars. Some stars twinkled. Several flapped their wings. Wings? There were dozens of them. Winged creatures with decaying skin, long black tongues, claws, and unblinking eyes. The pirates led the contingent. What were these creatures? The father ran, and the guard tried too, but tripped over a washed-up log. He scrambled to his feet, only to be surrounded by the pirates. Their wings flapped slowly. How could this be, por Dios santo? They had drowned. And those wings... Fingernails rasped against the guard's pants pocket as one of the pirates took out his cigarette sticks. "Here," the pirate said, stuffing one cigarette after another into the guard's mouth, until some fell out of his trembling lips. Then the pirate touched the guard's face. Sharp claws nicked the guard's skin, scraped his stubble. He felt a cold, stinging sensation, colder than anything he'd ever experienced. Like ice from when the gobernador hosted that fiesta in the capital. Even colder than that. The guard tried to back away, but the pirates pressed against him on all sides. A hand gripped his jaw like a vice. The cold seeped from the pirate's hand to the guard's face, down to his tongue, which felt thick and useless, and down his neck to his chest, where his heart contracted painfully. He heard laughter, as though it were coming from a long tunnel. The cigarettes fell out of his lips as he slumped onto the sand. 1. 75 years later. With 2 lurches and a loud squeal of brakes, a 𝗃𝗃𝗁𝗃 bus shuddered to a stop in 𝗬𝗏𝗃 on a scorching April afternoon in 1956. The sign "Manila to Ilocos" hung crookedly on a hook behind the windshield. Its folding door opened like a stiff accordion, prompting the driver to pound it fully open with his fist. Then he got out of the way as passengers streamed down the rickety steps, grimacing as they walked into the sticky, muggy air. Many of them ambled over to the noodle shop across the street and filled their bellies with hot mommy soup, held their breath while using the toilets at the station, then turned right back to their seats for the remainder of their bus ride. 𝗬𝗏𝗃 was a mere pit stop, just one small village of about 200 families along the coast to the northern province of Ilocos. It bordered a bigger city where tricycles could draw passengers from, but 𝗬𝗏𝗃 wasn't even on the Philippine map. But to one of the passengers, who took his tidy little suitcase off the rack above him, this was his destination. Father Dionisio Sebastian cleaned his glasses with the white handkerchief he kept in his pocket at all times, brushed the yellow mamon crumbs off his priest's robe, and made his way out of the bus. A young man in his late teens approached the priest. He held an alert posture, a friendly smile, and a shock of black hair that fell over one eye. "Father Sebastian?" he asked.
"Yes,"
the priest said, smiling back. "Welcome to 𝗬𝗏𝗃," the boy said, bending over the priest's hand in a sign of respect, or mano. "My name is Antonio Pulido. I'm one of the altar boys at the church, sent to pick you up. May I take your luggage?"
"I can manage, thank you,"
the priest said, holding up his suitcase.
"This is all I have."
"Then we'll have plenty of room for you in my cart." Antonio paused. "That is, if you want to just go straight to the parish."
"Where else would I go?"
Father Sebastian asked. "Are you hungry? You could eat at Alingdona's."
"Actually, I'm famished. I've only had a mamon cake since dawn."
Antonio grinned. "That's settled, then." As the team led the priest across the road, a motorcyclist roared up and would have clipped Father Sebastian had Antonio not pushed him to safety. One of the tires left a dusty tread print on the hem of Father Sebastian's cassock. The driver laughed and sped away. "Are you all right, Father?" Antonio asked.
"Yes,"
Father Sebastian said, mustering up a smile. Antonio sighed. That was Timo Sandoval. "See that store right there?" He pointed at a 2-story building with a white sign that said Sandoval's Store. "His family owns it." Father Sebastian followed Antonio up a small flight of steps to a building whose sign said, in slightly faded red lettering, La Pancitaria. There was a weathered bench on the front porch, and the door was open. As Father Sebastian reached the threshold, music and the delicious smell of chicken and pancit mami noodle seasoning, garlic, salt, green onions, and the citrusy aroma of calamansi filled the air. A plump woman with her hair escaping in tendrils greeted him. "Welcome, welcome, Father," she said, smiling broadly. "Are you our new parish priest?"
"I am,"
Father Sebastian said. This revelation unleashed hospitable overtures, an announcement to all the other patrons, who murmured their welcome, a seat at the best table by the window, a steaming bowl of mami on the house. The priest thanked everyone for their hospitality. Father Sebastian leaned over the bowl and savored the aroma of the soup, then took Antonio in one glance. A face sculpted by a lean diet, a politely averted gaze, yet still that pleasant, winning smile.
"How about you?"
the priest asked.
"Would you like some soup?"
"Oh no, thank you," came Antonio's quick reply. "I can eat when I get home, Father." 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁 walked over and stood by Antonio, a tray of dirty bowls in her arms.
"This young man doesn't come here to eat," she said. "Go on, Antonio. Tell father what you spend your money on."
Antonio smiled. "I can do better. I'll show him." He stood up and walked over to a large contraption that Father Sebastian recognized as a music jukebox. It had a list of song titles at the top, as well as a rack of vinyl records and a record turntable visible through a glass window. Antonio pulled a coin out of his pocket, deposited it into a slot, and turned to the priest. "Do you have a song request, Father?"
"Me?"
Father Sebastian said, standing up and walking over. Surveying the titles, his enthusiasm soon turned into dismay.
"These songs they are all so modern."
Antonio's smile faltered. "Do you not like any of them?" Father Sebastian felt his cheeks grow warm.
"I know they play music like this in the capital, though. Unfortunately, the music's had a profound effect on the young people, too. Many think music is just pure entertainment, but I think it shapes someone's character."
"I'm sorry," Antonio said. "I didn't mean to offend you, Father."
"Oh, but I haven't taken any offense. Maybe I'm being unreasonable, but I thought your little town would be more sheltered."
"I have a cousin in Manila," 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁 said. "He supplies me with the latest in music. You prefer the old music, do you, Father?"
She slipped her finger slowly through the song titles.
"How about this one?"
Father Sebastian said,
"I would love that,"
as the strains of Doris Day's Sentimental Journey filled the restaurant. "I love her music, too," Antonio said softly, the jukebox light reflecting in his eyes. When the music stopped, Antonio continued to gaze at the song titles. Father Sebastian cleared his throat. Antonio turned and smiled sheepishly. "Would you like to see the parish now?"
"If you're ready."
"Of course." Father Sebastian thanked 𝗦𝗃𝗁 for the delicious soup and good music, then followed Antonio to a parked cart attached to a handsome water buffalo. The priest looked around, taking note of his new surroundings. The bus station consisted of a little shelter where passengers could stay out of the sun. Nearby, there were lines of tricycles for hire, colorful roofed passenger sidecars attached to motorcycles, their exhaust lingering in the air.
"No jeepneys?"
the priest asked, referring to the vehicles fashioned after American jeeps from World War II. "A jeepney business went bankrupt several years ago," Antonio said. "Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁, he owns the tricycles. Could have bought it, but he chose to do only tricycles." Beside the noodle shop stood a variety store and a single gas pump. Beyond the little plaza, through a screen of trees on one side, the priest glimpsed a sliver of blue sea. The other side rose up to a lush mountain that jutted out into a series of cliffs. Father Sebastian smiled at his good fortune. For 10 years he had been assigned to Manila. After the war, the Americans came and changed everything: music, dance, and mores. How he looked forward to tending his simpler flock in this peaceful little village by the sea. As he climbed onto the bench at the front of the cart, he noticed a little sign just to the right, on one of the bus station's posts. Written on it, with half-erased smudges of chalk, were the following words: "Ghost Moon Night. Date: sunset time."
"Ghost Moon Night,"
the priest read.
"What does that mean?"
The teen looked at him strangely. "Do you not know?"
"No, what?"
the priest said. 2. Father Sebastian waited for an answer as Antonio flicked the reins on his water buffalo. "That sign shows what time the sun sets on Ghost Moon Night," Antonio said. "It's the one night of the month when there's no visible moon."
"Why do you need to know the time of sunset?"
Father Sebastian said. "That way we can go home in plenty of time, bolt our doors and windows securely, and stay indoors for the night." Still the priest stared, uncomprehending. Then he noticed that the huts they passed had heavy shutters in addition to copies windows that could be slid shut. Thick doors gaped open. A feeling of dread settled in his stomach. Antonio gave him a sidelong glance. Barely above a whisper, he said, "Our village is cursed. On Ghost Moon Night, evil spirits rise again." The priest blinked.
"You aren't serious?"
Antonio nodded.
"You mean they walk about?"
Father Sebastian asked. "They fly."
"Like the 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁,
the priest said, referring to the vampiric creature who leaves the lower half of her body and flies off to prey on babies. He shook his head, thinking of a priest he'd spoken to just last year who swore, in whispers, that he'd truly seen one. That priest officiated on a southern island. "Except they have a full body," Antonio said. "We call these winged creatures langbuan. They appear when there's langbuan, the one night of the month without a moon."
"And what do these evil spirits do when they come upon one of your villagers?"
"They cling to you and draw all the warmth from your body until you die." Despite the sun bearing down on them in the cart, the priest felt a chill.
"How many have been killed?"
"About a dozen every year." Father Sebastian shivered. He believed in God and his powers on earth, and he believed, too, that there were evil spirits wanting to interfere with his master plan. But this Ghost Moon Night curse, this was unheard of. "Are you all right?" Antonio said, peering at his face.
"Yes, I think so."
Father Sebastian took out a handkerchief and dabbed at his temple. His hand shook. A villager stepped out of their yard and waved. Father Sebastian waved back.
"What are you doing to fight back against them?"
Antonio flicked the reins. "Some have tried. Fathers in their grief, mothers mourning their children. Many died trying. These past few years our village has done nothing."
"Nothing?"
echoed the priest. "What can we do? No one dares battle them for fear of losing their lives. Anyway, as long as we stay within doors and our houses are secure, we're safe. It's considered the lot of the imprudent to be attacked." Antonio looked at the priest. "I'm surprised no one told you about Ghost Moon Night."
"The Archbishop simply asked if I'd be willing to go anywhere with any situation in the service of the Lord. How pleased he had been when I said yes."
"If you'd known, would you have come?" Antonio asked. Father Sebastian hesitated.
"I don't see why I wouldn't have. Just because something like that happens once a month doesn't mean the rest of the time couldn't be pleasant. But maybe I'd have come better prepared. Brought some things."
"Like what?"
"Oh, I don't know. More crucifixes? Garlic?"
"That's been tried before. It doesn't work. Nothing works."
"Surely something must."
"Well, all right," Antonio conceded. "Two things do work. Bolting the doors and windows shut. Light wards them off until dawn, but nothing seems to destroy them permanently." He smiled. "It was probably best you didn't know about our curse. We've been needing a new priest."
"What happened to the last parish priest?"
"After he delivered his sermon a month ago, he took a nap and died in his sleep. He was very old."
"And it had nothing to do with your evil spirits?"
"No," Antonio assured him. The priest relaxed. For a moment, he thought the last priest had been attacked by langbuan.
"When is the next Ghost Moon Night?"
"In 3 weeks." Father Sebastian squared his shoulders. 3 more weeks to learn about this and get his bearings. "Here she is," Antonio announced. "The Lady of Miracles Church." Father Sebastian studied its crooked, uneven foundation, but decided it looked pretty, with its sun-bleached stone walls and delicate spires. As Antonio parked, the priest noted beautiful stained glass windows flanked by heavy shutters.
"It's a lovely church,"
Father Sebastian said. And that, Antonio said, pointing behind the church, is the graveyard. The graveyard seemed to extend at least 3 church lengths. Tombstones and vaults gleamed like a whitewashed city. You have such a graveyard for such a small town, Father Sebastian noted. We've added a lot over the past 75 years. The priest gripped the handle of a suitcase tightly. From Ghost Moon Night? Antonio nodded. From Ghost Moon Night. After a moment's silence, Father Sebastian made the sign of the cross. Antonio helped the priest out of the cart and gave him an anxious look. Will you be all right? Of course. There's a caretaker here, Henry. He'll see to your needs. I'm sure he will. See you on Sunday. And off clattered the teen and his water buffalo. Standing in the doorway of the chapel, Father Sebastian watched him drive off. Clouds scuttled across the sun, turning the sky a muddy gray. He gasped when he felt something touch his shoulder. Turning, he faced a thin man whose face was cast in shadow. Stepping aside to let the natural light fall on his face, the priest noted the man's eyes. They were peculiarly translucent, a light shade of brown that stood out against his leathery brown complexion. He looked like he wasn't that much younger, maybe in his 60s. Sorry to scare you, the man said in a raspy voice, like he was gasping for breath. My name is Henry. I'm the parish caretaker. Pardon me, the priest said. Usually I'm not this jumpy. I just found out about Ghost Moon Night. Henry raised an eyebrow. Ghost Moon Night makes everyone jumpy, but there isn't anything to worry about. Not the rest of the time, anyway. The priest forced himself to smile. That's what I thought. Would you like me to show you to your quarters? Henry offered. Yes, please. As the caretaker walked on, Father Sebastian took one last look outside. It was still gray, cloudy, nothing like how sunny it had been when the bus was pulling into the station. He made the sign of the cross, then scurried after Henry up the circular stairs. 3. As Antonio maneuvered Cupid to the road, he felt sorry for the new parish priest. It would be unsettling to come all the way from Manila to your new parish only to discover that it was cursed with flying undead once a month. It would all be outlandish to Antonio, too, had he not grown up living with the curse. He sighed and focused on the road. When he came to a fork in the road, he took the one on the right. Here, the huts were fewer and farther between, each one backing into rice paddies. Each yard had at least one handsome rooster, tethered to a knee-high lean-to shelter and scratching in the dirt. As he passed his neighbors, Antonio waved at them. A woman sweeping her yard with a walis ting-ting, at a man burning a pile of garbage, and at children who were playing patintero across the road. In one yard, a man sat under the shade of a mango tree. He was old as the sea and bent over like a prune left too long under the sun, ruminating on whatever it was old people ruminate about. His legs were crossed, his hands palm up on his legs, eyes glazed. His mouth, stained red, chewed on the betel nut. He didn't wave back even though Antonio was sure he could see him. Antonio was used to that. As the oldest resident of Desalin, Tangdang Lino was entitled to his eccentricities. Cupid slowed and veered as a basketball rolled in front of him. A tall boy sprinted to catch the ball, then dribbled it in front of the cart. One of these days you're going to get flattened like a tray of bebinca, Antonio said. It's a good thing Cupid pays attention. Antonio's best friend, Jose Pineda, twirled the ball on his long finger. Everything about Jose was long. His chin, his torso, his legs. Even his hair was getting long and starting to curl at the edges. He wore basketball shorts, a sleeveless Sando shirt, and a pair of rubber shoes he paid for by cleaning urinals at the hospital. I've been dying to tell you my good news, Jose said. You quit your job? No, not yet. He leaned forward. I got a full scholarship to La Salle University in Manila.
What about Ateneo University? Even if they pay, I'll still pick LaSalle. They have a better basketball program.
Deep inside, Antonio's gut twisted. After high school, Jose would get to go to Manila, while Antonio was stuck working on the farm with his father. "That's really great," he said, trying to sound enthusiastic but failing miserably. Jose was too happy to notice.
"I'll live with roommates in a house with a real bathtub, a fancy one with clawed feet, and a flushing toilet. Across the school, there's a gym for workouts and practice. No more coconut basketball for me."
They both looked towards Jose's basketball hoop, a wire ring upon which a woman's stocking was stretched over. The contraption was attached to a coconut trunk. Antonio helped him build that 3 summers ago, the summer when Jose started to shoot up like bamboo did in the rainy monsoon season.
"Did you ever apply to college like I told you?"
Jose asked. "Whatever for," Antonio said. "I wouldn't be able to pay for it anyway." Jose shook his head.
"You're so thick-headed. It wouldn't have hurt to try.
Besides, Papa won't let me go." Antonio picked up Cupid's reins. "Speaking of whom, I'd better go do my chores or I won't hear the end of it." As Antonio drove Cupid and the cart homeward, he thought about college. If he had gotten a scholarship, would his father had let him go to Manila? Somehow he couldn't picture his father saying yes.
"I need you on the farm,"
Papa would point out. And what was the use anyway? Antonio wasn't as smart nor as athletic as Jose. As he pulled up to their hut, he noticed an emaciated horse and cart waiting under the shed of their 𝗧𝗏 tree. Beside the little shed where they kept their grain, a man and a woman were talking to Antonio's father.
"Whatever you do," his father said, "don't do anything rash."
"I don't know how much longer I can do it, Romy, without extra help," the man replied. Antonio unhitched Cupid and led him past casually, trying not to attract attention.
"There he is, right now,"
Antonio Pulido, Antonio's father, told his visitors. The man was 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗏, Antonio Pulido's perpetually moody friend, whom Romy had known from birth. Almost. His arms were muscular, probably from chopping wood at his seaside 𝗦𝗃𝗏𝗁 orchard. A scowl cut ridges into his forehead. The woman turned towards Antonio, flashing him a grin full of rotting teeth, her bulbous eyes gleaming intensely. A thick, tangled mane formed a dark cloud around her face. Mad Juana was crazy. It used to be that she just sang little unintelligible songs and danced while hiking up her skirts scandalously. But nowadays, she wandered off their orchard and snuck into town, stealing butcher knives at the market. So 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿 resorted to locking her up in his hut. In public, she wore a rubber collar attached to a chain held by her brother, like some animal. "Yes, here I am," Antonio said cheerfully. "And in a few seconds, I'll be in the rice paddy."
"Why is it that when I usually ask you to help plant, you're not this eager?" his father asked. "Furman needs your help clearing some dead wood. I told him I could spare you for a little while."
Antonio looked from his father to the rice paddy. "It'll be dark soon," he told his father. "If I cut down trees, I won't be able to help you on the farm."
"The farm will still be here tomorrow," his father said.
"That it will," Antonio muttered. "Let me put Cupid away and say hello to grandfather." 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿 gathered his sister's chain in his hand, the sound of rattling metal grating on Antonio's ears.
"We'll wait for you in the cart."
4. Antonio knew he should hurry, but he let his feet drag, taking Cupid back to his pen, and entered the house through the back door. In the outside kitchen, or batalan, their servant Trini was frying some 𝗧𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗁 𝗃𝗏𝗁. Before she could swat his hand away, he grabbed a piece of fatty pork, hot grease dripping between his fingers. He popped the meat in his mouth. "Ah, ah, ah," he said, spitting it out and fanning his scorched tongue.
"Hala!"
Trini brandished her wooden spoon and cackled.
"Serves you right." Antonio licked his fingers. Can I please have another one? What? And ruin your appetite? I have to go and help cut down trees at 𝗦𝗃𝗰𝗿𝗁. Father volunteered me. I won't be home till late. Training eyed him suspiciously. It's true, he said. All right, but don't wipe your hands on your shirt. Then off she sent Antonio with 3 fatty pieces of pork. The skin was crunchy and the meat juicy and tender. Delicious. Inside the house, he wiped his greasy hands on his pants. 2 sounds greeted him as he stepped in the hallway. A sewing machine going at top speed, and music. The sewing machine stopped. Antonio, is that you? His mother asked. Antonio poked his head in the room where his mother sewed. Several dresses in different stages lined the wall. Fabric covered the floor, a table, and chairs. A tape measure was hanging around his mother's neck. Mama looked tired around her eyes. She'd probably been up half the night finishing a dress. How was school? She tucked a gray-streaked lock of hair behind one ear. About what you'd expect the day before graduation. A little pointless. I'm sorry. But I met the new parish priest, Antonio said, brightening. He seems really nice. Oh, that's right. You were going to pick him up, she bit her lip. Are you up for another errand? I was wondering if you could make a delivery for me. After I cut trees for 𝗦𝗃𝗰𝗿𝗁 and help Papa on the farm, I'm sure I'll have plenty of time left over. Mother blinked and said nothing. Antonio knelt beside her. Sorry, Mama, he said. I'm only one person here, and it seems everyone needs me today. But if you need me, I can make time. It's all right, Mama said, patting his head. That's a lot for one afternoon. Are you sure? If you still need help delivering tomorrow, on graduation day? No, it'll be all right. Go then. She went back to her sewing. Go? Antonio did as she asked, feeling terrible. Guitar music from the radio greeted him as he entered the living room. Immediately his shoulders loosened and his pressing worries fell away. His father's father, 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁𝗍, sat on the scuffed wood sala set, a smile playing on his lips. 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁𝗍's few remaining tufts of hair stuck straight up, and his shirt stained at the collar had been buttoned incorrectly. Faded blue slacks he'd worn from his younger days hung loosely around his waist. As Antonio approached him, 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁𝗍 raised a shaking hand, and Antonio lifted it to his forehead in a mano. Most afternoons, before Antonio went outside to help his father in earnest, he stopped in for a few minutes to listen to music with 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁𝗍. The radio revived the old man. Before they got the radio, a cast-off from a neighbor's rich relative in Manila, 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁𝗍 used to shamble around the house looking lost. But now he had something he could get dressed for and enjoy. Antonio knew that 𝗦𝗃𝗰𝗿𝗁 waited outside, but he couldn't resist sitting in one of the chairs, just for one moment. As he listened, his glance fell onto the portrait of 𝗧𝗵𝗏𝗁 and Lola Enting, taken before she died a few years ago. Beside it was a framed medal of 𝗧𝗵𝗏𝗁's from his service in World War I. A 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁 tune played on a transistor radio by the window, a sweet, lilting song. 𝗧𝗵𝗏𝗁 smiled, his lips mouthing the lyrics. Antonio knew the melody, where it dipped and rose. He hummed along and closed his eyes. For a moment, he could forget that 𝗦𝗃𝗰𝗿 and his crazy sister waited outside for him, that Papa needed him to plow the paddies, and that he let Mama down once again. When the radio cut out and emitted a static noise, Antonio's eyes flew open. 𝗧𝗵𝗁𝗍's smile faltered. Don't worry, 𝗧𝗵𝗁𝗍, Antonio said, getting up and pounding on the machine. We'll get this fixed. 2 hard whacks, and the radio leapt back to life. As he moved away, Antonio accidentally bumped a knob. Elvis Presley's new song flooded the room. 𝗧𝗵𝗁𝗍 shook his head. Off! Off! Antonio quickly turned it back to 𝗧𝗵𝗁𝗍's favorite 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁 channel. A man sang about his sweetheart under the light of the moon. This time, 𝗧𝗵𝗁𝗍's brow relaxed. Not a big fan of Elvis, are you, Lolo? Antonio said, smiling. He kissed his grandfather's soft, slack cheek.
which smelled of Vicks and 𝗧𝗃𝗲𝗁 soup. "Thank you." "You're welcome," Antonio said. Then he went out to the cart, where 𝗦𝗃𝗰𝗿𝗁 and his sister waited. 5. 𝗦𝗃𝗰𝗿's property abutted the sea, the only length of coast that was kept off-limits to beachcombers and fishermen. Over the years, he reinforced a fence as far as he could into open water, with coiled barbed wire, big chunks of wood salvaged from construction projects, and rusty odds and ends. People of the village said that the sun set darkly and extinguished itself quicker over that part of the beach, and Antonio believed it. With a lash from the whip, 𝗦𝗃𝗰𝗿's little nag flew into a bouncy trot across a bridge over the 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗺 River, pulling the cartload of brother and sister in front, Antonio on the floor in the back. Soon after, they entered a canopy of trees. It was dark, dense, and reeked of overripe 𝗦𝗲𝗶𝗿𝗁, round fruits that had fallen off twisted boughs, their purplish pulp looking like open wounds on the ground. Once in a while, a shaft of light came through a gap in the foliage, where determined little plants pushed their way out of the dirt. Otherwise, there was nothing but the trees and their dropped fruit, and a winding little path that got narrower and narrower until the cart brushed against overhanging branches. Inside the 𝗦𝗲𝗁 jungle, the trees seemed to shiver, shaking the leaves on their boughs. Antonio raised his eyes as he sat, huddled, in the cart. And then bats flew low overhead, hundreds and hundreds, emitting tiny shrieks as they whistled past. They brushed against his hair, his face, his arms, his knees. 𝗦𝗃𝗰𝗿 laughed. He sounded like a donkey braying. 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁 laughed too, in a deep, man-like voice. Antonio kept his face to his lap, covering his ears with his hands until both the bats and the aggravating laughter subsided. The horse and cart came to an abrupt stop. Raising his head, Antonio heard the sea hissing and crashing against rocks. He could vaguely make out the water past the screen of trees and tall piles of chopped wood. "I need the rest of this cleared," 𝗦𝗃𝗰𝗿 said, gesturing with his arm over the area that, if cut into lengths, probably spanned the entire width of the village. "I'll leave the horse and cart. Take the wood to my house and add it to the stack leaning against the outside wall. Mind you, don't eat the 𝗦𝗲𝗁𝗁. Each one is accounted for." "I'll do what I can in an hour," Antonio said. "Your father said you can stay the entire night if you have to." Antonio bristled at his father's presumption. He gestured toward the dense canopy. "I can keep working while there's still some light." "You're wasting time arguing about this." 𝗦𝗃𝗰𝗿 tugged at his sister's chain and got off the cart. "Come, 𝗦𝗃𝗁, let's go to the house." Antonio felt quite alone in the middle of this dark, dreary clump of trees, with only the horse and the bats for company. Thankfully, the bats tired of their sport and returned to their decaying perches. He started loading pieces of wood into the cart, making a dull thudding noise each time that echoed throughout the orchard. A cluster of bats seemed to watch him from gnarled branches, their little eyes blinking. Soon he was ready to bring in his first haul. He prodded the horse to move forward, but it balked under the weight. A few lashes of the whip finally got the nag to move. Antonio had been to 𝗦𝗃𝗰𝗿's house before, but it had been a while. And now, as he maneuvered his way through the trees, he was becoming increasingly lost. After a while, he threw his hands up in disgust, shaking his fist at the horse, which he thought would lead him to the house. The horse hung its gaunt head, looking beaten, but unrepentant. Then Antonio heard the wailing of a baby. A baby? Here? Antonio turned on the carriage bench and listened. The baby's cry seemed to come from the densest part of the forest to his left. There it was again. He got out of the carriage and walked towards the sound. Bats flew off as he parted some branches, and there, at the foot of a tree in a sliver of light, lay a baby in a blanket, alone. Antonio looked around and, not seeing anyone, he went up to it. Its eyes grew round when he knelt by its side. "Where's your mother?" Antonio asked, picking up the baby. He felt a little awkward picking it up, but the little thing fit right in his arms. He tried rocking it like he'd seen his mother rock babies at church socials. The baby gurgled and sucked on its fist. "How do you end up here?" he asked. "We better get you somewhere safe." As he moved, the baby's coo changed into a deep sound. Antonio looked down and gasped. The baby's eyes were red, and its gums sprouted sharp monster teeth. Its tiny fingers turned into black-nailed fists. A 𝗧𝗏𝗃𝗃, a creature that disguises itself as a baby. It lured unsuspecting travelers and misled them until they're lost. Antonio tried to fling the 𝗧𝗏𝗃 to the ground, but it clung to him with those sharp nails, digging painfully into his chest. It licked its lips and bared yellowish fangs, lunging for Antonio's neck. Antonio shoved it away by the forehead. His mother's words of advice came to him. "If you see a 𝗧𝗏𝗃, turn your shirt inside out. It will find it entertaining and leave you alone." Bending at the waist, he tried to shake off the creature. It grabbed his hair and nipped at his ear. Antonio swatted the mouth away with his hand, and it jerked its head back. Antonio bent again. His shirt slipped off his body, sending the 𝗧𝗏𝗃 tumbling backwards. The little baby with a monstrous face stood upright and marched towards him on bowed legs. Antonio plucked his shirt from the ground and put it on backwards. The 𝗧𝗏𝗃 laughed, flashing a malicious grin. In a twinkling of an eye, it disappeared. Nothing like this had happened to Antonio before. But then, he'd never been on 𝗦𝗃𝗰𝗿𝗄𝗃 land alone. Antonio knew everyone steered clear of it. He thought it was because of 𝗦𝗃𝗰𝗿, but maybe he'd stumbled on the real reason. And it explained a lot about the eccentric pair. Antonio flicked the whip harder, shuddering as he peered this way and that through the trees, seeing nothing but shadows. Through a gap in the forest, he saw 𝗦𝗃𝗰𝗿𝗄𝗃's hut. Relief washed over him. However, as he approached, Antonio heard the tinkling of a piano. Was his mind playing tricks on him? The air smelled stale and musty, like leaves rotting. Above, only a small space in the forest canopy allowed for natural light. Antonio parked the cart. Before getting out, he scanned the trees, jumping at every little rustling noise, watching for more danger. Satisfied, he carried the wood to a pile beside the window. Flies swarmed around droppings of cats and chickens. Mosquitoes buzzed over standing puddles. Torn woven baskets and crates littered the ground. The music continued to play. It was a sad song, the kind that was played in melodramas at the movie theater. Antonio tiptoed toward the open window. Its sill came to a good 3 feet above his head. Looking around for something to step on, he found a waterlogged crate. It had been on the ground for so long that when Antonio picked it up, little white worms wriggled in its grooves. He set the crate on the ground under the window, then tested it with his foot. It bowed to his weight, but held. He stepped up fully and peeked over the sill. Darkness shrouded the room, but he made out a few things. Oddly enough, a newspaper photo of American actress Princess Grace and her new prince husband from Monaco, books and baskets. Hiss! Antonio flinched at the sound. It was quiet but distinct. A snake? Hiss! As his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he saw something glinting in the corner, something that moved in a circular fashion. A record player. It was a square box with a circular turntable and an arm with a stylus that was positioned over a long playing record. A marvel of technology. He'd seen one before in an ad in a magazine at the doctor's. Antonio leaned forward so he could see better. Something popped up, blocking his view. Over the windowsill, Mad Juana's face appeared. He could smell her foul breath and could hear its ragged rhythm. Gasping, he lost his footing and fell on his back onto the ground. Standing over him, 𝗦𝗃𝗰𝗿𝗄𝗃's eyes blazed with anger. "What are you doing?" Antonio scrambled to his feet.
I was just looking at your record player.
Get back to work.
Antonio drove the horse and cart as fast as he could back into the forest. He wondered why his father liked 𝗏𝗲𝗰𝗿 so much. They had similar gruff personalities. 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿 sometimes invited Romy over for drinks, but he had never been friendly towards Antonio nor his mother. And then that record player. How did he get it? How 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗍 would love one of those. He could play any song he liked. Antonio wouldn't have to take 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗍 to Alingdona's just to hear his favorite 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿 tunes. As the darkness deepened, Antonio finished a few more loads. Antonio was only guessing at where to put his hands so he could grab some wood pieces. But it was so dark, he missed the cart twice. He didn't care what his father promised or what 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿 expected. He was done for the day. A 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗍 fell off a tree limb with a little snap and rolled to Antonio's feet. Antonio bit his lip. He had been so busy he hadn't realized how hungry he was. He ate his last meal hours ago. Surely 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿 wouldn't really notice if Antonio ate one, would he? Antonio picked up the round purple fruit the size of a man's fist. It was just the right amount of ripeness, fragrant and soft, but not mushy. Squeezing it open, he inhaled its sweetness, then took a bite of the firm pulp. It rolled in his mouth, making him crave for more. He spit out the seed, took one bite, another and another, until all that was left was its peel. He threw the peel on the ground and found himself face to face with 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿, holding a shotgun. 6. Antonio smelled 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿's sour body odor, tobacco breath, and the metal of his gun.
Did I give you permission to eat a 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗍?
𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿 asked. Antonio's voice shook.
It was just one.
You are like other pesky kids. You come through my orchard and think,
𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿 mimicked in a high-pitched voice,
it's just one 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗍. But they never stop at one. They do it again, over and over. I'm not making any money as it is.
𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿 pumped the shotgun, making Antonio jump.
Tell you what,
𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿 said.
I'll be easy on you, since you helped me with 2 cartloads of wood. I'll count to 2, then shoot 2 shells. 2 is the magic number of the day. That'll give you a chance to run on home.
You're crazy, Antonio said. Like your sister.
Leave Juana out of this,
𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿 barked.
1.
Antonio took off as fast as he could, towards what he hoped was the general direction of town. He couldn't see farther than his arms stretched out. He kept running into 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗍 trees and shaking the bats into a frenzy. But he kept running, desperately, especially as the first shot hit a tree somewhere to his left. It seemed like he would never get out of the orchard. And then finally, he saw a glimmer of light up ahead. But it was not the direction of town. The exact opposite, in fact, in the direction of the sea. He had not been on this side for years, and he discovered that 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿 had added something to thwart intruders. Not only was the water dammed up so no one could enter the bay, he had put up a 10-foot-tall rock wall along his property line. It had a locked gate. When the shotgun boomed, Antonio scaled the fence quickly. On the top, broken shards of gin bottles stuck out like spearheads. Past this, the rising moon revealed a stretch of beach and the crazy line of junk obstacles, as well as a dozen sandy mounds. Not anthills, but 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗍𝗁𝗍, enchanted mounds that harbored spirits of the earth. With a grunt, he avoided the shards by heaving himself over the fence, landing on all fours on the other side. 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿 cocked his shotgun again, this time closer. Scrambling up the beach, uncaring if what he stepped on was sand or 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗍, Antonio ran up and over to his freedom. Antonio would have put his best friend Jose to shame, running that fast home. As he neared his yard, relief at his narrow escape gave way to worry. I demolished 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗍. Well, it wasn't like he had deliberately tried to destroy one. He was trying to get away from a madman. Antonio didn't care if 𝗬𝗃𝗰𝗿 was his father's friend. The crazy old man should be committed to a mental hospital with his sister. Antonio rounded the bend at the 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁 tree in his front yard, then hid himself behind its trunk.
𝗬𝗃𝗰𝗿 stood in the doorway, talking to Antonio's mother.
𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁 sat in the horse cart. What did the man want now? Antonio wondered. His heart pounded in his chest. Fortunately, 𝗬𝗃𝗰𝗿 and his sister didn't stay for long. They said their goodbyes, then clattered on down the road. When he was sure they were out of sight, Antonio went inside. He thought about just going straight to his bedroom, but decided he should at least say hello to Mama. Her back was turned to the door. She was pinning a dress on a mannequin. "I'm home," he said. "𝗬𝗃𝗰𝗿 was here," Mama said, not turning. "What did he say?" "That you stole fruit from him."
𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁𝗿?
"So you did do it." She shook her head. "Oh, son."
Mama, he has fruit rotting on the ground.
"One or more, it doesn't make a difference," Mama said. "Stealing is stealing. He also said you tried to steal his record player."
Now that is an outright lie.
"He said you went to his window and were eyeing it."
I did, but I wasn't going to steal it. Not with that mad woman standing guard.
Antonio realized what he'd said and stammered. "I mean, of course I wasn't going to steal it.
And I wasn't thinking of myself anyway. I thought perhaps Lolo could enjoy it."
He paused.
"Mama, surely you don't think that I would do that." Him? A thief?
𝗬𝗃𝗰𝗿 was the criminal, wanting to murder him over one stupid 𝗬𝗲𝗁𝗿. Mama sighed. "Go eat your supper, Antonio. I asked Trining to leave you out a plate." This was Margarita Pulido at her finest. She didn't raise her voice, but somehow she managed to make him feel like he should join the Legion of Penitents at Lenten season. She stepped back to survey her handiwork and turned. Her eyes went wide as she staggered backwards, hitting the mannequin with her arm.
"My God, Antonio! Where have you been? What have you done?"
"What?" he asked, his heart racing. "What's the matter?"
"Your arms,"
she pointed.
"Your face. Did you disturb a 𝗬𝗃𝗰𝗿𝗁?"
He was almost afraid to look, and when he did, he cried out. Thick hair covered his arms like some beast. 7. Antonio sat on their dining table bench, his plate of rice and 𝗃𝗏𝗏𝗏, okra, squash, green beans, and onion sautéed with his favorite cuts of 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁𝗍𝗏, growing cold in front of him. His one consolation was that their servant Trining had gone home for the day and couldn't harp on his misfortune. Papa was out playing mahjong, a gambling game involving little porcelain tiles. Mama sent the neighbor's son to fetch him. Once in a while, she paused at the window. "Go ahead and help your grandfather get ready for bed," Mama told Antonio. "Knowing your papa, he'll be a while." 𝗨𝗨 sat at his usual spot in the salas, nodding along to the music. "Lolo," Antonio said, walking over to the radio and turning it off. "Time for bed, Po." He turned to help 𝗨𝗨 up. His grandfather's eyes widened. Then he raised his hand to his mouth.
"Halimao,"
he said. "Monster." Antonio tried to explain, but 𝗨𝗨 wouldn't listen. He crossed his arms in front of him while making strangled noises. Mama rushed in.
"Oh my,"
she said.
"I wasn't thinking. Antonio, go to the kitchen and stay there, please."
Antonio stood rooted to the floor. 𝗨𝗨 twisted in his seat, anxious. Mama tried to hold his arm, but he pulled away from her. "He'll hurt himself," Antonio murmured. He crossed the room and turned on the radio. As soon as the music came on, 𝗨𝗨 stopped struggling. He still looked at Antonio askance, but at least he calmed down. There, Mama said. She gestured for Antonio to go out. Several minutes later, Mama returned to the kitchen without 𝗨𝗨. "Is he all right?" Antonio asked. "Yes.
good thinking on the music. That really helps to calm him.
At the sound of their cart's wheels outside, she gave Antonio a sharp glance, then went to the front door. In an irritated voice, Papa said, "I was doing well with my tiles. This had better be important."
"Something bad happened to your son,"
Mama said. Antonio noticed her choice of wording, your son, like she didn't want to claim him. "What now?" Papa asked.
"He's inside."
Papa walked in and stared, then said, "Ay, por Dios!" Antonio shifted in his seat and caught his reflection in a small mirror attached to the wall. Coarse black hair covered his entire face except for his eyes. He looked like a gorilla.
"I stepped on a 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁, Antonio said. 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁 was chasing me out of his orchard."
Papa's brows came together. "Why was he chasing you?"
"Antonio stole a 𝗦𝗃𝗁𝗁,
Mama explained.
"You know how 𝗏𝗏𝗏 is about his fruit."
"Do we not feed you enough?" Papa said. "And then on top of that, destroying a 𝗦𝗃𝗁?" Mama said.
"I meant to ask you earlier, Antonio. What happened to your shirt?"
"𝗬𝗏𝗃 tricked me," Antonio said. "It attacked me, but I did as you said. I turned my shirt inside out and it left me alone."
𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗺𝗁𝗁𝗁, an eventful night,
Mama said. Then she asked Papa,
"Can you fetch 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗁?"
"The old man hasn't cured anyone successfully in a while," Papa said. "Some say he's losing his touch."
"Ay,"
Mama said.
"How can you be so disrespectful?"
"I'm just saying maybe he's getting too old. He cured 𝗲𝗲𝗏𝗁𝗁𝗁's boy, but not the brother." Papa looked at Antonio. "I think we should let Antonio march at his graduation looking like this." Mama frowned. Antonio tried not to react. Sometimes, Papa said things to bait him into getting mad. "That would certainly reflect well on you," Antonio said. "Having your son look like a dog. Just think, the only Pulido in the family to finish high school, and I would embarrass you." Papa's scowl deepened.
"Please, Romy,"
Mama said.
"Fetch 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗁𝗁."
"This time of night?"
"When else? When our son turns fully into a dog?"
Papa grumbled but did as Mama asked. "What if I do turn into a dog?" Antonio amused himself with the thought that he'd always wanted to have a dog, then sobered quickly. He imagined Papa taunting him with people food while throwing scraps his way. That, to Antonio, would be hell. Papa seemed to be gone for a long time. Eventually, he returned with 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏.
"Where is the boy?"
the old man asked. From where he stood, Antonio could see the door being opened more fully by Mama, revealing a man no taller than his mother at the shoulder. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏 shuffled in, dragging his flip-flops, a gnarled hand grasping a wooden cane that made a hollow knocking sound across the bamboo floor. His lips, stained from chewing the red betel nut, curled up in his toothless mouth. Papa was right. Many in the village thought 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏 was wise. But that night, Antonio only saw cloudy, vacuous eyes. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏 healed Antonio once, applying an herbal poultice to fix a broken arm. But that was a long time ago.
"There is nothing I can do for the boy,"
𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏 said.
"Come here,"
Mama told Antonio. To the old man she said,
"May I ask why?"
𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏 pointed at Antonio.
"Look at his face. He thinks he knows it all. Let him solve his own problem."
Antonio joined his parents and let them wrangle for him. "Please don't leave, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏, Papa begged. "I have a chicken or two I can spare." To Antonio he said, "Rearrange your face." Antonio did his best.
"I don't need any chickens,"
𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏 said.
"I have enough for my larder. What I need is your son's cooperation."
Turning to Antonio, Papa barked, "Tell him!"
"I will cooperate."
Antonio felt 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏's glance assessing him. More meekly, he said, "I'm sorry, 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗄. I will do what it takes."
That's better.
He looked at Papa.
It's your water buffalo, Romy. We're going for a little ride.
8. The cart rattled along the shoulder of the expressway, an occasional truck rumbling past. Mama had stayed behind in the house. Papa and 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗄 sat in front. Antonio suppressed a sigh on the back bench. Cupid plodded along, indifferent to Antonio's misery. "You're not going to wake up 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁, are you?" Antonio asked Papa. Papa looked at him over his shoulder.
We just can't trespass on his property. I don't want to get shot at.
Antonio's stomach churned. As they approached the orchard entrance, Cupid suddenly stopped.
"Go on, you brute,"
Papa told Cupid.
"Move."
But Cupid just stood there.
"Antonio," he said, "get out and see if something is stuck in the axle."
Antonio got out. He looked at the axle, which looked fine. He looked under the wheel for a rock that might have gotten lodged, but found nothing. He reached out to rub the water buffalo's neck, but Cupid shied away from his shaggy arm. And then he heard distinctly a high-pitched voice saying,
"Foolish boy, you're back again."
"Did you hear that?" Antonio asked the others.
"What?"
Papa said. "A man's voice."
"Maybe Furman is out."
"No." Antonio was certain it wasn't 𝗏𝗃𝗁𝗿. Cupid turned and snorted. In his eyes, Antonio saw his anxiety mirrored.
"Well, it wasn't me," Papa said. "Go on, get in."
The cart was already moving when Antonio pitched himself ungracefully back in. "The 𝗏𝗏𝗏 was out by the water," Antonio said.
"All right,"
Papa said, but he kept on heading the direction Antonio had hoped he wouldn't, 𝗏𝗃𝗁𝗿's house. He would just as soon face 100 𝗏𝗏s than a single 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏. Antonio waited with 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗄 in the cart while Papa went to the door. A faint light glimmered through an open window. A tomb-like darkness shrouded the rest of the house. The bats were strangely inert, silent. Antonio realized that he hadn't heard them move or fly. He wasn't sure if he liked that better or not. With their silence, he half expected them to swoop down on him from nowhere. 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗄 spoke, startling Antonio.
"This place used to be happy,"
𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗄 said.
"Open to the sun. In the summer, the 𝗦𝗃𝗏𝗿𝗄 blossoms were so thick, they looked like bouquets. And now, look at it."
He paused.
"Fermín's father could coax a fruit out of a rock. He had a gift for making things grow. But Philippine, no. That man makes things rot."
𝗏𝗏𝗄, is someone there? Papa said at the door.
𝗏𝗏𝗄.
𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁𝗃 slunk into view like a half-starved predator.
"And his sister,"
𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗄 said beside Antonio in the cart.
"A shame. She was the most beautiful girl in her class, soft-spoken and demure. Did you know she was engaged the year she started going crazy?"
Antonio shook his head. To whom?
"To a sailor. Some people say he broke her heart, and then she went crazy. But I think she was already losing her mind. As he boarded his ship, she told him she'd drown herself if he didn't stay."
What did he do?
"He hid and let the shore police take her away."
Antonio looked back at the doorway. 𝗦𝗃𝗁𝗃 had stepped aside, and 𝗏𝗃𝗁𝗿 now stood there. His eyes flicked towards Antonio, who compressed himself even smaller into the cart. Raised voices reached Antonio's ears. He could make out the words gate, your worthless son, and get out. Papa came back in a foul mood, like the times when he had lost at the gambling tables. He wants us off his property. The tide is high and we can only access the beach through the orchard. Antonio, you will have to remain Harry the rest of your life. 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗄 raised his cane and whacked Papa on the head with it.
Aye,
Papa said.
What was that for?
You give up far too easily, Romy,
the old man said.
We shall go through the beach.
At this time of night?
Papa said.
At this time of night.
9. High tide now covered the beach that had been, just hours ago, a stretch of sand. Beyond it, 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗿𝗁 dotted a hill. Antonio, his father, and 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿 stood in waist-deep water, a thin moon putting forth little light. Antonio tried to pull Cupid forward, but he only dug in his hooves and snorted. Strange, Antonio said. Normally he'll cross water. Antonio walked a little closer to the hill. Cupid was trained to come at a whistle, and he tried that now. But Cupid only snorted and stomped, refusing to move.
It must be the 𝗬𝗏,
Papa said. When he proposed that Antonio should carry 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗄 on his shoulders, Antonio balked like Cupid. We can float 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗄 on a raft, Antonio said.
And where is this raft?
Papa said. Can you swim, 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗄? Antonio said.
Antonio,
his father said.
Can't we just undo the spell from across the water?
Antonio said. 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗄 shook his head.
I need to see the actual mound.
What if I can't remember which one it was? 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗄 drew himself up, adding a fraction of an inch to his contorted height.
You are just full of questions, aren't you? And none of them are the essential ones you should be asking your conscience. Let's go.
First, he had to get on Antonio's shoulders. Antonio submerged himself to his neck and waited. When nothing happened, he turned. 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗄's hand trembled as it stretched and touched Antonio's shoulder. Antonio groaned inwardly, and then consoled himself with the thought, at this rate, maybe the tide will go out and then we can just cross the sand.
I used to climb coconut trees when I was young,
𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗄 said. My, but his knees were bony. They dug in Antonio's back as he climbed up like a feeble crab. Inch by inch, the old man eventually made it so his legs were on Antonio's shoulders. The wave pulled back, then returned with such force that it nearly knocked Antonio off his feet.
Careful now,
Papa said. With every step Antonio took, the waves got more unruly, causing Antonio to stagger around. On his shoulders, 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗄 swayed like a flimsy tower.
What are you doing?
𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗄 said, clawing at Antonio's face.
Why aren't you walking straight?
Antonio willed his legs to move, but all he managed to do was sway 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗄 around. The old man whacked Antonio with his cane.
Would you stop that?
He said.
You're making me sick.
My legs, Antonio said. I can't move them. It's like someone is holding them in place. Finally, Antonio could move again. He walked forward, only to have a wave crash into him.
𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗄! 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗄!
𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗄 cried before they both fell face down into the water. The old man resurfaced, sputtering and refusing Antonio's offer to carry him on his shoulders again. They waded over to the landmine of 𝗵𝗏. Antonio could see his footprints all over one mound. His hair-cursed skin tingled.
𝗏𝗃𝗄 𝗠𝗏 𝗏𝗃𝗄,
𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗄 said, stopping a few feet away.
I've brought back this boy. He has been careless, and he has something to tell you.
𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗄 looked at Antonio expectantly. "What should I say?" Antonio asked.
"Tell him that you will be respectful of other people's property from now on,"
𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿 suggested. Antonio opened his mouth to say the words, only to be pulled to the ground by a foot-tall 𝗏𝗏. He looked like an old man, shriveled like a prune. His hair reached to his waist, and his nose was long, like a 𝗏𝗏𝗁, or eggplant. Pulling on Antonio's cursed beard, he said in a high-pitched voice, "Get out! Get out, you trespassing lout!" And then he scurried like a rat into the mound. Antonio turned to 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿 and Papa. "Did you see that?" he asked in a similar high-pitched voice, and they nodded, their eyes fearful. The hair on Antonio's arms grew even thicker in the moonlight. He could feel the follicles pushing themselves out of his pores. "What is happening?" Papa asked. 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿, help him, please."
"You have angered the spirit greatly,"
𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿 said in Antonio's ear.
"You must ask for forgiveness."
Antonio's words poured out of him like a repentant child. He begged for mercy. He begged for a chance to attend his high school graduation, even if it meant having to endure boring speeches, for wasn't that enough of a punishment in itself? He heard laughter, but looking up, he saw 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿's grim expression and knew it wasn't him. To his astonishment, Papa was sobbing in the background. The stranglehold on him loosened, and he bent over and expelled a huge breath. But the hair was still there, in all its glory.
"Very well,"
𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿 said.
"It's done."
Papa sniffled and cleared his throat. "But he still has hair on his arms," he said. The old man closed his eyes as though searching for something in the wind.
"Yes, but I no longer feel anger in the air. The spirit has been pacified."
10.
"Antonio, wake up!"
Antonio opened one eye. He was being shaken at the shoulder, followed by a sharper admonition.
"Antonio!"
He sat up and looked around, bewildered. Mama stood over him at his bedside, a frown on her face. Through the open window, daylight was beginning to filter through the thick 𝗧𝗵𝗄𝗺 boughs. He tried to lie back down on his woven banig.
"Oh, no, you don't,"
Mama said, pulling him by the scruff of his shirt.
"It's still dark outside,"
he mumbled.
"Remember your promise to Papa?"
Mama said.
"You would farm without complaining."
He sighed. I'm up. Mama left him. Scratching his head, he froze. He remembered last night and slowly lowered his hand. His hand still had hair, but was not as hairy as the night before. He whooped so loud that Mama ran into his bedroom again.
"What's the matter?"
she asked.
"Mama, my hands, my arms, I'm free of the curse."
She stared at his face.
"Well, I'm not too sure of that,"
she said, then left him. He scrambled out of his bed and searched for the broken mirror that usually sat on top of the dresser. He picked it up and held it in front of his face. Antonio's heart sank. He still looked like a gorilla, with hair growing everywhere, it seemed. The prospect of having to shave like Papa depressed him. He tried to shake out of a tired fog. The house was still closed up, quiet and dark. He unlocked the door to the back, the lock jiggling unsteadily, worn out over the years. As his bare feet made contact with the cold, damp earth of the 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿, or outside kitchen, he shivered. Stumbling to the grain bin, he handed some corn to the cat, who sniffed at his offering and yowled loudly. He threw the hay at the chickens and put a bucket of milk out for Cupid. He wanted to feed the dog, but remembered they didn't have a dog. "What in heaven's name are you doing?" Papa's voice boomed at him from the direction of the house. His eyebrows were knitted,
his fists planted at his waist. He grabbed the bucket and set it onto the steps of the shed where they often ate their meals.
"You've just wasted a week's worth of milk."
"I'm sorry," Antonio said. "I guess I'm just so tired."
"Your face," Papa said. "It's still—"
"I know."
"Last night,"
Papa said, straightening out of the grain bin,
"you scared us."
"I'm sorry."
"Aw, Antonio, I wish you wouldn't break your mother's heart."
Papa looked away.
"Your mother and I may be old and useless, Antonio, but we're all you have. Do you understand?"
"Yes."
Antonio wished Papa would go ahead and be done with his sermon. It was too early in the morning for one. When Mama called out, "Breakfast," he ran off before Papa could say anything else. Antonio went to school with a handkerchief tied around his face, pretending he had the mumps. His best friend Jose met him at the hallway, a curious expression on his face. Antonio did an about-face and walked away as quickly as he could. "Wait a minute," Jose said, grabbing him by the shoulder. "What happened?" "Nothing," Antonio said, shrugging his hand off. "Right," Jose said, keeping pace. Without warning, he grabbed the handkerchief and pulled it down. His eyes widened.
"Oh, my. Promise you won't tell anyone," Antonio said, covering his face again.
"What really happened?" Antonio told him. Jose nodded his head. "I had a cousin who angered a spirit and got warts."
"Did he take a bath regularly?"
"Come to think of it, no." He squinted at Antonio. "Are you going to attend graduation that way?" "I have to. My parents are forcing me. They say it's my punishment for stealing a 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁. One 𝗦𝗃𝗁! Although," Antonio lowered his voice, "it was worth it for what I discovered." "You've always wanted to look like an ape?" No. Antonio paused. "𝗦𝗃𝗰𝗿𝗄 has a record player." "Go on. I'm waiting for the good news." Antonio punched Jose in the arm. "You know how much I've been wanting to see one of those?" "Tell me about it." "Someday, Jose, I'm going to have my own record player." Jose raised an eyebrow. "And you laughed when I wanted my own basketball hoop." The 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗺 schoolhouse stood 2 stories high and consisted of timber walls, a galvanized roof, and hardwood floors. It had a spacious wraparound porch and classrooms, whose doors led directly to this porch. Even on the last day, Arnel Fernandez, a classmate whose family operated a 𝗧𝗵𝗏𝗁, or variety store, just a few doors down from Antonio's house, held an open tobacco case full of candy. "Is that you, Antonio?" Arnel asked, as a handkerchief-wearing Antonio passed him. "Yes," came Antonio's muffled reply. "Want to buy candy?" Antonio looked at the candies and fingered the coin in his pocket. "Tell you what," Arnel said. "I'll sell you 2 candies for the price of 1. Antonio tossed the coin to Arnel and ate Necco wafers as he walked into class. When the school bell rang, the teachers put Antonio's graduating class of 23 to work, deep cleaning. Antonio didn't mind too badly. He preferred cleaning the school over math equations any day. Students wiped down desks, swept the floor, and polished it with coconut husks. As he banged erasers together outside, creating a cloud of dust, 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗺𝗁 appeared in the hallway. If any girl's name embodied her personality, Grace did. She walked like she was a princess and the school was her palace. Grace's father, Mr. Mijares, owned the tricycle fleet at the station. They lived in a riverfront hacienda, whose driveway alone was about as long as Antonio's family farm. Today she had her hair up in a bouffant, like the latest style, and her creamy Chinese mestiza skin glowed. "That's a good idea," she said. "What is?" Antonio said. "The handkerchief around your nose." She eyed him curiously. "Is it true? Did you really knock over a 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁𝗁 last night?" "Who told you that?" "I overheard your friend Jose Pineda talking to a boy in my class." "That rat.
he said, gripping the erasers tightly.
I think that was brave of you,
she said. He blinked.
You do? Jose said you had to fight off the 𝗦𝗃𝗏. Well, actually, and that, she said, leaning close, underneath that handkerchief are scratches from your encounter with the 𝗦𝗏.
Bless you, Jose. You're a good friend.
He shrugged. I almost didn't survive, but it was nothing.
Nothing? She squeaked. I think that was something.
Thanks. She handed him a notebook, and he stared at it stupidly.
It's my autograph book, she said. Would you please sign it? If you're not too busy, that is.
She glanced at his powdery white hands and the erasers. He tried to grab the notebook without letting go of the erasers, but they were too much of a handful. The notebook and the erasers slipped. Grace giggled.
I'll get it from you later,
she said. He stood there a good minute with a silly smile on his face. Grace wanted him to sign her autograph book. She thought he was brave. His teacher came out.
Are you about done there, Antonio? There's more to do inside.
Yes, ma'am, Antonio said, floating all the way back to the classroom. 11. The teachers dismissed students early with the admonition to wash behind the ears. They were to return after supper for the graduation ceremony in the schoolyard. As Antonio helped clear dishes from an early supper, a car engine emitted a low rumble outside. Antonio left plates stacked on the table, dodged Trining's disapproving eye, and ran outside to see who it was. On his way, he passed 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏 in the solace, listening to the radio with a peaceful smile. Papa stood in front of the most beautiful car Antonio had ever seen. It was red as a rooster's comb and long and majestic like a boat. Tito Oscar, Papa's younger brother, was leaning against the side of the car. When Tito Oscar saw Antonio, he gestured for him to come over. Ah, you are becoming a man now, Antonio. Look at that mustache. Papa and Antonio exchanged glances. Thankfully, Antonio didn't have to wear the handkerchief anymore, even though he still had some left over. Give the front seat a try, Antonio, Tito Oscar urged. He was 10 years younger than Antonio's father, but Tito Oscar could have passed for his son. His eyes glittered with excitement. Antonio liked him. He always had a smile and knew how to enjoy life. Antonio didn't wait for a second invitation. He ran down to the open door and slipped into the driver's seat. The engine was turned off, but there were keys in the ignition. Go ahead, Tito Oscar said. Fire it up. Papa watched from the opposite window, his face pinched like he was sucking on something sour. Just don't break it, he said. It's not that fragile, Tito Oscar assured them. He showed Antonio how to start the engine. When Antonio turned the key, the car made a wrenching noise. Alarmed, he bumped the steering wheel and set off the horn. Tito Oscar laughed. Papa's frown deepened. What a waste of good money, Papa said. This deal came along and I just had to take advantage of the good price, Tito Oscar said.
What does Alice think of it?
Mama asked as she walked over, wiping her hands on a linen cloth. She was skeptical at first, Tito Oscar said. But then I told her I'd be able to bring her to the hospital quicker than the horse pulled 𝗃𝗏𝗃𝗏. And now she likes the idea. Tita Alice, Tito Oscar's wife, was pregnant with their third child. Their older 2 children were girls. Antonio hoped for a boy cousin this time. Tito Oscar went in to see 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏. Antonio continued to sit in the car, pretending he was racing down the expressway. After a few minutes, Papa, sounding annoyed, said, Antonio, it's time to come in and get ready for your graduation. Tito Oscar came out of the house and leaned his elbows on the open window. You want to ride over to the school later? He asked. We can take 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏 too. Sure, Antonio said. Is that all right, Papa? Papa shrugged. I suppose. 𝗃𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗁𝗏, Tito Oscar said. I'll also need 2 bags of fertilizer. Papa had already turned on his heel. You know where they are. Antonio stroked the steering wheel one more time and got out of the car reluctantly. Someday he wanted to be like Tito Oscar. he'd go for his dreams and make them happen.
Tito Oscar picked Antonio up an hour later. As Tita Alice wasn't feeling very well, she stayed home.
Tito Oscar's daughters, 14-year-old Irene and 7-year-old Christine, came.
Irene sat in the front passenger seat.
"Join your sister in the back, Irene," Tito Oscar said.
"But Papa," Irene said, "that wasn't a very far drive from the house."
"Yes, but it's Antonio's special day, and you can entertain 𝗧𝗏𝗃𝗁." Irene pouted but moved to the back. Antonio helped 𝗧𝗏𝗃𝗁 into the car, one arthritic leg at a time. Once Antonio got him situated, he got in the front passenger seat, sliding his hand over the smooth dashboard leather. He tapped his foot to the music that played on the radio. The car was a marvelous machine. They passed Antonio's classmates who were heading to graduation on foot. A few came in tricycles emblazoned with the colorful 𝗦𝗃𝗏𝗁 Enterprises logo on the back. "Watch this," Tito Oscar said, grinning. He pushed on the horn. It boomed like a barge, making the tricycle swerve and veer to the side. His classmates and their families turned to watch their progress. "Wave, nephew," Tito Oscar said with a laugh. "Your classmates think you're someone famous." Antonio waved and smiled. They found a parking spot beside a battered-looking Jeep, just as 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁, Grace's 16-year-old brother, was pulling in, radio at full blast. His Jeep dated back to World War II, left behind in 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗏 by an American unit, and no longer operable until Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗏𝗺 bought it for his son to work on. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗏 had a metal roof welded on, which had begun to rust over, but it was still a beauty. "Nice set of wheels, Antonio," 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗺 said as he got out of his Jeep. "Thanks," Antonio said. Then he asked casually, "Where's your sister?" He tapped Grace's autograph book in his hand. "Somewhere," 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗺 said, shrugging, still riveted towards Tito Oscar's car. Antonio left Tito Oscar and 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗺 talking about engines and took his grandfather and cousins over to chairs reserved for the audience. Antonio joined Jose at the student seats after he made Irene promise to save 2 spots for his parents. A motorcycle roared into view. Grace sat sideways on the back of 𝗏𝗏 Sandoval's motorcycle. Antonio's heart sank. So much for his high hopes about Grace being impressed with him. A row over, he heard a girl say to another, "I hear they're going steady." The other girl said, "I hear she'll break up with him because she's going to Manila." Jose turned to them. "You're both wrong," he said. "She's Antonio's girlfriend." The girls looked at Antonio and giggled. Jose gave him a thumbs-up sign. Antonio's parents arrived. He half rose in the seat to show them where the girls and 𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏𝗏 were sitting. Tito Oscar, as 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏𝗏𝗏 barangay captain, gave the first speech. He was funny and gave them advice about starting out in life, telling everyone that he was the prime example of why education was so important. Everyone laughed. They knew he didn't go to college, but look at him. He was rich anyway. Antonio's eyes kept drifting shut through the other speakers. 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, the valedictorian, spoke. She was an already quiet girl who became even quieter when her father died 2 years before. She talked about being responsible now that they were high school graduates, and to honor parents by following their advice. Resisting the urge to roll his eyes, he shifted his attention to Grace, a few rows ahead. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 whispered something in her ear, making her giggle. Antonio glowered in his seat. When he heard clapping, he joined in enthusiastically. Yoli was finally done. From the stage, Yoli looked at him sharply before sitting down with the guests of honor. Finally, the principal handed out the diplomas, declared them graduates, and then it was mercifully over. "We made it!" Jose pumped Antonio's hand up and down in a handshake. "No more making cheat sheets for you." Mama embraced Antonio, then looked from him to Jose. "He's just kidding, Mama," Antonio said. Jose said, "What about the time when—" "Hush," Antonio said. "You won't ever let me live that down, will you?" Tito Oscar shook Antonio's hand. "Now that you're done," he said, "you should work for me." "He won't be able to," Papa interjected. "He'll be working for me." Antonio bristled. How could Papa just assume he would just keep working at the farm? "I'd love to work for you, Tito Oscar." Tito Oscar patted Antonio's shoulder. Only if it's all right with your father. Papa scowled. Like I said, he's working for me.
Antonio clenched his jaw. He didn't need Papa to tell him what to do. I need to talk to a classmate, he said, and marched off, just so he didn't say anything rude to his father. Wrapped up in his thoughts, he ran into 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗿𝗄𝗃. Sorry, he muttered. She had shoulder-length hair pulled back loosely and a dusky complexion, one they would call morena. Pretty, but unapproachable. Her dark eyes regarded him haughtily. Great speech, by the way, he added. Oh, she arched her eyebrow. You weren't even listening. Of course I was listening. You were staring at Grace and Timo the whole time. Antonio's mouth fell open. How did you... She smirked. You see a lot of interesting things from the stage. Grace appeared in his line of vision. When he turned to excuse himself, Yoli had already walked back into the crowd. Grace, he called out. She glanced his way and smiled, meeting him halfway. Here's your autograph book, he said. Timo joined them and glared at Antonio. What does he want? Timo asked. He's giving me back my autograph book, Grace explained, taking it from Antonio. Antonio knows how to write? Timo snickered. Oh, Timo, Grace said. Don't be rude. She thanked Antonio and the pair walked off holding hands. Antonio stuffed his hands in his pockets and returned to his family. Papa was talking to his neighbor classmate 𝗧𝗵𝗼𝗺𝗁. Can you work for me? Just until the planting season's over? Why? 𝗧𝗵𝗼𝗺 said, glancing at Antonio. Can't your son help you? I'll hopefully be working at another job, Antonio said. 𝗧𝗵𝗼𝗺 should know what it was like working for one's parents. 𝗧𝗵𝗼 always groused about how his mother used him for free labor at their tiny sari-sari variety store. All right, 𝗧𝗵𝗼𝗺 said. I can help you for 5 more pesos a day than last summer's pay. Antonio thought his father would spit out his dentures. 5 more pesos? My, how he grumbled. But 𝗧𝗵𝗼 simply stood there, just like he did selling candy at school, haggling and biding his time. Eventually, Papa nodded. Well, 𝗧𝗵𝗼, at least I can count on you, even if you aren't a blood relative. He cast a sour glance towards Antonio. Tito Oscar offered Antonio a ride back, but Papa said, It's all right. He's walking with me. Mama got the ride instead. Antonio waited and waited all the way home for a tongue lashing, but Papa was quiet. Finally, just as they reached the house, Papa turned to Antonio and said, You think you're too good for farming now that you've gotten your high school diploma? Antonio just looked ahead. Well, his father demanded. No, Antonio said. It's not that. Then what is it? Antonio shrugged. I don't know. I just know that something better is in store for me. How do you plan to figure it out? I haven't thought that far. I just graduated, Papa. Papa shook his head mournfully and went inside. 12. A week later, on Sunday, Father Sebastian woke to the crowing of a rooster. He waited to hear the familiar clip-clop of horse hooves intersecting with the blare of a car horn just outside his window, the shout of vendors selling the warm and fragrant 𝗧𝗏 soy drink, stall owners setting up their wares in the church courtyard. But no, he heard only the rustling of leaves and the distant barking of a dog. He turned his head to the open window. It framed only blue sky, not a rain-stained stone rampart. And then he remembered. He was no longer in the capital city of Manila. Instead, he had been living in 𝗬𝗏𝗃 for about a week. Beautiful, remote, odd 𝗬𝗏𝗃. A village cursed with evil spirits once a month. An involuntary laugh escaped his lips. Technically, would they be part of his parish too, once a month? When a cloud darkened the window, Father Sebastian bit his lip. A heavenly reproof that he was being irreverent. He made the sign of the cross and murmured his apologies. The sun came out again, its rays dispelling the gloom from his arrival that first day. All this ghost moon night business needn't rule his life. It was just one day of the month. After saying his prayers, he washed in a basin and patted his face dry with a towel. In the mirror, Age stared back at him. He had lines, it seemed, for every road he'd ever taken in his life in the past 65 years. This very well may be his last road. His fingers fumbled nervously over the buttons on his cassock. Chuckling, he realized he was acting like he'd never officiated at Sunday Mass before. He would go down and get a cup of coffee before getting on with his day. He heard a knock and opened the door to Henry, who held a steaming cup of coffee.
"Thank you,"
Father Sebastian said, grateful but a little unsettled. How did this little man know he craved coffee? Henry didn't smile. His face perpetually held a rather sullen expression that Father Sebastian decided he wouldn't take personally. The man was pleasant enough, efficient at any rate, always anticipating the priest's every need. Maybe he had a facial deformity. "Your breakfast is ready," Henry said. Once again the priest thanked him.
"I've been meaning to ask you, Henry, what have other priests done about Ghost Moon Night?"
Henry shrugged.
"Nothing."
"Nothing at all?"
"Well, maybe a few things."
"Like what?"
"They've tried to guilt villagers into sinning less, but it all goes against the grain of tradition."
"Tradition?" The priest frowned. "I don't understand."
"Well, everyone gambles here, and if a wife gets out of line, flirting, for instance, with the cobbler, a man's justified in getting jealous. Everyone sins at one time or another. No one is perfect."
"Of course. Only the Savior was perfect."
"Exactly," Henry said.
"But why shouldn't the Church help encourage a more perfect behavior?"
Henry's scowl deepened.
"Because being righteous all the time is simply impossible."
The irony of Henry's statement struck the priest with such force.
"The sinners would haunt the earth, and the righteous ones would be in heaven,"
Father Sebastian said.
"I still think it's best if we all strive to be good, and not languish with the bad. The Savior showed us the way."
"I will, of course, take your lead, Father," Henry said.
With a little bow, he left the priest. Father Sebastian brought his cup of coffee to the window and slowly sipped from it. The thought that someone at the diocese failed to mention anything about the curse was disturbing. And yet, how could he blame them? This parish still needed a priest. They needed a counterpoint to this curse's darkness. He could be that counterpoint. But then Henry's words returned, and a tide of confusion washed over him. Closing his eyes, he muttered a prayer.
"Father in heaven, if it is thy will, help me know what to do to help the people of 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁. Send me a message or a messenger."
A clattering noise made him open his eyes. Below, a water buffalo pulled a cart into the church courtyard. Father Sebastian watched as the boy who picked him up the first day, Antonio, yes, that was his name, pulled on the reins. Antonio tied up his water buffalo to the posts where villagers could hitch their animals for blessings, then stood by the beast's ear, as though carrying on a conversation. Maybe this teen could help him. Father Sebastian looked up to the heavens with a little nod and smiled. 13. Within a few minutes, the priest entered the chapel. Antonio greeted him with a hearty, "Good morning."
"And a good morning to you, too," Father Sebastian replied. "You seem to be in good spirits."
"That's what Cupid told me, too."
"And Cupid is?"
Father Sebastian asked. "My water buffalo." Antonio looked sheepish. "Well, he didn't exactly talk. He just looked at me kind of funny. Anyway, why shouldn't I feel happy? I finally graduated from high school. Plus, I'm no longer hairy." At his questioning glance, Antonio smiled. "It's a long story." While Antonio covered the altar with a cloth, Father Sebastian prepared his sermon. Then Antonio sat down on a chair beside him. From the priest's vantage point, he had a clear view of the parishioners who were filing in. Antonio provided a whispered commentary. "There's Mrs. Silva," he said, as a stout lady whose hair was pulled back in a tight bun walked in. "She's your parish patroness. She can raise money for whatever you need."
Really?
Yes. In fact, she's trying to buy you a new altar.
What's wrong with the one we have now?
It's not very obvious, but there's a crack in the middle. The last priest had the habit of pounding the altar whenever he wanted to make a point. You're not an altar pounder, are you?
No, not usually.
Mrs. Silva genuflected at the altar steps and approached the priest.
Father 𝗬𝗃𝗁,
she said, pushing up the spectacles on her broad nose, then squeezing his hand.
I'm so sorry I haven't been by to introduce myself. I'm Leonora Silva, at your service. Would it be all right if we put out the altar collection jar today at the chapel entrance?
Of course, Father 𝗬𝗃𝗁 said.
Good. I cannot wait to commission the marble from 𝗏𝗏𝗁, and then afterwards we can focus on the 𝗏𝗃𝗲 fiesta.
And with that, she was gone, back to the front pew, looking very pleased with herself. She handed a large jar to a young girl who proceeded to put the jar in the back on a table. My advice to you, Antonio whispered, is to just get out of Mrs. Silva's way.
I'm beginning to think that. What is a 𝗏𝗃𝗲?
The 𝗏𝗏𝗃 is a swallow. It nests on our cliffs. Many in our village consider the bird to be sacred.
And you don't?
Antonio looked away, then back. I don't know, Father. I used to believe in everything. Your parents tell you one thing and you just believe it without question. But now, he shrugged. I wonder sometimes if all our rituals make a difference. Antonio bit his lip. You won't mention that to anyone, will you? Around here, it's a sin to question our traditions.
Your observation is safe with me, Father 𝗬𝗃𝗁 assured him. In fact, I agree with you wholeheartedly. It's been several years since I lived in the provinces, and I forget that pagan rituals are alive everywhere. The city isn't immune to this. Many in the capital worship worldly idols.
As a couple walked in, Antonio's expression dimmed. The two people coming in right now are 𝗏𝗏𝗺𝗏 and his sister, 𝗦𝗃𝗏𝗁. Juana. I'm surprised to see them here. They never come to church. The pair sat on the very back pew, their arms linked together. Around the woman's neck was a collar and a chain. A family sitting there slid further down the bench. The man's scowl deepened.
What is that around her neck?
Father 𝗬𝗃𝗁 asked. Antonio made a circular gesture at his temple. She's crazy. At the market, she steals butcher knives.
Ah.
There's my family, Antonio said. My parents and my lolo 𝗏𝗏𝗁, my father's father. Behind my lolo is 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. He's the village elder. He's about as old as my lolo, but not quite. I think lolo beats him by a year. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 had the idea of launching the 𝗏𝗃𝗲 fiesta decades ago, when he was the barangay captain. No one reveres the 𝗏𝗃𝗲 more than he does. Every planting season, he leads a pilgrimage to the top of Mount 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏 to deliver offerings.
When is the 𝗏𝗃𝗲 fiesta?
Next month. A tall boy and surly-looking man came in. That's my friend Jose Pineda and his father, Antonio said. He has a basketball scholarship in Manila. Can you tell with his height? Jose's father used to play basketball in college, but he got injured. Jose says he's tried to drink his disappointment away since. A handsome man entered the chapel with a pregnant wife and two young girls. Suddenly, Antonio's voice rose a notch with a hint of pride and excitement. That's my uncle, Oscar Pulido. He owns a successful fishing business, and he's the barangay captain. That's his wife, my tita Alice, and their daughters Irene and Christine. Another family entered, prompting Antonio to say, Speaking of success, there's Mr. Mijares and his family, and his daughter, Grace. The priest looked from Antonio to the young lady and smiled. Then he noticed Mrs. Silva looking pointedly at him and at her watch.
Thank you for the introductions, the priest told Antonio. Shall we start Mass?
When it came time for him to deliver his sermon, Father 𝗬𝗃𝗁 stood up. He had it all planned out, writing some of the points he wanted to talk about on a piece of paper. He realized the paper had slipped out of his cassock pocket. Turning, he saw Antonio holding it up with a question in his eyes. Father 𝗬𝗃𝗁 surveyed the chapel. His gaze lingered on each person for a fraction of a second. He was aware that he was causing a bit of a stir. Turning to Antonio again, he declined the paper with a shake of the head.
Today, the priest said, I shall talk about Ghost Moon Night.
There was a momentary stunned silence. Everyone raised their hands to make the sign of the cross. Antonio stared at Father Sebastian, unable to believe his ears.
More specifically, the priest continued, I would like to address how we can prepare ourselves for Ghost Moon Night.
Another flurry of crosses.
I'm not talking about physical preparedness, Father Sebastian said. I'm talking about spiritual. I've been told that the wicked come back from the grave and haunt this beautiful village. If you were to die tomorrow, would you be among the legion of wicked? Or would you truly rest in peace? Do you cheat your fellow man? If so, it is time to set your life aright. Do you cheat on your wife? It's time to forsake your ways.
The priest mentioned a few more sins, and then he launched on something totally unexpected.
Perhaps, the priest said, if this village spent a bit more time on good deeds, instead of worshipping birds, this village would be better off.
Antonio glanced at 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗏. The old man's eyes burned with anger. When Father Sebastian was done, the parishioners erupted into whispers, all except for Antonio's mother and 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏. Mama nodded approvingly, and 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏 had his usual unconcerned smile. After church, the congregation poured out into the morning heat. Antonio walked over to the chapel entrance to collect the offerings when he heard 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏 say,
That priest doesn't know what or who he's dealing with.
Someone asked, Does that mean we will have to abolish the Kuding fiesta?
The old man scowled.
I will find myself a different church before that happens.
Another asked,
And the langbuan?
Listeners made the sign of the cross. 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏 frowned.
There are stronger forces to reckon with that this priest knows nothing, absolutely nothing about.
Few people stayed behind to shake the priest's hand after Mass. Even fewer people put money in the altar collection jar, which luckily was already half full with bills and coins. Antonio put the vestments away as Father Sebastian hung up his robe.
I didn't do that very diplomatically, did I? The priest said.
As tactfully as he could, Antonio said, I just don't think everyone was ready for that sermon.
I don't know why I said what I did, but I have come to learn over the years that when I'm inspired to say something, I must say it.
Mrs. Silva barricaded the door with her ample figure and practically shoved the collection jar under the parishioners' noses.
If you don't donate, you'll join the Legion of the Wicked, she said.
She left the jar on a table, instructing Antonio to put it away in the vestments cupboard. Then she went outside to talk to Father Sebastian. Antonio went to the vestments room to hang the Mass linen. As he left the room, he ran into his father.
Are you done? Papa asked. We're ready. Lolo's getting restless.
I can go as soon as I put away. Antonio's words trailed off. The chapel was empty. And so was the altar collection jar.
The money was here,
Antonio muttered to himself, searching around the little table, near the holy water receptacle, and out in the foyer, but he couldn't find it. He wiped the perspiration forming on his brow. Where could the money be? Mrs. Silva returned shortly.
On second thought, Antonio, let me count the money first. Then you can store it. If we're close enough to the amount, maybe I can cajole the marble makers into scouting a slab for me sooner.
It's gone, Antonio said.
What do you mean it's gone?
Mrs. Silva said.
Antonio, where is the money?
Father Sebastian came in.
What's the matter?
Mrs. Silva pointed an accusing finger at Antonio.
This young man stole the altar money.
14.
I didn't steal it,
Antonio said. Mrs. Silva tapped her foot impatiently on the floor.
Then where is it?
Antonio scratched his head.
I don't know. It was here, and then it wasn't here.
They searched again. When they came up empty-handed, everyone looked at Antonio.
I didn't steal it,
he told Father Sebastian.
There's only one way to find out.
Mrs. Silva pinned him with her gaze.
Empty your pockets.
Antonio did so. Mrs. Silva looked around, then told Antonio's father,
Could you please do the same?
Papa had a few things, some coins, but not the coins, chiclet gum, and his handkerchief, but no altar fund. Finally, the priest called off the search.
I suggest you call the constable,
Mrs. Silva said. Father Sebastian escorted Mrs. Silva to the foyer. I will take care of it. Why don't you go home and get some rest? The priest stood there pensively for a long moment. Odd, isn't it, that the money should disappear like that? I can keep helping you find it, Antonio offered. No, that's all right. Your family is waiting, but thank you. Antonio sat on the bench of the water buffalo cart outside in the church courtyard, feeling more aggravated by the minute. 𝗧𝗲𝗁𝗍 sat beside him, while his parents stared him down.
I swear I didn't take the money,
he said.
You shouldn't swear,
Mama said. Antonio turned to 𝗧𝗲𝗁𝗍.
You believe me, don't you, 𝗧𝗲𝗁𝗍?
𝗧𝗲𝗁𝗍 nodded, wiping his mouth with a trembling finger.
My Apo is a good boy.
We'd better go, Romy,
Mama said.
Your father's had a long day.
Papa cast another sour glance at Antonio, then got in the cart. When they arrived at the house, Antonio helped 𝗧𝗲𝗁𝗍 into the living room to listen to the radio. Antonio was ready to escape to his room when 𝗧𝗲𝗁𝗍 said, Apo, grandson.
Yes, 𝗧𝗲𝗁𝗍.
Can you, please, turn it up?
Antonio's frown disappeared.
Of course, 𝗧𝗲.
He turned up the volume and took a seat by his grandfather. 𝗧𝗲𝗁𝗍 smiled.
Thank you.
You're welcome, he said. Bowing his head, he whispered,
I'm glad you think I'm good for something. Sometimes I don't feel like I'm good enough. I'm always letting people down.
He couldn't stop the words as they flowed out.
I try to be a good son, but Papa never seems to notice that I'm trying. When I do help, instead of thanking me for the job I did, he tells me that I could have worked a lot longer. I try to be a good friend, but I just pretend to be happy when Jose tells me his good news. And we know I failed miserably at being a good altar boy.
𝗧𝗲𝗁𝗍 reached out a trembling hand and patted Antonio's head.
You're a good boy.
It reminded Antonio of the times when, as a little boy, he'd follow his 𝗧𝗏 around on his carpenter jobs. Antonio would make something out of scrap wood, and 𝗧𝗏𝗁𝗍 would praise his creation. But sometimes his work of art fell apart. 𝗧𝗏𝗁𝗍 always made Antonio feel better with a pat on the head and a centavo coin for a sweet.
Thanks, 𝗧𝗏,
Antonio said. Suddenly, it didn't matter that no one else in the world believed in him, so long as 𝗧𝗏𝗁𝗍 did. As he left 𝗧𝗏𝗁𝗍 in the salas, he heard his parents talking in Mama's sewing room. We'll eat dinner after the cockfight, Papa said.
Romy, you've already gambled away our last bit of money.
Oscar is entering his prize cock, 𝗧𝗏𝗀. He's a sure win, and besides, I promised Oscar that as his brother, I would go support him. Mama said.
Will he pay your gambling debts too? What if you lose again?
Did you not hear me? 𝗧𝗏𝗀 will win.
That's what you said the last time.
Don't worry. Oscar said he'll loan me money.
No more loans, please?
𝗧𝗏𝗀 is sure to win, Papa insisted. Antonio sighed. Another night of bickering. He started to go to his room, but Mama said his name. He poked his head in the doorway of the sewing room.
Are you going with your father to the cockfight tonight?
Mama asked. Mama seldom went anymore, but Antonio usually did with Papa. He nodded.
I was planning on it. Make sure he quits while he's ahead.
Ay, Nakul, Papa said. Margarita? Antonio looked at his mother, sitting at her sewing machine on the Sabbath day of rest, working, always working.
He couldn't remember when the last time was he heard her laugh, really enjoy herself, or when the last time was that he'd seen her do nothing. His glance took in her prominent collarbone and thin frame, the permanent squint from threading one too many needles, the veins bulging on the back of her hand. "I'll do my best," he said. Before the cockfight, Papa left for a quick errand. Antonio listened to the radio with 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗺𝗁 while waiting. When he returned, Papa carried a burlap bag into the house and took it to Mama's sewing room.
"Margarita," Papa said, "I brought you a sliver of pork and malunggay leaves for dinner."
Antonio couldn't make out Mama's response, but it was good to hear Papa say,
"I'm sorry. I know you worry about money. Oscar bought some fertilizer from me and he gave me a little extra. I wanted you to know that."
Papa came out with a burlap bag in hand.
"Let's go, son."
Cockfight night was an occasion for many families. Men brought their wives and children. Some brought women who were not their wives. The covered pavilion sat on the edge of town, flanked on all sides by vendor stalls that ruined the idyll of the forest backdrop. When Antonio was younger, he liked coming to the cockfight with his father. Everyone ruffled his hair and patted him on the back. Father always bought him corn nuts or Kropek shrimp chips. "Pick the winner," his father would say. If Antonio picked a winner, his father hugged and made a fuss over him. But if he picked a loser, his father sulked for days. Eventually, Papa stopped asking. Tito Oscar had already arrived. He sat on a second-row bench watching 𝗃𝗲𝗁, his trainer, blow rings of cigar smoke at 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗺𝗁. Tito Oscar beckoned Antonio over and patted the empty bench space beside him. "Would you look at 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗺?" a beaming Tito Oscar said. "I bred him specially from a line of champions." His uncle's enthusiasm started to rub off on him. 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗺's graceful white plumage made Antonio think of a woman's long hair. Papa would get the last word over Mama. 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗺 would surely win. Antonio's father waved to get the attention of the Cristo, the man who kept track of wagers. The Cristo held wads of peso bills folded in his hand and wore a pocketed apron bulging with coins. Papa held out the burlap bag, and for a moment, Antonio wondered if he was bartering vegetables. But no, they were coins. Enough to wager with. Enough to get something of worth. Like a marble altar. "Papa!" Antonio called out hoarsely. Papa ignored Antonio. The Cristo snatched the bag. Antonio wished he had the gumption to tell him to give it back. He stood up, just as 𝗃𝗲𝗁 delivered 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗺𝗺 into the ring and unsheathed the long sparring blade attached to the rooster's heel. Tito Oscar and Papa had their backs towards him, intent on the duel. Disgusted, Antonio made his way out of the building. Outside, Antonio crouched to the ground, scratching at the dirt like the roosters did, tasting despair in the roof of his mouth. The sultador's call for the match to begin blared from the pavilion. The audience shrieked. They howled for bloodletting and death, calling out 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗺 as the llamado, or the cock favored to win. Antonio imagined the cocks strutting in a circle, generations of fighting blood pulsing in their veins. The roosters would kick at each other, their spurs slashing into a soft belly. There would be a scattering of feathers and a flapping of wings, spectators' contorted faces egging them on, the smell of blood and money mingling in the pit. The crowd gasped, then fell silent. Antonio raised his head and waited for that rousing cheer for 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗺, but it never came. He ran inside, pushing his way through the crowd, and was shoved back, but still kept on pushing. There, 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗺 lay on the bloody ground, lifeless. Tito Oscar and Papa dropped Antonio off at the house on their way to some place they did not invite him to. He didn't ask where they were headed, and he didn't really care. Tito Oscar said goodbye. Papa remained silent. Mama peered at Papa's face through the car windshield. Weariness crept into her features. Then she turned on her heel and went back into the house. Antonio followed her into the sewing room, where a pile of fabric was strewn around the machine.
Mama took up her post at her machine once again.
How was the cockfight?
Antonio stuffed his hands in his pockets.
Papa lost. I'm sorry I made you go.
It was worth a try. Then he said, Mama? Antonio wanted to share his suspicions about Papa and the altar money.
What?
She asked. But then, what would that accomplish? Papa would probably be sent to jail, and the burden of paying back the money would fall on Mama.
Nothing,
he said.
Do you mind delivering a dress to 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗺𝗁 for me tomorrow, Antonio?
Mama asked. No, I can do that. Antonio glanced at a nearly finished white dress hanging on a rod attached to the wall. Over the years of being around Mama's projects, he could tell how much more would be needed to complete this one. It needed hemming and finishing of the seams along the neckline. In the light of the overhead bulb, the sequins glittered in rainbow prisms. Who's the dress for? He asked.
𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗺𝗁,
Mama said. She'll look beautiful in it. Mama raised an eyebrow. Do you like her? Well, she's pretty and rich. What's not to like?
There's more to a girl than that, Antonio.
Of course I wouldn't like anyone who had straw for her brain. I have more sense than that. What's the dress for? Her wedding to Timo?
It's for the 𝗃𝗃 fiesta. Her last public appearance before she heads to Manila.
I thought, Antonio mused, after the priest's sermon, that wouldn't be happening this year.
Of course not. What gave you that idea? Not holding the 𝗃𝗃 fiesta would be like not celebrating Christmas.
I can't see Tandang Lino canceling it, Antonio agreed. Mama started sewing, her brows furrowed in concentration, clamping pins between her lips as she took them off the fabric. She gave him a vague wave, indicating she was done talking. Leaning over the window ledge in his bedroom, Antonio breathed in lungfuls of air, trying to get rid of the evening's grimness. He put his hand in his pocket and took out an object, a white, downy feather with specks of red. After Tito Oscar gathered Hilario in his arms, Antonio had grabbed the feather from the bloodied ground. He blew on the feather. It remained aloft for one long moment, then disappeared into the darkness. 15. Loud voices woke Antonio. He opened his eyes to a dark night sky. Creeping out of bed, he looked out. In the dull glow of lamplight that spilled from their solace onto the front stoop, Antonio recognized his neighbors. Some held burning torches, some held flashlights. He heard Mama say,
I'll wake him up.
When Mama appeared in his bedroom doorway, Antonio said, Are you turning me in?
What?
For the altar money? She gave him a sharp look.
Why? Did you steal it?
No, I swear.
This isn't about you or the altar money.
Oh, he unclenched his fist.
What then?
𝗏𝗵𝗲𝗺𝗁 has been murdered by his sister.
Shock rippled through Antonio. He knew 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁 was crazy, but crazy enough to kill the hand that feeds her.
Your father and uncle found 𝗏𝗏𝗼𝗻 stabbed and lying face down in the river,
Mama said.
𝗃𝗏𝗁 was crouched over him, holding a bloody knife. She tried to attack them, then ran off into the trees. Unfortunately, they couldn't find her. Your father said to send for you to join the search party.
Antonio wearily lifted the 𝗃𝗏𝗼𝗃𝗁 mosquito net and slipped his flip-flops on. First, Antonio stopped at his friend Jose's house. He threw a pebble into an open bedroom window. Moments later, Jose appeared. What's the big idea, waking up a working man? Sorry to interrupt your dreams of urinals. Jose yawned. What do you want?
There's a search party going on for 𝗦𝗃𝗁. She killed her brother.
Jose's eyes bulged. I knew it was just a matter of time. Are you coming then? I doubt my father will let me. Wait here. Antonio peered around Jose's cluttered room, waiting and hoping it wouldn't take long. But it didn't. Jose returned right away. He's asleep, so let's just go, Jose said. And look what I got from the kitchen. He held out a garlic clove. You fool, Antonio said.
We're not fighting a vampire. Have you seen her lately?
Antonio conceded.
You have a good point, but I'm not putting a stake through her heart. What will we do? You can recite math equations to her until she falls asleep. Works for me in math class.
Eventually, everyone returned to the clearing. No one had seen 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁. Papa joined them. He had scratch marks on his face and a huge gash wound on his ear.
Here's a weapon,
Papa said, handing Antonio a shotgun.
Only shoot to injure if she gives you trouble.
Antonio nodded.
Do you have another gun? Jose asked.
No, Papa said.
You'll have to share.
The men fanned out, leaving Antonio and Jose to pair up. Don't worry, Antonio assured Jose. If she's running after you, I'll try to shoot her, not you.
With my luck, Jose said, you'll shoot me instead.
Carrying a flashlight, Jose walked alongside Antonio.
Under 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁's hut, a gargantuan sow lifted her head, peering up at them with her little pink-rimmed eyes, snorting twice.
She looks like she's been crying for her master,
Jose said. I highly doubt that, Jose snorted back. Suddenly, Antonio held up a hand. Shh. Do you hear that?
What?
Antonio gestured for him to be quiet. Music drifted out of the hut window. He exchanged glances with Jose.
It's music,
Jose whispered.
Yes, from the record player I told you about.
Antonio took a deep breath and walked to the open door. He pushed it open further, and it creaked on its hinges. Then he stepped inside. The uneven bamboo floor groaned loudly. He nodded for Jose to flash the light into the living room while he clutched the shotgun tightly in his hands. The arc of light showed furniture and piles, lizards skittering, a tall stack of books, plates of rancid food, a record player.
Shine it back there again,
Antonio said.
Where?
Yes, right there, against the wall. The record player sat on a table. A record revolved on it. Antonio recognized the song, a Tagalog version of By the Light of the Silvery Moon. Jose reached across and turned the record player off with a click. There, it's off. The song kept playing. Just the voice, no accompaniment.
Why won't that turn off?
Jose asked.
You just turned it off, didn't you?
Antonio said. The hair on the back of his neck rose.
So, if that's not the record player, who's singing?
Jose asked. The pair turned around at the same time. Jose trained the light on the wall next to the window. It skimmed the wall, a shelf, a table, and a woman's white blouse. The ray of light returned to the cloth and to 𝗦𝗃𝗁's grinning visage. 16. 𝗦𝗃𝗁 cackled.
Do you like my singing?
The gun, Antonio,
Jose whispered. In her hand, 𝗦𝗃𝗁 held a knife.
But she's not threatening us,
Antonio said.
I say let's just tackle her. Are you crazy?
Jose said.
Fine.
Antonio raised the shotgun to his shoulder, putting 𝗦𝗃𝗁 in its sight. His fingers shook against the trigger. 𝗦𝗃𝗁's eyes widened, like a trapped animal's. She took 2 steps back, crashing against the wall and dropping the knife. She crossed her arms in front of her face.
No, Juana is scared.
She dropped the knife, Antonio told Jose. Go pick it up. Jose shook his head.
I'm not going anywhere near her. What if she bites me? Just get the knife. All right, I'm going to do it.
Jose took a couple of steps closer to 𝗦𝗃𝗁, then practically dove for the knife. As he fell on the floor, the stack of books teetered and crashed over Jose. A trembling 𝗦𝗃𝗁 still huddled against the wall. Antonio set the shotgun on the floor and unburied his friend. Jose emerged with the knife.
I have it.
He paused, flashing the light on the floor behind Antonio. The question is, who has the shotgun? and then the wall near the window.
And where's 𝗦𝗲𝗰𝗿𝗄?
Outside, the yard blazed with lit torches and flashlights arcing in wild patterns. Men spoke in urgent tones.
"What possessed you in there?"
Jose asked Antonio.
"You should have shot her."
"I don't know," Antonio shrugged.
"That look in her eyes? She was scared, not bent on killing us."
Papa approached them. "We'll take care of this. Why don't you both go on home?" Red rimmed Papa's eyes. For the first time, Antonio realized how close Papa must have been to 𝗏𝗃𝗺𝗁. By the time Antonio came home, Mama had already gone to bed, and all the lights had been turned off. Before going to bed, he decided he needed to use the outhouse. As his eyes adjusted in the darkness, he could make out the pile of pots and pans washed for the day on the table. The pans smelled of soap and dripped on the floor. He unlocked the door to the backyard. The ground felt warm under his bare feet. Entering the first of 2 stalls made from lashed bamboo, he conducted his business whistling nervously. A low whistle, joined in, harmonized. Pulling up his pants with a snap, he unlocked the outhouse door. Click, clang. The sound reverberated throughout his stall. His fingers shook as he pushed slightly on the door and peered outside, then closed it again.
"Just open the door and run towards the house."
He pushed, but this time the door wouldn't move. Something, or someone, was blocking it. Perspiration soaked his shirt. He shoved the door open, sending 𝗏𝗏𝗺𝗁 sprawling on her back. Jumping over her, Antonio crossed the dirt yard. Behind him, she couldn't keep up, but he could hear her grunting with the exertion. Antonio reached the back door and locked it. Then he ran into his parents' bedroom, waking Mama up.
"𝗏𝗏𝗺𝗁 is outside,"
Antonio said. He started to kneel under the bed.
"I need one of Papa's guns."
Mama sat bolt upright.
"Papa has all of them,"
she said. They froze at the sound of knocking on the back door. Antonio and Mama looked at each other.
"Where's Lolo?"
she asked.
"Make sure he's safe."
"I will," Antonio said, running to his grandfather's bedroom. It was empty. Antonio ran to the kitchen where 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗍𝗁 held the door open. Beyond him, 𝗏𝗏𝗁's wild hair stood in grotesque relief. She had her eye on the pile of knives on the counter. 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗍𝗁 turned to Antonio and smiled. "See who's come to visit." 𝗏𝗏𝗁 smiled too. For one brief moment, her face was transformed into a pretty face, and then she looked at Antonio and snarled. "Mama," Antonio murmured, "go get 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗍𝗁." "But she just got here," 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗍𝗁 said. Antonio pulled his grandfather's arm and escorted him towards Mama, who led him down the hall. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 had picked up a knife and was admiring her reflection on the blade.
"I'm a pretty girl,"
she sang out before stabbing the counter. Antonio ran across the kitchen floor. His foot struck the wet spot where the pans dripped water, and he had to catch himself. He skidded to a halt and turned. "Come on, pretty girl. Catch me if you can." She lumbered after him, graceful as a gorilla. She slid, and her arm knocked the pile of pans on the counter. Like cymbals, they echoed as they fell on the floor. One of them, the big pot they used for rice, hit her on the forehead. Antonio watched for a long moment to make sure she was out cold. From behind Antonio came the sound of footsteps. Papa appeared at his side, hefting his shotgun. Papa raised the shotgun and pointed it at 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗁. A commotion ensued in the doorway. 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗍𝗁 shuffled forward and touched Papa's sleeve. "Romy? No." "She murdered 𝗏𝗏𝗺𝗁," Papa said. "She isn't right in her head." Papa kept her in the gun's sight for a long moment. He took a deep breath. Lowering the gun, he said to Antonio, "Help me tie her up, son. Then call the constable." 17. The constable arrested 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗍𝗁 and took her to the mental hospital in Nugget. It was strange to not see her at her brother's wake. They were always together.
Papa, Mama, Tito Oscar, Trining, Lolo Sonny, Father Sebastian, and Antonio came to 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿𝗁's house to pay their last respects.
So did several dozen, probably, lured by the free food which Tito Oscar paid for. Jose had to work. All of 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿𝗁's belongings had been moved out of the house, including the record player. Antonio wondered who had taken it and where it had gone, but he thought it would be bad form to ask so quickly after the owner's death.
Their servant Trining brought in a basket of 𝗦𝗲𝗰𝗿𝗁 fruit.
Antonio couldn't will himself to eat any. He kept expecting 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿 to wake from the dead and berate him. Antonio caught her glance and moved away before she could recruit him to serve more food on the table. As he made his escape, he bumped into the coffin, nearly falling against 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿's bloated, powdered face.
"Antonio,"
Papa scolded, "be careful."
Antonio tried to pry his eyes off 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿, but he couldn't look away.
The dead man's orange makeup melted in the heat, staining the cotton stuffed in his nostrils. His thin lips formed a snarl, and his white burial shirt couldn't conceal a sunken chest. On his stomach, his withered hands resembled claws locked together. A necklace of curious workmanship, a seashell attached to a heavy black thread, encircled his neck. Amidst the heavy scent of calachuchi flowers that masked a sour, embalming smell, Antonio caught a whiff of 𝗦𝗲𝗁𝗁 and a voice that said, "You still owe me." He backed quickly from the coffin, then bumped into Tito Oscar. "Steady," his uncle said. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Antonio assured him. "Sorry, I just need fresh air." He hurried outside where Papa stood talking to Constable Martillo. "There's our brave hero," the constable said.
"Yes,"
Papa said, chest puffing out like a rooster.
"What can I say? He takes after me."
"No, Papa, I'm no thief." Antonio's tongue itched. Not trusting himself, Antonio went back into the house. He saw Father Sebastian standing at the food table and joined him. "How are you getting on?" Antonio asked.
"Well enough,"
Father Sebastian said, but his tone said otherwise. Antonio studied the priest's face, then picked up 2 slices of jamón, plateful of pancit noodles, and 5 pieces of lumpia egg roll. "Are you really well?" The priest nodded.
"I've never been fed as well as I have, and everyone has been nice. However, there has been one thing weighing on my mind. Henry tells me that he'll be taking a trip to visit some relatives soon."
He cleared his throat.
"He'll be gone on Ghost Moon Night."
Antonio dipped a lumpia in sauce and took a crunchy, flaky bite. As long as he's not on the road, he should be fine.
"Henry showed me how to close the windows, batten the hatches, so to speak. There are so many of them."
"I can help you," Antonio offered. "I can even stay the night if you like." He took a handful of the still warm noodles, cabbage, carrot, and shrimp, and took a bite. Delicious.
"Oh, but that would be such an imposition."
"Let me help you, Father," Antonio said. "It's really not a bother."
"Very well, Antonio. I would be most grateful."
Just then, a man entered the house. He stood in the doorway, a broad-brimmed hat shielding his face. When he took off the hat, Antonio took a step back, startled.
Trining clapped her hands over her mouth.
"What is it?"
Mama asked.
"It's 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿𝗁 come to hunt us,"
Trining whispered.
There indeed was 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿𝗁 in the flesh, except meaner looking. Tito Oscar broke the ice, chuckling. "Everyone, meet 𝗬𝗏𝗻's cousin, 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗄. Isidro nodded, unsmiling. Then he walked over to the coffin. "In life, you wouldn't welcome me, cousin," Antonio heard him mutter. "Now you don't have a choice." Papa approached him.
"So, you got my telegram?"
Isidro eyed Papa with distaste.
"Yes, I got your telegram. Some friend you are, Antonio Pulido,
for wanting to buy your friend's land with him not even buried." Papa's face turned red.
"Romy,"
Mama whispered, taking his arm.
"and how is this going to happen? We haven't any money."
"Oscar," Papa said. Mama pursed her lips. Antonio went back to the food table for another helping of pancit noodles. Isidro came over and piled rice and at least 3 spoonfuls of adobo stew on his plate, while Trining looked on, open-mouthed. Papa and Tito Oscar joined him. "Thank you for considering our offer," Tito Oscar said. "We've had an offer on the land," Isidro replied. "One too big to refuse. We're prepared to match that." "It's too late. I already accepted the offer." "Is it finalized?" Tito Oscar asked. "No, but—" Papa frowned. "Furman gave us his blessing." Tito Oscar touched Papa's arm. "Romy," he said, "why don't we wait to talk about this until after the funeral? We'll be in touch, Isidro." "There's nothing to talk about," Isidro said. He moved away and stood by himself against the wall with his heaping plateful. Father Sebastian talked to him briefly, then Isidro left the house. The adult spoke in hushed whispers. "Come, help me clear," Trining told Antonio. Antonio followed her to the table. He pinched some pancit and popped it in his mouth.
"Hey, Naku, Antonio,"
she said.
"you're making a mess."
Picking up empty plates and glasses, he asked, "How did 𝗏𝗲𝗺𝗿 and Papa become good friends in the first place?" "When they were little boys, their fathers were friends," Trining said. "Your Lolo Sonny and Fermin's father spent hours together, just roaming the mountains and fishing. They were both friendly and included anyone in their circle of friends. That trait skipped the next generation, I can tell you that. But your Papa and 𝗏𝗏𝗺𝗺 still ended up friends." "And Isidro Abad, did he grow up here too?" "He left as soon as he could. Furman felt his cousin was trying to worm his way into his father's good graces. Furman wanted all the land to himself. He got it in his lifetime, but now he can't take it with him, can he?" The next day at 𝗏𝗏𝗺𝗺𝗺's funeral, Antonio stood with his family and Father Sebastian at the edge of the Abad family vault. The brown casket, paid for by Tito Oscar, gleamed in the sun. As the men lowered it into place, Papa tripped, dropping his corner. The cover fell open. Papa rearranged 𝗏𝗏𝗺𝗺𝗺, including the seashell pendant dangling from his neck. Then Papa put the cover back in place. Father Sebastian officiated a brief funeral service, just as the clouds gathered and raindrops began to fall. Antonio watched his father brush raindrops from his face, but they just might have been tears. 18. Rain poured as Antonio drove the family homeward in the cart from 𝗏𝗏𝗺𝗺𝗺's funeral. Occasionally lightning slashed the sky and thunder boomed. The cart wheels slipped on the muddy ground. Twice, Antonio had to jump out and push so they could get unstuck. At their house, he helped Lolo Sonny change into dry clothes and seated him next to the radio while Mama heated up some soup. Antonio turned the radio on, but no sound came. He thumped the side of the cabinet twice, but still nothing. A frown formed between Lolo Sonny's brows. "It's not working," Antonio told his grandfather. "Watch, I'll get it going." Lolo Sonny smiled and passed a trembling finger across his lips. Antonio thumped on the side, but it still didn't work. He pulled the radio away from the wall and checked the wiring. The electric plug left a black residue on his hand and smelled of burnt plastic. "Probably from the lightning," he murmured. For the next several minutes, he tried to plug it in and turn it on, without success. He pushed the radio back against the wall and turned to Lolo Sonny. "I'll see if they have a part at the store. Do you want to come with me and listen to the jukebox at Alingdona's?" Lolo Sonny nodded. "In this rain?" Mama called out from the other room. Antonio looked out the window at the drizzle. "It's easing up, Mama," Antonio said, popping into the sewing room. Lowering his voice, he said, "Do you have any ideas how Lolo can get his music?" "No," Mama said. "You're right. Thank you for doing that." By the time Antonio and 𝗧𝗏𝗃𝗏 reached 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁's restaurant, the rain had stopped. He took 𝗧𝗏𝗃𝗏 into the restaurant where 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁 greeted them.
Out to treat your Lolo to lunch?
𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁 said. Our radio broke, Antonio said. I thought Lolo could stay here and listen to music while I get a part for the radio. He reached into his pocket, pulling out 5-peso bills, precious money he'd saved from all the times he'd chopped wood for a neighbor. It didn't feel as bad as he thought it would as he handed it to 𝗦𝗃𝗁. Could you please give him a bowl of mommy soup and play some music for him with the leftover money? 𝗦𝗃𝗁 took 𝗧𝗏𝗁's arm and waved Antonio away.
Don't you worry, I'll take care of him.
Antonio's first memory of Sandoval's as a little boy was of him standing at the doorway, gazing at everything. At the bags of fragrant champoy that made his mouth water, Bulacan pastries, pastillas de ube, de leche, and llama balls, wrapped in jewel-colored cellophane, sampalok or tamarind candy, hopia, egg cracklets, powdered sugar in straws, kropek. One shelf brimmed over with school supplies, paper, pencils, lick-on stickers, and rulers. Another shelf held pairs of flip-flops, stacks of little colored cups, and a pile of handkerchiefs. Mama had given him 10 centavos, and he splurged it on a little duck toy that broke as soon as they got home. Years later, as Antonio stood there in Sandoval's entryway, he thought of how frayed the store had become. Sandoval's had no competition and didn't even have to try to be good. Many spots on the shelves gaped empty. Dirty windows blocked the light from outside. A thick layer of dust covered flimsy-looking trinkets. Nobody sat behind the counter, which was usually the case when he stopped in at Sandoval's. He set the radio on the counter and moved his hand to ring the bell when he froze. Behind the counter sat a Philco record player. He heard a loud ring and realized he'd slammed his hand hard on the bell.
I'm coming,
Timo said as he came in from the back, a folded-up newspaper in his hand. Antonio wondered, not for the first time, why Grace liked him. Well, Timo said, if it isn't Manure Boy. Is that record player for sale? Antonio asked. Timo glanced behind the counter. It's in the store, isn't it? How did you get it? I didn't steal it with altar money, that's for sure. Antonio clenched his fists.
Can't you answer me straight? I just want to know if it was 𝗏𝗏𝗺𝗻's. A cousin of his came in, yes. He just wanted to get rid of 𝗏𝗏𝗺𝗻's junk, like the record player.
How much are you selling it for? More than you can afford. How much? Antonio repeated. That would be 800 pesos. 800? Antonio repeated, the numbers swirling in his head. But it's not new. Listen, Timo said. Are you going to buy anything, or are you just full of questions? I came to get a new part for a transistor radio. What happened to it? It burnt out in the lightning storm. Well, you're out of luck. Once that's fried, you'll have to replace the whole thing. You might as well buy a new one. Antonio's eyes narrowed. Don't believe me? Timo said. Ask my father. He used to fix radios. Timo called his father in. Mr. Sandoval looked at the radio, fiddled with it for a few minutes, then looked up. Sorry, Antonio, but this radio is dead. It can't be fixed? Antonio said. It's not like the langbuan, Mr. Sandoval said. It won't come back to life, no matter what you do. Antonio left Sandoval's in a daze. He put the radio in the back of the cart and went to collect 𝗧𝗏𝗁𝗃𝗏's from 𝗦𝗃𝗍𝗁's. He thought of the record player. How nice it would be to just play Lolo's favorite music when he wanted.
I'm glad you're here,
𝗦𝗃𝗍𝗁 greeted him.
I played 2 songs for your grandfather a while back, and he's getting restless.
Antonio thanked her and helped 𝗧𝗏𝗁𝗃𝗏 to the cart. He noticed that 𝗧𝗏𝗁𝗃𝗏 walked slower and could hardly get into the cart without a lot of exertion. Something wrong, 𝗧𝗏𝗁𝗃𝗏? Just my bones. Getting old. Knee hurting. Antonio patiently waited for 𝗧𝗏𝗁𝗃𝗏 to get in.
What did you find out? Mama asked when they got home. Mr. Sandoval looked at the radio and said it couldn't be fixed, Antonio said. Oh, no. She shook her head as she unspooled thread for her machine. Antonio spent the afternoon fixing Cupid's pen. Afterwards, as he came in, Mama asked him to fetch 𝗧𝗏𝗃𝗁. Antonio found his grandfather in the solace, turning the radio knob. He turned bewildered eyes towards Antonio. It's not working, remember, Lolo? Antonio asked gently. It's time to eat, Po. I will. Several minutes passed. Antonio went outside to wash up. At the dining table, Mama looked worried. Where is your grandfather? Training ran in. Ate, she told Mama. Please, come. They all ran out to the chicken coop, where 𝗧𝗏𝗁𝗁 sat inside on his haunches. A hen sat on his head. Come out now, please, Papa coaxed 𝗧𝗏𝗁𝗁. No, 𝗧𝗏𝗁𝗁 said. Papa turned to Antonio and demanded to know, What's wrong with your grandfather? He has to have music, Antonio said, or he goes crazy. The radio broke today. Then fix it. They don't sell just the part at the store, Papa. We'd have to replace the entire radio. We can't afford that. Tito Oscar can. Let me work for him, Papa. No, Papa said. Let's leave Oscar out of this. The last thing I want is for us to be indebted to him. Why don't you want him to help us? Antonio asked. He's loaned me money several times, and I've yet to repay him, all right? Fine, Antonio said. We could buy 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁𝗁𝗁's old record player. Papa's head swiveled. What? 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁𝗁𝗁's old record player is for sale at Sandoval's. Antonio turned to Mama. It's our best alternative. We can play music any time of the day. And how much is this player? Mama asked. 800 pesos. Papa muttered under his breath while Mama shook her head. Impossible, she said. You know we don't have that kind of money. We can't keep taking him to Alindona's, Antonio said. 𝗧𝗏𝗁𝗁 has a hard time climbing in the cart. He took a deep breath. Listen, Mama and Papa. I can do it. I'll get a job. I'll save every bit. I bet I can do it in 6 months. 6 months is a lifetime. Besides, we don't need a record player, just a radio. Antonio persisted. 6 months to raise the money. Maybe I can do it sooner, who knows? I want to get him the record player. Then he wouldn't have to listen to Elvis Presley. Papa shook his head. You're a fool. You have no idea how hard it is to earn money. It will take years, and I need you here. Mama intervened. Romy, let him try. He can work both places. Maybe he can arrange to make payments so we can get the record player sooner. You see what happens without music? She gestured at 𝗧𝗏𝗁𝗁𝗁, who was being pecked by a cross hen. Mama reached in to shoo the chicken away. 𝗧𝗏𝗁𝗁𝗁 took her hand and started to come out. What about the farm? Papa asked. I'll help when I can, Antonio promised. Allah, Papa said. That is not enough. I can see right through you. It's just another excuse for you not to work here. Papa, Antonio said, look at 𝗧𝗏𝗁𝗁𝗁. Is this how you want him to be every day? 𝗧𝗏𝗁𝗁𝗁 blinked. Little tufts of feathers covered his bald head. Music, he said. Papa didn't say anything for a long moment. To Antonio, he said, You have 6 months. The sooner the better. As Papa walked away, Mama and Antonio smiled at each other. Thank you, Antonio told his mother later when they went inside. Your father can be hard-headed sometimes. She glanced at her sewing room door. Can you do me a favor? Anything. Can you please deliver Grace's dress to her house? Gladly, Antonio said with a grin. 19. Grace Mijar's 2-story adobe house stood on a sprawling hacienda. Majestic coconut trees towered overhead, and colorful butterflies flit about the hibiscus bushes lining the driveway.
Antonio drove Cupid to the house, tethered him to a hitching post, and walked up a path to the front door. After he knocked, a gray cat came up the driveway and rubbed its fur against his legs. "Well, hello there," Antonio said, crouching to pet it. The cat purred, or maybe he heard hunger pangs. The poor thing looked like it could use a meal or two. A female servant holding a broom opened the door. "I have a delivery for 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗺𝗁, Antonio said. The cat tried to squeeze past the servant, but the servant blocked it with her broom. "𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗺 says no cats in the house." To Antonio, she said, "Wait here, please." She closed the door, but a moment later it came unlatched and swung open. The spacious living room had 3 sets of furniture, one by a large window that overlooked a river, and 2 that formed their own larger seating area near the door. Antonio imagined parties here. Guests gathered around the grand piano that stood center stage, waited upon by servants. But then he also imagined a fun childhood, running through the back fields, catching dragonflies along the reeds in the sparkling water. Did Grace only sit on the sala sets, or did she explore the world beyond? The cat meowed and bounded inside. "Oh no," Antonio whispered. "You're not supposed to be in there. Come here, cat." The cat prowled even further into the house. It climbed into a cabinet and started walking along a row of delicate glass figurines. "Come here, cat," Antonio whispered. The cat looked at him, meowed, and kept walking along. It flicked its tail just right, sending a little girl figurine tottering at the edge. Antonio ran inside just in time to catch the figurine. He put it back on the shelf, only to see the cat brush up against an expensive-looking porcelain vase. Stretching, Antonio rescued it as well from sure disaster. He sensed that someone stood behind him, and he turned. Grace and the servant were watching him, open-mouthed. Sheepishly, he set the vase on the shelf. "I know where I've seen him," the servant said. "He's that boy who stole the altar money. And he's stealing from us, too." "What?" Antonio said. "I'm not stealing the vase. I was just trying to get that cat out, and I didn't take the altar money." The servant saw the cat and screamed, whacking the floor with the broom. The commotion sent the cat sprinting across the polished hardwood floor and out the open front door. The maid ran after it and slammed the door shut. "I hate that cat," she said. Grace was doubled over, covering her face with her hands. Was she worried about the figurines? Then she raised her head, giggling. "That was funny," she said. She wiped the tears from her eyes and smiled. "Nita said you have a dress for me?" Antonio had always thought she was beautiful, but now she looked positively radiant. "I left it outside," he said, going to the door. "I just need to go out and make a fool of myself," he muttered. He came in, this time gently pushing the cat away before closing the door. "Your dress," he said, handing Grace the box with a flourish. Grace took the lid off, made a gushing sound, and picked up the dress, lifting it to compare against the length of her body. "It's beautiful," she said. "Grace?" A woman's voice floated down to them. "What's this?" "My dress is here, Mama," she said. "Come look." 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗺𝗁 came down in a bathrobe and curlers. "That is beautiful." She turned to Antonio. "Tell your mother she's a genius." "Thank you, I will," Antonio said. He cleared his throat. "May I take your payment now?" "How much is it again?" Antonio looked at his mother's note on the box. 200 pesos. 200? 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗺 frowned. "Why, that's too much." "Isn't that what you agreed to pay?" Antonio asked.
"I don't know what we agreed on, but I just know that's too much."
Antonio felt his face grow warm. "My mother charges fairly and does a great job. Everyone knows. That's why people come to her." "Maybe it'll cost less if she takes off the sequins at the hem?" 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗺 suggested. "Or this extra lace." "Mama," Grace said.
No, mija, Mrs. Mijares said, shaking her head. We can't afford this.
The room fell silent. Fine, Antonio said, his heart pounding like crazy, sure that he would offend Mrs. Mijares. I'm sure my mother can sell it to someone else.
Mama,
Grace said again. Mrs. Mijares turned her haughty face towards him. He could see why Mr. Mijares married her. She must have been pretty at one time, but right now, she was ugly.
Take this dress back, she said, shoving it toward him. I can simply buy the one that came into Sandoval's this week. It will be a lot cheaper, too. But I want this dress, Mama,
Grace protested.
Grace, I already told you.
Aurelia? Mr. Mijares came down the stairs, taking out a wallet from his back pocket as he did so. How much? He asked Antonio. Antonio told him. Mr. Mijares pulled out some bills.
You will do no such thing,
Mrs. Mijares said, grabbing her husband's arm. I'm sure this young man has better things to do than watch us bicker, Mr. Mijares said. It's a lovely dress, and your daughter wants it. What exactly is the problem?
But it's highway robbery.
It's a good value, Mr. Mijares said, and we can well afford it. Mrs. Mijares scowled but didn't interfere when her husband handed Antonio the money. Thank you, Antonio said, then walked out of the house. Outside, the cat skulked until Antonio stretched out a hand and let it come and rub its fur against it. Why do you come around here? You picked a stingy place. The door opened. Grace said his name. He stood up and the cat scampered away.
The cat really likes you,
Grace said, smiling. I guess.
Please tell your mother she is very talented. I appreciate all her hard work on my dress.
Thanks, I'll tell her.
And as for my mother...
She looked over her shoulder, then back at him.
I'm sorry.
He shrugged. It's not a big deal.
I better go. Thanks again.
Antonio stood there for a long moment after she went inside, a smile plastered on his face. 20. May, 12 hours before Ghost Moon Night. 3 weeks after his arrival in 𝗬𝗏, Father Sebastian rose at dawn in the parish house he now considered home. Henry came to his bedroom door with his usual offering of coffee. Thank you. Father Sebastian inhaled that rich aroma. He noted the clean shirt, the pressed pants. You're dressed nice, Henry.
Thank you. I hope you are all set for Ghost Moon Night.
As ready as I will be.
Henry smiled, if one could call that a smile.
I left instructions at the market for your evening meal. All you need to do is fetch the ingredients at your usual vendors. Make sure you go early.
He paused.
And you said Antonio Pulido was coming, correct?
Yes, he is.
Then he'll help you close the shutters over the stained glass windows.
Henry glanced at his watch.
Unless you want me to help you right now.
No, that's all right. Thank you, and have a safe trip.
Henry nodded.
I will. Thank you for letting me borrow your car. It'll be nice to have a car traveling with my cousin from out of town, you know?
Of course.
After Henry left, Father Sebastian stood at the window for a long moment nursing his coffee. Smiling broadly, Henry turned with a farewell glance and jaunty wave before getting into the mint-green parish sedan. Why, he almost looked happy to get away. The priest willed himself to get ready for his very first Ghost Moon Night. His hand trembled at the thought. He accidentally dropped the coffee cup, which shattered against the hardwood floor. This was not a good sign. By the time he cleaned up and went down to Mass, he was flustered. He paused at the vestry door, surprised. People were crammed into the seats, in the side aisles and doorways. The lines to the confessional snaked around the stations of the cross and to the back. A beaming Mrs. Silva approached him. Father Sebastian, she said. Have you seen how many people are here right now? We need to take advantage of it.
Take advantage of it?
He echoed.
What better way to solicit altar funds than to ask a captive audience?
Ah, yes, of course.
Father Sebastian agreed.
Would you like me to take the pulpit and make the announcement?
Go right ahead.
When she did, someone grumbled,
Didn't it get stolen before? Mrs. Silva tried to ignore the comment, but someone else said, "How do we know we won't lose this money again?" Drawing herself up to her full height, Mrs. Silva leaned over the pulpit and said, "That will never happen again, so long as it's under my watch, I can assure you. Now, are we going to worry about what has been, or should we keep working on getting a beautiful altar to replace this one?" For the next 15 minutes, Father Sebastian heard confessions in the booth while Mrs. Silva announced that so-and-so was putting money in the jar. Who was next? He smiled. How did Antonio put it? Get out of Mrs. Silva's way and thank her? It was good advice. As he sat on his side of the window, the first confessor came in. A woman who envied her neighbor. "I was fine until the day she had a fancier house built," she said. "It blocked my view of the sea. I cursed the day they put on that last shingle. To make myself feel better, I started throwing pig manure into her yard, right over her prized guavas. They grew so huge people were paying her money." He listened next to a man who borrowed money from his aunt but never repaid her. A young woman had unkind thoughts towards her beautiful cousin. The litany was as varied as their voices. He made it a point to not try to identify voices, to preserve the anonymity of his confessors, but sometimes he was tempted, especially with his last confession. The man sounded like he was taking pains to change his voice. Once in a while, in the deeper tones of his confession, Father Sebastian heard a high-pitched cadence of a young voice. "Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned," said the man. "It's been a month since my last confession."
"Yes, my child, go ahead."
"Can I confess a sin I haven't committed yet?"
That gave Father Sebastian pause. "If you haven't actually committed it, then it wouldn't exactly be a sin."
"If I do confess it, though, and then do it, can I be forgiven?"
"Plenary indulgence has been reserved for martyrs, my child. And as far as I can tell, you aren't in line for sainthood, are you?"
"No," came the glum reply. Then, "I'll still confess, though."
"Go ahead."
Seconds ticked past. The young man confessed, "I'm going to help someone do some dynamite fishing tonight."
"But tonight is—"
"Yes, I know, Father. Ghost Moon Night. The job will pay a lot."
"Dynamite fishing is illegal any time of the month, my son," Father Sebastian said. "Have you thought this through carefully?"
"I know, but I need the money. Besides, I was promised it would be safe."
"With the langbuan out?" There was a knock on the priest's confessional door, startling him. "Just one moment," he told the young man. It was Mrs. Silva. "We should probably start Mass, Father," she said, pushing back her spectacles. "Everyone's getting restless. And great news, we got a lot of donations." "I just need to finish up with this confession," Father Sebastian said. But when he spoke into the mesh wall separating him from the other confessional, no one answered. He couldn't discern a silhouette. "Young man," he said. "Young man?" The priest came out of his confessional. The other door stood ajar, the booth empty. 21. 6 hours before Ghost Moon Night. Throughout Mass, the congregation seemed preoccupied. Several kept looking out the windows, doorways, and at their watches. Father Sebastian looked at his watch, too. 10 minutes to the noon hour, and all this restlessness. Father Sebastian himself was preoccupied. Who was the young man who was going to engage in illegal dynamite fishing? He surreptitiously surveyed the congregation. Antonio Pulido was nowhere to be seen. Could it have been Antonio? When the priest talked to him the previous week, Antonio said he'd be by in the evening, before sunset, before Ghost Moon Night. Antonio had offered to stay the night, and he'd better make sure it happened, to keep Antonio safe. What could possibly go wrong? His unknown confessor had asked. Plenty. Father Sebastian had seen many fishermen relegated to a life of panhandling when their arms were blown off.
Often it was because the dynamite wouldn't light up and tossed away as a dud, but it exploded anyway. The morning heat intensified outside, but no one seemed intent on napping through Mass like other Sundays. They sat upright, springing up like identical coils when Father Sebastian pronounced his final blessing. An altar boy, not Antonio, put away the Blessed Sacrament.
Father Sebastian,
Mrs. Silva said on her way out.
I thought I'd keep our jar collection this time.
She clutched a huge jar of coins to her chest.
Yes, thank you. Oh, and Mrs. Silva, did you see who was the last person to leave the confessional before Mass?
I'm sorry, no,
she said.
I wasn't paying attention.
In the kitchen, the priest ate a simple snack of sunflower crackers and coffee, then made his way to the street to flag a tricycle. One roared up to the curb, slowed enough so the priest glimpsed a full sidecar, then sped up the road once again. This happened 3 more times. Normally he'd flagged a tricycle by now, but not on Ghost Moon Night, apparently. Father Sebastian missed the sedan. It would have come in handy, but he wasn't one to complain. He started walking towards town proper, passing yards with shade trees, screening simple lives in little huts. The quiet street led the eye seaward. Fishing boats crested waves which looked like magical scales on a brilliant turquoise sea. He thought of the families that sat together Sunday after Sunday in the chapel, clearly caring for each other. Except for a few, most homes had little in terms of material wealth, but they took pride in their name and their family's legacy of hard work and honor. He used to wonder why anyone would stay here and endure Ghost Moon Night. Now he knew why. A tricycle, full like the others, slowed. Father Sebastian waved it along, but it stopped.
Would you like me to come back for you, Father?
The gray-haired driver asked.
I imagine you'd have to turn away passengers at the station.
The driver smiled.
It's my tricycle, and I can choose to take passengers as I please. Just make sure your supervisor doesn't find out,
a girl in the sidecar said.
If I don't beat you to the market, the priest told the driver, I will take you up on the offer.
In short order, the driver returned, introducing himself as 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁, and the girl in his sidecar as his granddaughter Yoli. She looked to be about 18, her hair drawn away from her face in a ponytail, emphasizing her pretty long-lashed eyes.
Do you not drive?
Nando asked the priest.
I do.
Henry shouldn't have left you without a car,
Yoli said.
Not today of all days.
He took the car to take a trip along the coast with his cousin who was visiting, Father Sebastian explained. So long as I stay inside with locked windows and doors, I'll be all right, won't I?
Yes,
Nando said.
But a car is still handy. We'll take you to the market. Then you'll see what Yoli means.
When Nando stopped his tricycle in front of the rice vendor at the market, Father Sebastian could hardly believe his eyes. It was as though a swarm of insects came through and stripped it clean, leaving only a skeleton of its former self. Tables that used to brim over with fruit, rice, and vegetables had bare tops. Only one butchered pig hung on a hook.
Everyone wants to buy everything on Ghost Moon Night,
Nando said.
The earlier one buys things, the better.
I don't need much, Father Sebastian assured him.
That's good.
Nando glanced at the sparse offerings.
Henry said my dinner ingredients are waiting for me.
Let's hope so,
Nando said.
Nothing ever seems normal today. People are meaner, greedier. Some make the most impulsive decisions, like marrying near strangers because they think they might die in the course of the night, or leaving their belongings to one of their children. Passengers pay me a lot more, I'll tell you that. They're just so grateful to get around, they will pay anything. My grandfather won't say this because he's too humble,
Yoli said.
He could gouge his passengers, but he doesn't.
Yoli got out of the sidecar.
I'd better go down to the pharmacy for Mama's medicine. I'll be right back.
Father Sebastian went to his favorite suki, or vendor, 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁.
I'm here to pick up my ingredients, he told her.
Oh, Father Sebastian,
𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁 said.
I tried to save them for you, but my daughter accidentally sold your share to someone else.
I am so sorry. There's this, however.
She held up a shriveled bitter 𝗬𝗲𝗁𝗍 gourd.
Is there nothing else? He asked. A sliver of pork, perhaps?
Sorry, no. You could sauté the 𝗬𝗬𝗁𝗍. It's really good with egg and garlic salt.
Do you have eggs?
She shook her head. In the end, he took the 𝗬𝗬𝗁𝗍, plus 2 tomatoes and a slab of cured tocino meat she remembered was stashed behind the counter. Iole didn't fare as well.
They didn't have medicine,
she said, her mouth forming a grim line.
Can we go to the hospital later, 𝗏𝗏?
What's your mother's illness? The priest asked.
She has a weak heart.
The priest said,
I don't mind if we stop by the hospital first.
But it's the other direction, between 𝗏𝗏 and the next village. Wouldn't you like to head back first?
If it won't take all day, I'd be curious to see that part of town.
Thank you,
Iole said. Pedestrians formed a line on the side of the road like ants. Tricycles jammed the streets leading to the hospital.
Many go ahead and check themselves in if they so much as have a sniffle, Nando said, just to be on the safe side.
Does that irritate the doctors and nurses? Father Sebastian asked.
Oh, not at all. They charge for the bed, and everyone is happy.
Happy did not describe Iole's face as she stepped away from the hospital counter.
No medicine.
Her eyes filled with tears.
How will Mama get on through the night?
Tomorrow will come soon enough,
Nando said.
I'll get the medicine from the next town over.
By the time Nando dropped off Father Sebastian, it was almost 4. The sign said the sun would set at 6 o'clock.
Thank you for giving me a ride,
Father Sebastian said.
To Iole he said, I'll pray for your mother's health.
Iole thanked him, though worry still etched her forehead.
Will you be all right alone?
Nando asked the priest.
I won't be alone for long. Antonio Pulido is planning to come over to help me secure the windows.
Iole appeared to stiffen when he mentioned Antonio's name.
He asked, Do you know him?
She shrugged.
Not very well at all. I just know him from school.
And that was all she said. The tricycle sped away and Father Sebastian brought the food into the kitchen. He closed the door to the back, then went upstairs to close all the windows of the dormitory. When he was done, he looked down at his watch. 5 o'clock. It took a whole hour just to do half the building. He looked out one window before closing it. There was no sign of Antonio or Cupid. Nobody else was on the street. No tricycles, no pedestrians. Everyone had wisely gone indoors for Ghost Moon night.
Don't panic,
he told himself.
Not yet.
22. 35 minutes before Ghost Moon night. Father Sebastian decided, Antonio or not, it was time to close up the chapel. The sun dipped low enough on the horizon to shine through the stained glass windows. For one spectacular moment, prisms formed around Michael the Archangel as he appeared to Mary. As Mary visited with Elizabeth, as a circle of worshippers surrounded the baby Jesus in the manger.
Savior,
Father Sebastian prayed,
these people need you tonight, more than ever. Protect us from the evil that is about to descend upon us.
As he prayed, a thin cloud formed a hazy veil in front of the sun, as though a curtain was being pulled across it.
All right, Dionisio,
Father Sebastian told himself.
Enough praying. You need to act now.
He found the ladder just outside the main door. It was an old rickety thing made up of pieces of wood lashed together. He leaned it against the outside wall under a window, then placed a foot on the bottom rung, which promptly broke.
Hi, Nakul,
he said. Oh dear. He glanced over his shoulder at the sun, then at his watch. 33 minutes before Ghost Moon night. 5 large windows, 10 shutters, 1 old ladder. He went to work. The other ladder rungs did not break. 1 step, 2, and so on until he counted 10. At the top, he paused to steady himself. His sweaty palm slid across the glass. He reached for the shutter and closed the left one. Just as he was about to do the same for the right one, a voice shouted from below,
Father Sebastian!
Father Sebastian slammed the shutter in one startled move. That beautiful depiction of baby Jesus in the manger shattered where the knob hit it. A piece about the size of his fist broke off, skimmed the ladder, and made a plinking noise on the stone floor below. Through the hole, he could see twilight coming on.
Sorry I'm late,
Antonio said. You're here now, Father Sebastian said. Don't worry about it.
We'll need to patch the window. I'll be right back.
Just as the ladder must have shrunk and weakened with age and exposure to the elements, the shutters had shrunk, too, leaving a gap in the middle. Through the hole, Father Sebastian watched Antonio run towards the living quarters, then run back with something in his hand.
I've got some cloth and flour paste so it could harden like plaster,
Antonio said.
I hope you don't mind, but I had to cut an altar cloth.
Not at all. Father Sebastian moved as swiftly as he could down the ladder and offered Antonio his former post. The young man grinned and scaled the ladder effortlessly.
It's not pretty, but hopefully it should hold,
Antonio said as he came down and surveyed his work, a yellow-tinted circle in the setting sun. 27 minutes before Ghost Moon Night. Antonio climbed the ladder to close the other shutters, while Father Sebastian helped steady the ladder. The church, boarded up in gray, looked desolate. The priest and teen walked around checking the doors and reached the main entry with 5 minutes to spare.
I'm sorry I was late,
Antonio repeated.
I couldn't bring Cupid in the cart over until Papa was done using him to plow some paddies.
Really, don't worry about it. The water buffalo and cart stood near the gate that opened up to the church courtyard. Will your water buffalo be fine there all night? The priest asked.
He should be fine,
Antonio said.
If you had a pen, I'd stick him in it, but he'll be fine. Langbuan don't bother animals.
Antonio stood facing the courtyard, between the massive front double doors, one hand on each knob. Outside, the horizon exploded into a fantastic tapestry of oranges and reds, as though the sky was on fire. Father Sebastian craned his neck to admire the sunset and, truth be told, to see if these notorious creatures were out. But he saw nothing else as Antonio shut the doors, which creaked loudly on rusty hinges, leaving them in darkness. 23. The light of flickering candles danced against the parish kitchen's wall. Father Sebastian was finally getting used to the idea of not having electricity at bedtime. In 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿𝗄, he discovered the power shut off arbitrarily, sometimes as early as 9, sometimes at 11. The kitchen was a spare room, with just a washstand for dishes and a two-pot stove. Smells from earlier in the day filled it, including the rich aroma of coffee. Father Sebastian went to make himself a cup, but discovered that the can was empty. He sighed. Antonio, making wax sculptures from the melting candles, looked up.
What is it?
I'm out of coffee, he explained.
I'm sorry,
Antonio said.
If I had some, I would give it to you.
He was intent on his task, forming a ball of wax, his tongue tucked in his cheek. How old are you, Antonio? Father Sebastian asked.
17.
So, you've experienced 17 years of Ghost Moon Nights.
Yes.
Have you ever seen a langbuan? Antonio's glance darted quickly towards the priest, then fell back to the candle.
Not to be rude, Father Sebastian, but I'd rather not talk about the langbuan tonight.
Fair enough. The priest started to drum his fingers lightly on the table, trying to replace his thoughts, but all he could think of was coffee, and that wasn't any more desirable.
Do you really want to know?
Antonio asked, startling the priest. What?
If I've ever seen one?
Only if you want to tell me.
It's not like I have anything to hide. It's just, sometimes I wonder if some evil spirit listens in. I've seen langbuan before. A few times, too close for comfort. But I'll never forget my first time.
The candle flame danced under Antonio's breath, casting a yellow glow on his hands, shaping what looked like a person, a little boy.
I was 8. A typhoon raged in our town for days. One evening, the storm finally stopped. I ran to the back door so I could play outside.
only to be grabbed by the scruff by our servant Training.
"Don't you remember?" she said. "It's Ghost Moon Night."
I knew what night it was, but I didn't care. Not going out on Ghost Moon Night was just a rule meant to be broken. I wriggled away like a wild animal. I even bit Training's wrist, and she let me go. I opened the back door and ran out. The door shut behind me so hard it knocked a bamboo pole down from where it leaned against the doorway frame, sending it to the dirt floor. I stood there for a moment, pleased with myself, when I noticed something strange. Antonio turned the little figure right and left. I couldn't hear a sound. Not a cricket, not a frog, not a rustle of leaves. Even Cupid was silent. He usually snorted whenever I came out. It was like everything was dead. Something skittered above. Antonio's head snapped up, and Father Sebastian followed his gaze. A lizard flicked its tongue out at a moth, capturing it. Antonio smiled. Just a lizard. Antonio turned the little wax figure around. I went to the door and twisted the doorknob. It was locked. "Training?" I said. Then louder, "Training! Training!" She didn't open the door. I heard something behind me. The wrenching noise of the water pump handle being lifted. Then the gush of water. A sheet on the clothesline blocked my view of the water pump, but the breeze came up and moved it to the side like a curtain. I saw a woman, bent over at the waist, drinking from the pump. She had long black hair over a shawl, and a skirt like the ones my grandmother wore in the old days. And then I heard the most horrendous noise. Antonio's grip on the wax figure tightened. She growled like a wild beast. Swallowing, the priest said, "What happened next?" I turned back to the door and pounded as hard as I could. Suddenly, I felt a strong gust of wind behind me. I was almost afraid to look, but I did. The langbuan stood there, so close I could smell her. Naku, she smelled like a dead animal that's been left out in the sun for days. Her arms, her face, everything was flaking off. What I thought was a shawl spread out into an enormous pair of wings. She opened her toothless mouth and grinned. I screamed and leaned against the door, which opened and sent me hurtling backwards onto the kitchen floor. Above me, Training hit the langbuan with a bamboo pole. The creature fell over. Training threw the pole at her, dragged me in, and slammed the door shut. Someone touched me and I flinched, but when I saw it was Mama, I relaxed. I thought Mama would be angry with me, but she reprimanded Training instead. Training cried. Oh, how she cried, telling Mama how sorry she was. Antonio glanced at the candle, melted down to a stub. "Do you have a lantern? We may need it in a little bit." Father Sebastian stood up and took a lantern out of the cupboard. "That's quite a story," he said. "Yes," Antonio said, "isn't it? I have more." Suddenly, Father Sebastian heard a noise like piano keys being played. His gaze met Antonio's. "The stained glass window," Antonio said. 24. The chapel smelled of candle wax and holy water, of fear. Antonio held up the lantern, with Father Sebastian following close behind. The lantern flame danced and hissed, casting a glow over an alcove. Antonio raised it higher, revealing an open portion in the middle of the stained glass window where, earlier, Antonio had patched it. It had been knocked out. "Normally, the langbuan leave the church windows alone," Antonio murmured as he looked anxiously at the hole. "You'd think these creatures wouldn't want to attack the house of God," Father Sebastian said. "Oh, I imagine they don't like what priests do, Father Sebastian." The priest chuckled. "You may be right." Plink. A crooked finger jerked through the window's jagged opening. "Quick," Antonio said. "We need to block the window with something." "The ladder's outside." Antonio looked around. "We can lean a pew across the window." They each grabbed the end of one and threw it up against the wall, being careful not to hit the glass. Antonio held his breath and slowly exhaled. "We could tie chairs together.
Antonio suggested, to reinforce it. He ran into the vestry room and grabbed some chairs and rope. Lashing them together, he leaned it against the pew. There was a whisper of wings and the insistent rattling of shutters. Antonio glanced at the window. His face glistened with sweat. "I need to get the ladder," he said. "We need to shine a light right there to ward it off." "The ladder's outside," the priest said. "I know." Antonio paused at the door. "Shine a light as close as possible onto the hole." He opened the main chapel door and slipped out. Fog had rolled into the courtyard, swallowing him up. Father Sebastian pushed the door shut and began praying. "Our Father, hallowed be thy name." More glass shattered overhead. Father Sebastian's heart hammered in his chest. When he heard a knock on the door, he gasped, then ran over. He opened the door a sliver, then wider, to Antonio. "Mang Nando's with me," Antonio said. "He's hurt." The tricycle driver who had given Father Sebastian a ride to the market staggered in and collapsed on the floor. Just a few steps behind him, Antonio swung the ladder at these winged reptile-like creatures. He screamed as 3 of these monsters clung to him, dragging him by the shirt. Father Sebastian crouched behind the door and made the sign of the cross. A langbuan flew straight at him. Slamming the door shut, Father Sebastian leaned against it, trembling. Something thudded against the door. "Go away!" There was another wood-splintering crash, followed by Antonio shouting, "Father! Father!" This time, Father Sebastian opened the door. The ladder came skidding in, followed by Antonio. "Close it!" Antonio screamed. The door slammed shut on a wing, which snapped like a branch. It released a noxious fume, like rotting meat. The wingtip continued to dance until it lay still on the floor. Father Sebastian doubled over. Chills racked his body.
"Yoli and her mother are out there still,"
Nando said, as he lay on the floor.
"Please, Antonio, can you help her into the chapel?"
A kneeling Antonio raised his head. The teen's shirt had gaping holes. Scratch marks lashed his arms. He looked over his shoulder at the closed door. If he refused, Father Sebastian wouldn't have blamed him. Instead, he said, "Where are they?"
"In that grated drain hole at the edge of the graveyard,"
Nando said.
"The one by the Garcia mausoleum."
He tried to raise himself from the floor, but fell.
"I know. It's a lot to ask. I would go back if I could."
"I'll do it," Antonio said.
"Maraming salamat,"
Nando said. "Thank you." Antonio turned to the priest. "Do you have another lantern?" Father Sebastian nodded. "In the kitchen. I'll go get it." Glass shattered. Claws showed through the hole in the glass window. "Hurry, Father," Antonio said, setting up the ladder next to the pew and chairs. Within a minute, Father Sebastian returned with a lantern. Antonio held a tall candle holder from the altar. "Do you mind if I use this?" Antonio asked. "As a weapon?" "Go right ahead." "Set up the ladder and keep the light close to the window," Antonio said. "Don't let the langbuan intimidate you." "I'm not intimidated," Father Sebastian lied. Antonio smiled as though he knew what the priest was feeling. "Me neither." For one moment, he stood at the door.
"Thank you,"
Nando said.
"May God keep you safe."
Nodding, Antonio rushed out. Father Sebastian locked it after him. Holding the lantern, Father Sebastian scaled the ladder. When it rattled, he looked at it in alarm, then realized he caused it. He was trembling so much. He continued climbing, each rung rattling more with each step. Near the top, sweat trickled into his eyes. He took a deep breath and climbed 2 more steps. Raising the lantern to the hole in the window, he listened. He only heard the hiss of the kerosene. Below him, Nando scooted to a pew below the ladder and leaned against it.
"Sorry. I would help, but I can't move my leg muscles very well."
"What happened out there?" Father Sebastian asked. Nando took a deep breath.
"We were trying to take my daughter-in-law, Yoli's mother, to the hospital in my tricycle. Susan's had a weak heart, and she couldn't breathe. Just outside the graveyard, a swarm of langbuan attacked us. Some people have said the attacks are getting worse, and I believe them. We had to abandon the tricycle. Together we tried to make our way here, but Susan couldn't go on. Yoli took her into a drain hole, and I ran the rest of the way here to get help.
Father Sebastian adjusted his position on the ladder. He lowered the lantern for a minute. A skeletal hand broke through the window. Nando asked,
"And that was?"
"A langbuan!" Father Sebastian cried hoarsely. The hand circled his neck like a vice, choking him. Ice seeped into his veins, slowing the flow of his blood, paralyzing his brain. "Do something," a voice in his head told him, but he couldn't think what. His eyes flicked towards the image of the Savior at his birth, the Virgin Mary and Joseph surrounding him. The shape of Joseph's head made Father Sebastian think of someone familiar, a boy with a shock of hair over his eyes. Antonio. Antonio! Antonio was in danger, and so was he and Nando. Father Sebastian shook his head, achieving enough clarity of mind to raise the lantern and pressed it against the langbuan's arm. It jerked back so quickly, Father Sebastian felt the movement propel him backwards on the ladder. He wobbled, picturing himself like a marionette, broken in pieces over the pews below.
"I have you,"
Nando said. Father Sebastian glanced down. Nando sat at the base of the ladder, holding on to its feet. Father Sebastian held up the lantern and heard angry hisses, a flapping of wings, and no indication that the langbuan were giving up. 25. Meanwhile, above Antonio, langbuan swirled in the fog. He could only make out vague shapes, alerting him enough of their presence to dodge them. At first, he felt like he was just going in circles, as thick as the fog was, but eventually, he made out a clump of gray shapes, tombstones in the graveyard. He found Yoli in the drain hole, holding her mother in her arms and crying. Crouching down, he whispered, "Yoli!" She looked up and blinked, her eyes bloodshot.
"What are you doing out here?"
"Rescuing you and your mother?" Yoli cradled her mother once again. His glance flickered towards her mother's lifeless body. "Is she dead?" Yoli nodded, and her eyes welled up with tears.
"Her heart just couldn't take it anymore."
"I'm so sorry."
"How did you know I was here?"
she asked. "Your grandfather sent me to get you."
"He's alive?"
Her sobs stopped.
"Thank God. I thought I'd lost him too."
"He's in the chapel. Let's go and join him."
"Antonio!"
Yoli screamed, pointing over his shoulder. He turned and faced at least a dozen langbuan, who hovered with their grotesque wings. Then he held up the candlestick. She held up the grate.
"I can fight with you."
3 creatures dove for them. Antonio and Yoli swung their weapons, catching claws and ripping them off. The langbuan shrieked, circled away, then dove for them again.
"Behind you!"
Yoli screamed. Antonio clubbed the langbuan, sending the body flying. It slammed into the ground. Yoli shoved her mother's body onto the dirt above.
"Come in here, where it's safer."
Their eyes met.
"She'll want you to live,"
she said. Antonio dove into the drain hole. He had to squish himself behind Yoli so she was practically sitting on his lap. They kicked away any hands that reached for them in the places where the grate didn't cover them. "Ready to go to the church?" he asked.
"I don't know. It's a long way to that door."
"We have another option," Antonio said. He whistled high and long. Cocking his ear and hearing nothing else but the langbuan circling like vultures above, he whistled again. Soon, Cupid came trotting over with the cart. "Good boy," he said.
"Your water buffalo comes like a dog?"
"He's smart." Still tethered to the cart, the water buffalo took a few steps forward, then backed up. "Hold still, Cupid," Antonio said.
"Cupid,"
Yoli said.
"If only he had a bow and arrow."
I wish he did too. To the water buffalo he coaxed, "Come, Cupid, come park the cart here." He didn't see the langbuan until it was next to him and pulling his arm from under the grate. He tried to wrench his arm away, but the creature clung tight. An icy numbness spread to his elbow. 𝗧𝗲 kicked at the creature's head, decapitating it. The head hung from its neck, which oozed a black fluid. "Oh, my," she said. The langbuan let Antonio's arm go and picked up its head and set it on its neck once again. The head bobbled around. Antonio's arm throbbed with pain. "Cupid!" he shouted, warding off langbuan hands with the grate. "Come here!" Cupid took a few steps, then more, until the cart blocked the ditch. The langbuan hissed, circled, flew away, and circled again. "You're hurt," 𝗧𝗲 said, touching Antonio's arm. A broken claw protruded from a bleeding cut. "It's nothing. Rai!" Antonio flinched as 𝗧𝗲 pulled out the claw. "Let's go." When she nodded, he handed her the candlestick. "I'll get your mother. Beat them back." "All right." "On the count of 3, he said. 1, 2, 3. They scrambled out of the drain and onto the cart bench. Antonio thrust 𝗧𝗲's mother in the back. He whipped Cupid, setting him off on a fast trot into the fog. Antonio felt something brush his neck. His hair, slithering around him like a serpent. Antonio could sense Cupid slowing down, taking uncertain steps. He shouted again and got him moving, until they emerged from the fog inside of the chapel doors. Relieved, he looked over at 𝗧𝗲. A langbuan yanked her by the hair from the bench. "Antonio!" she yelled. He threw down the reins and jumped up, punching at the hand that held her, but it didn't let go. 𝗧𝗲 twisted and swung her arms, kicked, made contact. Growling, the creature released her. She landed on Antonio and knocked the wind out of him. Howling and hissing, a mass of langbuan converged. One grabbed Antonio's arm, another covered his face, dug the heel of its palm on his nose until he couldn't breathe. He swung the grate against them, but they kept coming. His legs were pulled, yanked hard. Pain made him cry out as the monster's grip dug into his skin, scratching, tearing at his flesh. He kicked and twisted, but they wouldn't let go. And then he saw 𝗧𝗲, yanked back up into the air by a langbuan. With a grunt, he kicked even harder, bashed at his attackers, struggled and fought out of their grasp. He leapt up and swung the grate at 𝗧𝗲's attacker. Another langbuan pulled at 𝗧𝗲, the first one hissing and pouncing on the other. They scrabbled and fought over her. She dangled for one heart-stopping moment, then fell, screaming. Antonio broke 𝗧𝗲's fall once again. She stumbled and slammed against the side of the cart and scrambled upright, her eyes widening as the langbuan returned, grabbing at them. Antonio's head spun as he rose to the air upside down. Langbuan covered him with their slime, death stench, and those cold, cold claws, rising higher and higher. He saw 𝗧𝗲 dangling from another's grasp and pulled away enough to reach for her. They clung to each other, kicking away at the monsters. And then they were falling, to their deaths, Antonio was sure. His body sliced the air. The langbuan above him looked further and further away as he continued to fall. With a loud crash, he hit the dense canopy of a tree, scraping and skimming branches and leaves. His face, his arms, his legs catching and snagging, stinging his skin. He watched 𝗧𝗲 fall alongside and land in a pile of broken branches and mangoes. For one moment, he lay there stunned, but the langbuan were coming, so he jumped to his feet, his body protesting the sudden movement. He grabbed a large branch and saw 𝗧𝗲 do the same. "To the door," he said. They ran towards the chapel, swinging branches at the flying mob. 𝗧𝗲 pounded on the door while Antonio twirled around and swung at them, scattering body parts. Beyond them, he saw Cupid, being dragged by langbuan. Some hovered over the cart. "My mother," 𝗧𝗲 said. "I'll get her," he said. The chapel door opened. Antonio pushed 𝗧𝗲 in. "Don't open it unless you hear me say so." It shut behind him with a disconcerting thud. Antonio whistled for Cupid. Cupid trotted over, dragging a half-dozen langbuan. Antonio swung up into the cart and grabbed 𝗧𝗲's mother. As he jumped off, the langbuan seized him again. "Let me in!" he shouted as he jerked away, tearing his shirt and flesh from the monster's grip. When the door opened, he launched himself and 𝗧𝗲's mother into the chapel. 26. Antonio staggered forward. With each step, his breath caught at the pain that throbbed through his body. He sat on the floor, trying without success to find a position that didn't hurt. 𝗧𝗲 and her grandfather wept as they held each other, illuminated by the lantern which Father Sebastian held at the top of the ladder. Several minutes later, 𝗦𝗃𝗄𝗁 walked over. "You're feeling better," Antonio said. 𝗦𝗃𝗄𝗁 knelt beside Antonio. "And you're... Oh, my dear boy. Thank you. Thank you so much." "It was nothing." Antonio looked at 𝗧𝗲. She lay on her side. Her cheek sported a dark bruise. "Are you all right?" She nodded, brushing away tears. "You were great out there," he said. A ghost of a smile lifted the side of her mouth. "No," Father Sebastian corrected, his voice echoing in the chapel. "You both did great." The next morning, sunlight streamed through a hole on the stained glass window, the size of a large serving tray. Throughout the night, Antonio, Father Sebastian, and 𝗦𝗃𝗄𝗁 took turns holding the lantern. Antonio snuffed out the lantern flame and surveyed the scene below. 𝗦𝗃𝗄𝗁, 𝗧𝗲, and Father Sebastian slept on separate pews. Shards of stained glass covered the floor. A sheet covered 𝗧𝗲's mother's body. He made the sign of the cross. "May her soul rest in peace." He climbed down the ladder slowly, as each joint in his body seemed to turn on rusty hinges. As he approached the others, 𝗧𝗲 bolted upright, her face still swollen from crying. "It's morning," he said gently. She got up and shook 𝗦𝗃𝗄𝗁 awake. They spoke to each other in subdued tones. Nearby, Father Sebastian stirred and sat up. He glanced at the window, at Antonio, at the mourning pair. Getting up and walking around, he touched Antonio on the shoulder, then knelt beside 𝗦𝗃𝗄𝗁 and 𝗧𝗲. "Father Sebastian, can you please offer a prayer?" 𝗦𝗃𝗄𝗁 requested. "Gladly," he said. He bowed his head and prayed for peace and comfort, expressing gratitude that he spared them. He gave thanks for another day, for their village, for the people who lived there, and asked him to comfort those who mourned. Antonio went outside to check on Cupid. His water buffalo snorted as he approached. The cart was missing a wheel. Cupid's nose ring had been wrenched off. The cart yoke had split in half. And still, Cupid acted like it was just another happy day. Antonio hugged Cupid and buried his face in his neck, inhaling the familiar smell of mud and hay. "He's an amazing beast, isn't he?" Father Sebastian said from the doorway. The priest joined him, glancing at the sunrise. "I'm not a young man. I just turned 65. But I have never, in my life, experienced anything like Ghost Moon Night." "Welcome to 𝗬𝗏, Antonio said. "You know, we should really do something about the curse." "I always feel that way the day after," Antonio said. "But then your day goes on. 1 week turns to 2, then to 4, and you forget until it starts all over again."
"You should all just leave 𝗬𝗏.
"Try telling that to our villagers." Antonio smiled. "I once asked my father why we didn't just move. He said no one would buy our land, so if we were to move, we would have nothing. But it's more than the land. Our ancestors fought for this land, and now we carry on their tradition. We are a village of fighters, and we won't be beaten by evil." Father Sebastian gave him an admiring glance. When they went back into the chapel, 𝗦𝗃𝗄𝗁 came up to Antonio. "I was just about to get you. Makikisuyo lang."
Can you please go with us to the hospital? We need to take Yoli's mother there, and I thought your cart would be more appropriate.
Antonio glanced at Yoli. She sat on the pew, eyes staring grimly straight ahead. Father Sebastian offered breakfast, but the others declined. Antonio hurried and opened the shutters, after which the priest thanked him and sent them on the road. Antonio fixed, then drove the cart. 𝗦𝗃𝗄𝗁 followed in his tricycle. Yoli sat in the back of the cart with her mother. At the hospital, 2 nurses came out to help. Yoli touched Antonio's shoulder. In her eyes, he saw pain and sorrow, and something more.
Thank you,
she said, turning away. You're welcome. He watched her take 𝗦𝗃𝗄𝗁's arm and walk slowly up the hospital steps. Then he drove the cart home, passing yards that seemed untouched by ghost moon night. Everything seemed normal, just another dawn, until he saw a family of little children and a mother crouched over a body, shrouded with a sheet near their doorstep. Suddenly, his words about their brave little village flashed in his mind. Courage and sorrow. They went hand in hand. Antonio's jaw clenched as he forced himself to drive on. Mama was opening her sewing room window as Antonio drove the cart into their yard. She disappeared, then burst out of the front door. He stopped Cupid and let her catch up. Her glance traveled over his face, his shirt, his arms. Tears filled her eyes. A knock, she said. Son. She touched his skin lightly, and he flinched. Sorry, I'm kind of sore. What happened? She asked. He told her about the window, Yoli's mother, and their narrow escape. My brave son, Mama said. But poor Yoli. You know, Antonio mused. Father Sebastian says we should all just move away. I've thought about that many times, she said. I've thought about it as I've lain in bed at night on Ghost Moon Night, when the windows are shut and the heat stifles, pretending to sleep, but in reality, listening for langbuan. Sometimes I dream about leaving and moving to the city. I've heard that a good seamstress can make a good living sewing for rich folks. She looked at the rice paddies. But then, I think of the things we'd be leaving behind. No, I'm not ready for that yet. Antonio let his mother pull him down into an awkward embrace. Thank God you stayed safe, she said. She went in to sew while he gave Cupid an extra pile of hay. Then he went in search of 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗁. The solace was empty. Where's Lolo? He asked Mama. Mama pushed back strands of hair from her eyes. Last night we had to tie him up to a chair, or he would have run outside. I finally untied him at dawn. He's asleep in his bedroom. Just let him rest. Antonio groaned. 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗁? Tied up like an animal? I won't wake him up, he said. I'm just going to see him. He went into 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗁's bedroom. Closed up, with the windows shut, the room smelled sour. 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗁 lay curled up on the bed under his 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗏𝗁, his breathing shallow and noisy. Sometime during his sleep, 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗁 had kicked off his sheet. With his eyes, Antonio traced the rope marks on his grandfather's wrists. Antonio reached under the mosquito net and arranged it so it covered him. As he came out, he met Papa in the hallway. Papa took in Antonio's appearance and blanched, then motioned for Antonio to follow him to the kitchen where they could talk. What happened? Antonio repeated what he told Mama. Papa sat down heavily on a chair. It seems that every month the attacks are getting more and more vicious, he said. Sounds like the new priest was lucky to have you there. I'm gonna go change. Antonio turned, but Papa called his name. I don't imagine you're able to help me with the farm in your condition? From the other room, Mama said, Romy, let the boy catch his breath for a minute. Don't worry about it, Papa said gruffly. I'll go get Arnell.
I just need to finish plowing the field today.
I can still help, Antonio said.
If you're sure.
Papa paused.
Thank you.
In the kitchen, Antonio helped himself to some garlic fried rice and dried fish. He sprinkled some vinegar on the fish, mixed it with the rice, and washed it all down with coffee. Suddenly, he heard shouts coming from the direction of their neighbor Arnell's house. He left his plate on the counter and ran out. 2 doors down, a crowd gathered. Arnell's mother, 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁𝗁, knelt on the ground beside Arnell, who was crying, his hand wrapped in a bloody rag. There was blood everywhere, on his shirt, 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁's blouse, his pants, the ground. The constable drove up in a horse-drawn carretella. He and 2 men loaded a moaning Arnell in the back. 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁 made a big fuss about not being allowed to go with them. Finally, Constable Martillo waved her in, and the driver drove the horse into a fast-clipped trot.
Did the langbuan get him?
A bystander asked.
No, he was dynamite fishing,
Answered another.
Ay, poor Joss.
Poor 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁. He's always giving her grief.
Antonio glimpsed Papa's face. He looked stunned, most likely thinking how the perfect Arnell had sunk so low. 27. The following week, the village held the 𝗬𝗃 procession up the mountain, as they had every year before. Only after this could anyone plant their crops in 𝗬𝗏 for the season. When Antonio was a child, his father explained how Mount 𝗬𝗏 got its name.
The mountain looks like a woman kneeling and clasping her hands in supplication. 𝗬𝗏, or prayer,
Papa said.
It's the side that faces the rocky seashore. Her hair is the waterfall on the other side.
This year's procession went slowly behind 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗏, who stopped every few feet to catch his breath. Everyone followed his frail figure, sandaled feet with 2 long toenails slipping in the dirt, a red handkerchief tied around his head, the hump on his back prominent under his faded camiso de chino. Beside Antonio, his best friend Jose didn't seem bothered by the slow pace. In fact, he whistled and looked around at the trees, insects, and birds. Antonio was glad, too. He was still a little sore from Ghost Moon Night. Tito Oscar was out of town, and of course Tita Alice, due to have a baby at any time, couldn't bring her girls. Papa groused about Tito Oscar's family not being there.
Barangay captain, and he neglects his duty.
He paid for the kakanin refreshments afterwards, didn't he? Antonio asked, reminding Papa about the food waiting for them at the pavilion. Papa shrugged.
Anyone can pay for things.
Not you, Antonio thought, but just bit his tongue. Magnando drove his tricycle up, with Yoli in the sidecar. Antonio lingered at the start of the trail.
Come on,
Jose said. Yoli looked up and smiled at Antonio. He smiled back, before turning to walk alongside Jose.
Wait,
Jose said.
You and her?
I was just being friendly is all, Antonio said. This past Ghost Moon Night, we had a little adventure together. Jose wasn't even listening. He was too busy watching a snake slither into the grass.
What?
He said. Antonio shrugged and walked on. Up ahead, 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏 stumbled and fell to her knees. Grace's mother, Mrs. 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏, cried,
A knock, child. What's wrong?
I think I sprained my ankle, Grace said. Mrs. 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏 called out to 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏.
Can you please help my daughter?
𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 leaned the weight of his body against his walking stick.
You know I don't heal bones anymore.
He held up his contorted hands.
Rheuma.
Arthritis. Go, Jose pushed Antonio forward. You can play the hero. Are you kidding? Antonio said. I don't know what to do with a sprained ankle.
Fine,
Jose said.
Just come with me then and be my assistant.
What are you talking about? You only do urinals.
I've had to bandage up my ankle a lot,
Jose pointed out.
Here, he said out loud. I can help.
Mrs. Mijares looked at him skeptically.
And you are? Jose Pineda, ma'am. I'm Grace's classmate. We were in math together.
Well, this isn't a math problem,
Mrs. Mijares retorted.
She noticed Antonio standing to the side and glared at him, probably remembering the dress. I play basketball, ma'am, Jose said. So I deal with sprains all the time.
I'm all right,
Grace said, standing up.
It hurts just a little.
Jose helped Grace on her left side, and Antonio helped on the right.
She took 2 steps and winced, but bravely kept going again.
I'll help my daughter, thank you,
Mrs. Mijares said.
The 2 reluctantly handed Grace over.
We shall go again,
𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗄 announced.
If you can't keep up, then I would ask that you stay behind.
That looks like a good spot to rest,
Mrs. Mijares said.
I can keep going, Mama,
Grace insisted.
Jose nudged Antonio and whispered,
You should stay back there. If she stumbles again, you can catch her.
𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗏 passed them then.
Antonio smiled, but she only nodded coolly. Had she heard what Jose said? As the trail got steeper, the forest got darker, denser. Trees pressed in on Antonio, giant trunks of 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁𝗍 canopies that soared hundreds of feet up, lean ipil trees that looked like dwarves under its giant neighbors. Here, the air was cool and humid. Leaves and branches slapped at his face, his arms. Dew drenched his shirt and pants. A snake reared its head, then slithered into the brush. Colorful birds swooped, landed, and issued out calls of 𝗃𝗏, 𝗃𝗏. A lizard puffed out its throat, its eyes looking filmy under its first eyelids. Antonio ran into spiderwebs, disturbing spiders the size of a child's fist. Fat mosquitoes buzzed around his ears and bit his arms. A half-hour passed, then an hour, 2. 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗄 may not have been fast, but he was steady. He stopped every so often, but for the most part he kept going, shaming the rest of the group from resting too long. Towards the top, the trail turned indistinct. 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗄 forged ahead, getting down on all fours over the rougher terrain. He stood up, only to stumble. 2 men moved to his side to help him along, but he refused their help. After he made it over a rise, everyone took turns scrambling up to the top. A few minutes later, Antonio stood on the bald, rocky summit of Mount 𝗬𝗏𝗰𝗿. Here, the wind blew steadily, cool despite the noon sun. Except for a sloping trail leading to a ridge that sheltered a large cave, the rest of the mountain face was a steep cliff. It dropped sharply down to a mangrove-lined beach, where little huts on stilts stood at water's edge. In the clear shallows, white sand sloped gently into a mass of coral, where the water deepened to turquoise. Small islands formed stepping stones in the horizon. Everyone formed a half-circle behind 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗄, who faced the cliff's edge and sat on rocky ground. Antonio noticed that 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗏 sat on the opposite side of the crowd. He thought about getting up and talking to her to find out how she's doing. But 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗄 began the prayer. Arms outstretched, the old man recited the prayer Antonio had heard since he was able to sit on his father's shoulders and join in the pilgrimage.
Our most revered 𝗏𝗃, we are here to pay homage to you.
Next, he replicated the call of the 𝗏𝗃.
𝗏𝗃, 𝗏𝗃.
If a 𝗏𝗃 responded or showed itself, it meant that their town had the right conditions for planting. If not, the pilgrimage would have to be repeated in another week. Antonio hoped they would get it this first time. He could remember only one time when 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗄 had to take them back to the mountain. That year, 𝗬𝗏𝗰 suffered a drought and worms attacked their crops. Beside Antonio, his parents' lips moved in prayer. 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗄 repeated his 𝗏𝗃 call.
𝗏𝗃, 𝗏𝗃.
In his mind's eye, Antonio imagined what lay over the edge of the plateau, sheer cliff that plunged to the sea. Swallow nests pockmarked the upper cliff wall.
the limestone bleached white by the sun. Suddenly, unearthly shrieks pierced the air. At first, Antonio thought girls were making the sound.
"What is that?"
Mama whispered to Papa. "Kuding, sounding an alarm to their brood," Papa replied. A brown cloud of birds rose up from the cave on the cliff and flew over 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗏, whose arms were stretched out. His shirt, his bandana, the little wisps of hair on his bald head, moved to the wind's onslaught. The kuding swooped down next upon the villagers, who ducked, and then the birds disappeared over the cliff edge. "Look!" someone cried. From the cave, a battered brown hat emerged, followed by a black cassock. "Good morning," Father Sebastian called out.
"Father Sebastian?"
𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗏 exclaimed, spittle forming at his mouth.
"What are you doing here? These," he made a sweeping gesture with his hand, "are sacred grounds." "I'm sorry, but I hadn't heard about the pilgrimage until an hour ago, so I drove my car up until it couldn't go further and took this route. Don't let me interrupt you."
𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿's veins bulged out on the sides of his face. He looked like he wanted to push the priest over the cliff.
"You already have. Not only that, you've ruined something important, a town ritual on which many livelihoods depend."
The priest continued to smile agreeably.
"O ye of little faith." "Pardon me?"
𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿 said. Father Sebastian seemed to look straight at Antonio.
"You work hard for something, and you will get it. Not through bird calls, and not just the sweat of your brow. You need to rely upon God. He is the almighty grantor of wishes, the source of all life here on this earth."
To 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿 he said,
"Maybe it's time that this village depends on something more than just birds."
𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿 opened his mouth as though to speak, but the priest plowed on.
"And what about Ghost Moon Night and the langbuan? Why does this town cower instead of choosing to fight evil? But birds are so harmless, and monthly monsters are so harmless. A lie. Every time you revere these creatures, every time you worship them, you might as well worship the devil."
Father Sebastian wiped his brow with the sleeve of his cassock.
"There, I'm done."
No one spoke for a good long minute.
"As I am,"
𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿 finally said.
"As I am."
He walked away, back down the mountain path they had hiked.
𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿?
Someone asked.
Does this mean we can start planting?
The old man paused and raised a hand. The wind blew strong. Antonio couldn't smell the sea. The wind was blowing the wrong way for that. Instead, he smelled the lush secrets of the forest and a little of the fear in the group as they hung onto the elder's words. 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿 held up a hand and closed his eyes.
"Yes."
No one cheered as in past years after a successful kuding sighting. This one didn't feel earned. Antonio could sense everyone's disappointment as they whispered among themselves. He liked Father Sebastian a lot, but he disagreed with him. Given time, maybe the priest would understand and learn to accept their traditions and rituals. 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿 turned and led them in the hike down the mountain. Antonio stayed back to talk to Father Sebastian, a lone figure facing the cliff.
"Father Sebastian?"
Antonio said, approaching him.
"I should have mentioned about the pilgrimage. Then you wouldn't have driven off the birds."
"Do you believe that these birds affect your harvest?" the priest asked. "Truly, in your heart of hearts?"
"My parents have always said so, so I believe."
Father Sebastian nodded. "That's understandable. But someday you'll need to decide for yourself who controls your destiny, these creatures or God."
28. On the first day of planting, Antonio met Papa at the rice paddies at the crack of dawn. Already the humid morning air made Antonio's shirt cling to his sweaty back. "Thank you for coming to help me," Papa said. Antonio glanced sharply at Papa, surprised at his humble tone. But it didn't last long. "Come on," Papa said in his usual gruff way. "The sun moves fast." Papa led Mama and Antonio past an open-walled shed. At Papa's hip, he carried a scabbard with a huge bolo knife. He stopped at the chicken coop, taking out a hen, which he inspected at length. He seemed to take forever, but Antonio knew better than to hurry Papa at this part of the planting ritual. Satisfied, Papa handed him the hen and reached in for another, repeating the inspection process. Antonio tucked both chickens under his arms and followed Papa to a corner of the nearest field. "Are we ready?" Papa asked, to which Mama and Antonio responded appropriately, "As the spirits of the earth see fit." Papa knelt down and recited words Antonio had heard from the time he was old enough to remember. "Our beloved ancestors, our revered spirits of the earth, please accept from us this humble offering, the best of our flock representing the best of our efforts." Antonio's mind wandered. The coolness of dawn had fled, replaced by heat that made it difficult to think. He lost himself in a daydream, imagining Yoli and him scaling one of the lower rock cliffs and daring each other to dive. With a start, Antonio realized Papa had stopped talking and was staring at him, looking annoyed. Antonio handed him one hen. Papa took the bolo knife. As he held it at lap level over the hen's throat, the blade glinted in the sun. He quickly chopped off the hen's neck, darkening the earth with its blood. He did the same to the second one, and left them on a slab for Trining to clean and cook. Antonio thought of Hilario, his uncle's white rooster. For a moment, his throat tightened. Next, Mama untied a burlap bag from around her waist and pulled out golden rice grains. She wore a faded knee-length dress that trailed in the mud as she walked down to the seedbed. Then she stopped and released the rice grains onto the paddy. The first planting, by the mother of the household. It symbolized Mother Earth bestowing her graces upon them. After that symbolic first planting, Trining fetched the chickens to roast them. Antonio and his parents fanned out, sewing rice grains from handheld bilao baskets. Mama went back to her sewing machine after their meal of inihaw, or roast chicken. Papa and Antonio stayed outside and sat under a mango tree, eating soft pillows of palitao sprinkled with shredded coconut. Antonio was enjoying his third palitao when Papa spoke. "In a few weeks, we'll be ready to transplant," he said. "Without Arnell, it will be doubly hard. I'm planning on you to help me." It was not a question. Antonio stiffened. They'd talked about this before. Antonio had already told him he was finding a different job. Was Papa being deliberately obtuse? "If I find a job, I won't be available, Papa," Antonio said. Papa's expression darkened. "But you have a job, right here." "Papa, I need a job that would earn me enough money for Lolo's record player."
"How am I to take you seriously?" Papa cried. "I don't think you even know your own mind."
"Did you, at my age?" Antonio countered.
"Yes, farming is what my father did, and his father before him. I knew that these fields would someday be mine, just like they will be yours someday."
"Papa, there are other jobs than farming."
"Allah!" Papa said. "You mustn't speak like that to your father. You'd better get your head out of the mud, son, or you'll be sorely disappointed. What can a farmer's son do?"
"Mr. Mijares runs a good business." Antonio paused. "Tito Oscar, too." Not surprisingly, Papa said,
"Oscar is simply a lucky man with a lot of charm."
"And a nice house by the sea. He's wealthy."
"Wealth?" Papa's lip curled. "I'll show you wealth. Get up."
"Why? What?" Antonio stammered. Papa just kept walking along the dirt dams that would keep the water in the paddies. Antonio followed until Papa stopped at an intersection of paddies.
"Son,
he said. Do you know how many generations of Pulidos have farmed these fields? Antonio shook his head. 5, Papa said. Our ancestors carved a life out of this valley. Death, sickness, pestilence, nothing deterred them. Outsiders, the Spaniards, the Japanese, the American, tried stealing this land. This land is the product of sacrifice for you and me.
I never asked anyone to make any sacrifices for me, Antonio said.
You're right, Papa agreed. But you can't change the past. The offering is there for the grateful to take.
But I am grateful.
Then show it.
Papa got red in the face.
Antonio, I want you to look, to really look. What do you see?
After a minute, Antonio said, I see a brown field that's been reseeded, muddy and bare.
Is that all? It's not just a brown field, Papa insisted. It's mud and water slapping against the water buffalo's hoof. The sowing of seeds into the prepared dirt. Seedlings ready for transplant. Rice stalks swaying in the breeze. The holes bursting and ready to harvest. It's the sun drying piles of grain and its rhythmic sifting onto the woven 𝗦𝗃𝗏𝗁.
Papa stopped speaking, slightly out of breath, and glanced at Antonio.
Well?
Papa, Antonio said, farming isn't always poetic.
Throwing his hands in the air, Papa said, If my words do not move you, then you are hopeless.
Something within Antonio busted loose.
Hope?
He lashed back.
You speak of hope, and how can I have hope as you slave over this land? You see more than a brown field? Well, I do too. It's the monotony of chores and slimy mud, prying off a dozen leeches, fingers cut and bleeding from plucking and transplanting wet seedlings, flies getting in my eyes and nose, enough sweat to fill a bucket. It's a back so sore I can't even lie down properly at night. It's having just enough money for you to gamble away. Almost not enough money to buy seeds for the next planting season and to keep some crop for our table. The honest truth is, if it weren't for Mama's earnings, we would most likely starve.
Papa was right. Like an untethered water buffalo, Antonio was unable to stop himself from charging stupidly headlong. Papa looked like an empty hull of rice, slack around the mouth and the eyes, defeated. Antonio had pushed it beyond the limit, and he knew it. Antonio shoved his hands in his pockets. I'll think about what you said, Papa. All right? But I would like to try something else. For 𝗧𝗏𝗃𝗏 and a new record player.
And then, after the record player, what then?
Then, I'll think about it some more. Papa didn't say anything, but just shook his head. He looked up at the sun and said, Let's keep working.
29. After his declaration, Antonio had to make good on his word and find a job.
The next morning he came to breakfast wearing his Sunday best. Papa refused to look up from the newspaper. He must have told Mama the gist of the conversation. She looked at Antonio and said, How about an apology? Antonio waited for Papa's. When Mama sighed, Antonio decided to just get it done and over with. I'm sorry, Papa, he said. Papa grunted but refused to lower the newspaper. Antonio looked at Mama as though to say, See, what's the point? But she looked mollified. 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗍 was oblivious to all this. He looked worn out and pale. His eyes lacked the usual spark. Antonio helped him put some food in his spoon, but after about 5 bites, 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗍 refused more. Despite Papa's objections, Antonio felt better about his decision. If he raised enough money, he could buy the record player for 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗍 and hopefully make him feel better. Trining brought in a steaming basket of pan de sal. Antonio welcomed the diversion. He grabbed a roll and got smacked on the hand with a fly swatter. We haven't blessed yet, Trining said. Trining's insolence irked Antonio, but Mama acted like nothing was amiss and waited pointedly for Antonio to fold his arms. After Mama offered the blessing, Antonio dunked his bread into his coffee and took a big bite. Careful,
Mama said.
or you'll dribble on your shirt. What's the hurry?
I have a lot of doors to knock on today, Antonio said. If you show manners like that, no one will want to hire you, Papa said. I don't want you to bother your Tito Oscar for a job. I know. Papa belched loudly and hid behind the paper again. Antonio excused himself and went out, shaking his head. I won't be like him, he vowed. Antonio flagged down a tricycle and asked to be taken to the bus station where the businesses were clustered between small villages like 𝗬𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗁. As he got out of the tricycle, he saw Yoli seated in her grandfather's sidecar waiting for customers at the queue. She had been watching him. He caught her glance, but quickly lowered her eyes to her lap. He willed her to look up. Last ghost moon night, hadn't they shared a remarkable experience? They might not be the best of friends, but surely she could trust him now. He wondered how she was faring with her mother's passing. When she wouldn't look up, he went on to 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁𝗍's restaurant, confounded by girls. Well, 𝗦𝗃𝗍𝗁 greeted him. You look decent for a change. Have you come to play music or eat? Neither, Antonio said, although he itched to play the latest song on the jukebox. I've come to apply for a job. She shook her head. Sorry, I have nothing. I can man your jukebox, Antonio offered. No, thanks. 𝗦𝗃𝗍𝗁 smiled encouragingly. But good luck with your search. If you end up empty-handed at the end of the day, at least come in for a bowl of soup. I can donate that much. He thanked her and walked on down the sidewalk, into an alley which emerged into the harbor road. Here, a cluster of tricycles waited for patrons who were shopping at the wet market. Under the open-sided stalls with tin roofs, a hive of customers buzzed over vendor stalls. Piles of oranges, guavas, and mangoes filled bins. Newly hulled white rice smelled fragrant. 𝗃𝗃𝗁 and other vegetables tried valiantly but failed to stand up to the heat, looking limp in parts. Cow stomach, pig heads, and various cuts of meats left a slimy trail of blood along the side of the stall to the wet ground. Flies swarmed over a gigantic tuna head and what looked like the fin of a shark, as well as mussels, squid, and other fish. The whole place smelled like fish. Antonio went over to the biggest fish stall of them all, Tito Oscar's. Here the fish seemed twice as big as the others, and a young girl stood over the stall with a stick and streamers meant to keep the flies off. Pedro, Tito Oscar's vendor, came out from the back and hailed Antonio. Antonio wished Papa wasn't so pig-headed about him working for Tito Oscar. Antonio sidestepped puddles of standing water and let a harried housewife pass him, then kept walking. 2 aisles over, a sign caught his eye. Wanted. Butcher apprentice. Antonio hesitated. There had been whispers. The new butcher never went outside in the mornings and only slaughtered animals in the evening. People said he was an 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗺, a vampire who sucked blood. Antonio wanted to pass on, but he needed a job. As he deliberated whether to apply, a butcher knife impaled itself on the meat counter. A butcher walked towards him with red-rimmed eyes and fangs. Antonio blinked and the image was gone, replaced by a greasy complexion, beady eyes, rodent teeth, and a huge double chin. You look like you just saw a ghost, the butcher said, snort laughing like a pig. I was just looking at your job opening. The butcher eyed him. You look too delicate for such bloody work. I'm not, Antonio assured him. The butcher grunted. Let's put it to the test, shall we? Already, Antonio was having second thoughts about showing his interest. He eyed the market's exit and considered bolting for his freedom, but the butcher grabbed his arm. To the back, he said. 30. Antonio didn't think he was squeamish. But the smell of blood and the sight of cow carcasses lined in a row, hung from the rafters with chains, made his stomach turn. One rod held gigantic beef sides. Another held blood-stained whole pigs. Yet another had smaller, headless animals that looked like goat. The butcher asked him questions. How old was he? Was he still going to school? Who was his father? All the while, his pudgy hand kept hold of Antonio's arm. He brought Antonio up close to a pig, hung upside down, which looked like it was still alive. Its flesh was so pink. In one swift movement, the butcher unsheathed a knife and held it up to Antonio's face. Antonio flinched and took a step back. "I still need to drain this pig," the butcher said. "Will you do the honor?" He handed the knife to Antonio. Mercifully, he let his arm go too. "You cut right here," the butcher said, indicating a spot in the pig's throat. Tentatively, Antonio swallowed and held the knife at an angle next to the pig's skin. He took one breath. 2. "Not queasy, are you?" the butcher said, his beady eyes dancing and his double chin quivering. Pressing the knife blade against the pig's throat, he took a deep breath and pushed down. The blade was so sharp it passed through its skin quickly. Blood, dull red, began to cascade down to a bucket underneath. The butcher squealed, making Antonio jump. "Oh, glorious, glorious fluid of life! Would you look at that?" Bending down, the butcher put his mouth directly in the flow of the blood. Blood gurgled out and down the side of his face to his ear. Antonio blinked. His imagination had once again ran away with him. The butcher was looking at Antonio. There was no trace of blood on his face or mouth. "Well?" the butcher asked. "What do you think?" Thrusting the handle of the knife into the butcher's hand, Antonio didn't answer, and instead ran past the other stalls on down to the market exit. Outside, he breathed lungfuls of air until his heartbeat slowed down. In the dirt lot next to the market, he saw Timo carrying the record player out of his family's store to his motorcycle. "Wait!" Antonio shouted. He sprinted across the road and dodged a tricycle to get to Timo. "It's not sold, is it?" he asked. "It's not, farm boy," Timo said. "But it very well could be by the end of the month." Antonio frowned. "Why are you taking it away, then?" "It's broken. Someone dropped a bag of flour on it and broke the stylus." I'll buy it then," Antonio said, "for a fraction of a price." "Nice try, but no thanks. My cousin will fix it, and it'll be good as new. It's still going for the price I told you." Timo straddled his motorcycle, balancing the record player in front of him. Antonio cringed at Timo's carelessness. At least Timo strapped the record player to the seat. "Don't drop it," Antonio said. Past the rows of tricycles waiting for riders, a door opened to a small building that was marked 𝗦𝗃𝗄𝗃 Enterprises. Grace came out in a lovely pink dress and approached Timo. "Ready?" Timo asked. Grace made a face. "I can't fit on your motorcycle with that thing on your lap." "I can give you a ride," Antonio offered. Timo chortled. "In his cart. What a tough choice, huh, Grace?" She looked like she was considering it. "You're not seriously thinking of riding in Antonio's mud cart, are you?" Timo asked. Grace folded her arms across her chest. "Then put that thing back in the store." Timo glowered but carried it back to the store while Grace waited by the motorcycle. "You look nice," Grace told Antonio. "Thanks," he said. "I'm looking for a job." "You should apply here." She pointed at the 𝗦𝗃𝗄𝗃 building. "That's where I'm going, in fact." Antonio headed on over. "Oi!" Timo called out. "The mental hospital's the other way." "Someday, I'm going to own that record player," Antonio vowed as he ignored the taunt. "Just to shut Timo up." Antonio walked into the 𝗦𝗃𝗄𝗃 building, then entered the first door marked Owner. It was a small room with spare furnishings. A rattan desk, a cabinet, and 2 chairs. A woman with bright red lipstick sat behind the desk filing her nails. She moved with a practiced air of putting the file away. But when she saw it was only Antonio, she continued. An electric fan clicked and whirred in the corner. "Can I help you?" she said. She blew on her bangs and studied a fingernail closely. "Can I please see Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗄𝗃?" "Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗄𝗃 isn't here," she said. "He's out to lunch."
Can I make an appointment? She shrugged. Depends. What do you need? It's about a job. I don't know. Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗃 is a very busy man. Yes, he is, a man chimed in. Oh, the secretary said, looking past Antonio to the open door. It's just you. Antonio recognized the man from high school, 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿𝗁, 3 years his senior. He had what looked like scars from fighting, but Antonio knew he just had a bad case of acne. His greatest claim to fame was that he once masterminded the theft of the watering can from Mr. Basilio's practical arts classroom in broad daylight. It may not sound like a big deal, but if anyone knew Mr. Basilio, they'd consider it was the heist of the century. 𝗬𝗲𝗁 sauntered in, an unlit cigarette hanging from his lips. You know Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗃 doesn't like you smoking in the building, the secretary said, smiling. You won't snitch on me, will you? He winked at her, then glanced at Antonio. Are you Antonio Pulido's son? Yes. I know your old man. Oh? Antonio said. Not a very smart gambler. Antonio stiffened. 𝗬𝗲𝗁 eyed Antonio's clothes and shoes. Are you selling something? I want to apply for a job as a tricycle driver. Do you now? He took the cigarette out of his mouth and gestured towards Antonio. I have a test. If you pass it, I will recommend that Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗃 hires you. What do you say? Antonio glanced at him warily. What do you want me to do? The driver didn't show up for work today, but he owes Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗃's money. I need you to go to his house and repossess the tricycle. That's it? Yes. 𝗬𝗲𝗁 smiled, flashing tobacco-stained teeth. All right. 31. A tricycle driver dropped Antonio off in front of a fenced yard on Palanca Street. From where he stood, he could only see the house, no tricycle. He let himself in through the gate, then skirted around to one side. The tricycle was parked in some overgrown weeds. Antonio stuck his hand in his pocket and felt the key that 𝗬𝗲𝗁 gave him. He won't be nice about it, 𝗬𝗲𝗁 had warned him. A mangy dog half ran, half dragged itself from the backyard to where Antonio stood. The dog's tongue lolled out slightly, and one of his eyes twitched. Is your owner home? Antonio asked. The dog watched him with his odd eye. There wasn't anything menacing about his posture, so Antonio took one step and another step until he could get past it to the side yard. Just turn the key and drive it off, 𝗬𝗁 had said. It sounded pretty simple. However, Antonio hadn't counted on the heavy chain wrapped around the tire spokes, bolted to the ground, a large padlock keeping it all in place. Antonio knelt and tried to pry up the bolt. No such luck. He looked around for a tool to use, anything, when the window just directly to his right opened up. To his surprise, 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁 stood framed by it. Her eyes flashed with shock, then anger. What are you doing here? She said. I thought this place looked familiar, Antonio said, groaning inwardly. This is my grandfather's house, but yes, I live here. Why? He hesitated, then said, I'm here to take back this tricycle for 𝗬𝗲𝗁. You're not the first one to try. Leave before I call my dog on you. He looked at the mongrel. What happened to him anyway? He looks like a truck squashed him. Some stupid kids took him and strung him up by the leg. Do you save every poor dog you encounter? Do you follow the bidding of every bully you meet? He focused once again on the tricycle. If you'll just give me the key to this padlock, I'll be on my way. Do you even know why 𝗬𝗁 wants the tricycle back? She asked. He said the driver didn't show up at work and he owes Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗃's money. If I had known it was 𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗺, I'd have come to your front door first. Then you are the biggest fool for believing him. With that, she retreated and slammed the window shut. Great, he muttered. Aloud, he shouted, I told 𝗬𝗁 I would take it. I'll let him sort it out with your grandfather. The window opened again. Don't you dare, she warned.
Watch me, he said. He looked around the yard for a tool. There was a pile of junk out in the back, and he marched over to it. The pile had scraps of wood and tree branches and a long silver bar. He grabbed the bar, but it wouldn't budge. Yanking hard, he fell on his back as the whole thing collapsed. As it was, the metal thing wasn't even useful. It was an old rusty bicycle frame, cannibalized for parts. He had no time for this nonsense. Marching back to the tricycle, he began yanking at the chain. It didn't budge. Whoever buried the bolt it was connected to had done a good job. "Stop it!" Yoli shouted from the window. "Unlock it!" Antonio shot back. "No." So he continued working on the chain. Suddenly, she yelled, "𝗃𝗲𝗁, attack!" 32. The nerve of the girl! The dog would have ripped Antonio's ear off had he not put up an elbow and knocked it backwards. He scrambled up, ran around the tricycle, and stood on the driver's seat. The dog snapped at him again, but he wasn't tall enough to reach Antonio's ankles. "Call him off," Antonio told Yoli. "Only if you promise to get off our property," she said. "Not until I get what I came here for." "Fine, you can get rabies for all I care." The window closed again. 𝗃𝗲𝗁 bared his fangs, and Antonio could have sworn he was foaming at the mouth. Fortunately, he was a little dim. If he'd been smart at all, he could have walked around to the sidecar, gotten up on the seat, and attacked Antonio easily. "Yoli!" Antonio shouted. "Yoli 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁!" The window remained shut. He remembered the key in his pocket. He fished it out, his eyes searching for the motorcycle ignition. Still perched on his spot with the crazy dog trying to eat him, he crouched down and put the key in the ignition. Nothing happened. He tried it a few more times with the same result. "What are you trying to do now?" The window had opened, and Yoli was watching him with a smirk. "What's wrong with this tricycle?" Antonio asked. "Did 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗏 destroy it?" "Even my dog can figure that out better than you. Have you ever heard of kick-starting?" "Of course," he lied. He studied the side of the motorcycle. He had seen tricycle drivers kick something before the engine turned over and rumbled. The only problem was, a shark of a little dog wanted to take a bite of his ankle if he dared kick the lever. "Even if you did drive it off," Yoli said, "the tire would stay here with the chain. Do you have money to get it fixed?" "Well, 𝗵𝗲𝗁 didn't say I had to bring back the tricycle in one piece," he pointed out. "Knowing 𝗵𝗲𝗁, he'd charge you triple for the tire. So just be nice and toss me the key to the padlock." "How much will 𝗵𝗲𝗁 pay you if you get this back to him?" "Nothing. He just promised to hire me." Yoli made a face. "All that trouble for nothing." "Yoli," a voice called from the hut. "Yoli," louder now. "Can you hear me?" Yoli looked over her shoulder. "Yes, Lolo." "Who's out there with you?" She gave Antonio a sidelong glance. "It's Antonio Pulido. He's here to steal your tricycle for 𝗵𝗲𝗁." Antonio glared at her. "Tell him to come in," 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗏 said. Yoli frowned. "Are you sure, Lolo?" "I'm sure." She looked at Antonio for a long moment. Then she said to the dog, "Leave him." The window shut once again. Antonio stood at the front stoop and waited. Yoli opened the door, unsmiling, but at least she was civil. She led him through a dark house. Antonio expected it to be oppressive like Mad Juana's hut, but a sweet scent of pandan leaves filled the air from the sheaf dangling near the front door. Yoli led him to a bedroom where a candle flickered in the corner, casting shadows on 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗏, who was lying on a frayed woven mat. She stood against a wall, watching Antonio like a cat. "Antonio," 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗏 said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Is that you?" Antonio knelt beside him. "Yes, it's me." "I've been sick since the langbuan touched me." 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗏 was racked by coughing, and for a minute he couldn't speak.
So, he whispered, you work for 𝗬𝗲𝗁 now? Not yet, Antonio said. I would like to, though. I probably shouldn't do this, for I hate to gossip, but I would recommend against it. You work for him, Antonio pointed out. No, I work for Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁. 𝗬𝗲𝗁 is an unpleasant side effect. What do you mean? Power does some strange things to men, is all I will say. 𝗬𝗃𝗄𝗁 shifted slightly on the mat. You think I don't want to return the tricycle? I tried to yesterday, and I tried to pay the boundary fee, but he wouldn't let me. Why wouldn't he? Why, indeed. The old man closed his eyes and appeared to fall asleep, but all of a sudden his eyes opened and he spoke. If I let you take the tricycle, and you start working for Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗁, will you look out for an old co-worker like me? Antonio didn't hesitate. Yes, of course. Yoli takes care of me well, doesn't she? 𝗬𝗃𝗄𝗁 said. Some said when her father died, I was doing her and her mother a favor, taking them in, but it's been the other way around. I don't know what I'd do without her. She could drive my tricycle while I'm sick, but 𝗬𝗁 wouldn't hear of it. He doesn't want girls to take over, I suppose, even though I think Yoli is as smart as they come. I already have a job, 𝗲𝗏, Yoli said. Ah, yes. She works at the bank, he told Antonio. Like I said, she's very smart. To Yoli, he said, unlock the chain, Apo, and let Antonio take the tricycle. Are you sure, 𝗲𝗏? After what 𝗬𝗁 did to you? Yes, I'm sure. We'll leave it up to God. A letter might not hurt, too. He looked at Antonio. Perhaps you would be so kind as to give Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗁 a letter for me. Do you know how to stop this thing? Yoli asked Antonio as he straddled the motorcycle. Antonio was tempted to say, of course, but instead he bit his tongue. How? She showed him how to squeeze the lever at the handle. At least you don't have to worry about balancing the motorcycle. Just go slow, and if you forget how to stop, find a vendor stall to crash into. That'd be an expensive way to stop, he said. Better than hitting people, she said. He thought he saw a glimmer of a smile, and then it was gone. Right. Well, he said gruffly. Thanks. I would say you are welcome if I mean it, but since I don't, I won't. You know, Antonio shouted as the tricycle took off wildly, giving him a slight whiplash. You'd be attractive if you weren't such a smart mouth. 33. Antonio could feel everyone's eyes watching him enter the station parking lot on the tricycle. He circled once, twice, 3 times, slowly because he wasn't sure where exactly to park. Finally, he settled for a spot between a pink tricycle and a vendor stall full of fruit. Do you mind? The woman vendor said. I don't want fumes on my fruit. I won't be long, he said, taking the key out of the ignition. Down the sidewalk, 𝗬𝗁 stood, smoking a cigarette. 2 men stood behind him, ugly, like their boss. 𝗬𝗁 held his hand out for the key. Well, look who's driving a tricycle. I don't remember you being on our payroll. You told me to fetch it from 𝗬𝗃𝗄𝗁, Antonio said. So I did. And so I see. Did his granddaughter put up a fight, or throw that dog at you? Yes to both. Did you bring a hacksaw to break the chain? No. I tried to ask nicely, but when that didn't work with his granddaughter, the old man called me in and decided to let me take it. Just like that. 𝗬𝗁 snapped his fingers. Well, we talked, but yes, eventually he let me. That doesn't sound like the troublemaker I know. Ah, but oh well.
He gave the tricycle a cursory glance. "It looks like it's in one piece. Fellas, put this tricycle away." 𝗬𝗲𝗰 went back to smoking.
You said if I brought this back, you'd give me a job.
Antonio reminded him. "Try me next year," 𝗬𝗲𝗰 said. "Maybe then I'll have some turtles available." His men laughed.
You promised,
Antonio said. "I'm tired of this conversation." 𝗬𝗲𝗰 walked away. "Fellas, keep him away from me, okay? You know where pests go." The two men advanced towards Antonio, flexing their biceps. Antonio looked into their ugly faces. Anger flared inside, but he tamped it down. They weren't worth it.
So Yoli was right,
Antonio said, stalking off and shaking his head.
All that trouble for nothing.
He shoved his hands in his pockets, running smack into someone else.
Sorry,
Antonio muttered. "Where's the fire?" Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁 said. Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁 sat in a large chair, regarding Antonio across a gleaming desk that smelled of furniture polish. Antonio found it hard to believe that someone as delicately lovely as Grace 𝗦𝗃𝗁 could descend from such a man. He was large, not fat, but built of solid muscle. He had a broad forehead and a pencil-thin mustache. Someone knocked on his office door. "Come in," he said. The secretary came in, set down 2 steaming hot cups of coffee, and left them alone once again. "Go ahead," Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗁 said, gesturing with a little nod towards the cup nearest Antonio. Antonio blew at the hot drink first and took a sip. It was well past lunch. The drink felt good on his empty stomach. "This is a very curious letter," Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗁 said, picking up Mang Nando's letter and letting it fall on the desk. "Don't you think?"
I wouldn't know,
Antonio said, setting the cup down.
I've never read it.
"You could have. It wasn't sealed or anything."
It's not my business what Nando 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁 wants to tell you, sir.
Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗁 leaned back. "So, you brought back that tricycle for 𝗬𝗲𝗰?"
You know about that?
"I saw you pull in. Did you tell 𝗬𝗲𝗰 about this letter?"
No.
"Why not?" Choosing his words with care, Antonio said,
I figured whatever it said about 𝗬𝗲𝗰 wasn't going to be nice.
"It actually doesn't say anything bad about 𝗬𝗲𝗰."
Oh.
Antonio watched the electric fan whir in the corner, wondering what Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗁's point was, but he didn't press. His cup still had a lot of coffee. No need to hurry their conversation along. Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗁 leaned back. "You seem like the type of young man who could be relied on to carry out an errand."
I hope so,
Antonio said. "You want something, and you go for it. Am I right?" Antonio nodded.
Yes.
"I knew that before today. You delivered that dress to my wife, and she refused it. But you didn't give in." Of course, now it would come back to haunt him. Antonio's spirit sank.
I'm sorry,
he said. "Don't be. It was refreshing finding someone who would stand up to my wife and to 𝗬𝗲𝗰. Thank you for giving me the letter. I will make sure to reinstate Nando. He's a good man." Antonio hesitated.
Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗁?
Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗁 had already pushed out his chair. The conversation was done. "Yes?"
I was actually hoping to get a driving job with you.
"Very well. Talk to 𝗬𝗲𝗰."
I already did, and he said no.
"Why?"
I honestly don't know.
"He can be a pig sometimes. Really have to watch him. 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗺."
Yes, sir?
The secretary asked from the doorway. "Get 𝗬𝗲𝗰, will you?" Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗁 said. When 𝗬𝗲𝗰 came in, Antonio stood up to leave, but Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗁 motioned for him to keep sitting. "I'm hiring Antonio," Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗁 said. 𝗬𝗲𝗰 hedged.
We don't have any available tricycles, boss.
"There's one almost done with repairs at the shop. Tell Efren to finish it pronto and have it available for Antonio. I want this young man making money for me immediately."
I'll see what I can do,
𝗬𝗲𝗰 said sullenly. "If you don't get that ready, 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁𝗁 said. He can use your tricycle until then. Outside, away from 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁's presence, 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗍 grabbed Antonio's shirt front. I don't like being made a fool. You do that well enough on your own, Antonio thought. We'll get you a tricycle, 𝗬𝗲𝗰 said. But you'll have to work doubly hard as a new recruit, or find another job. Antonio nodded. I'll work hard. Efren, 𝗬𝗲𝗰 shouted into a shed. I need that tricycle. A man wheeled out a tricycle with a white sidecar. It was plain, but it was Antonio's to use. When he'd saved up a little bit of money, he would add decorations. He'd seen a few around that he liked, a small statue of the infant Jesus, a rosary. Maybe he could even have pretty pictures painted on it. He kick-started it, and it roared to life. Driving it in a couple of circles, he sped out of the tiny circular station and down to Yoli's house. If Yoli was surprised to see him, she didn't show it. She simply led him back to the bedroom where Antonio gave the old man the 100-peso bill. What's this? 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗏 asked. It's from 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁. He says to come back to work soon. Praise be to God, 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗏 said. Thank you. You must have represented me well. What did 𝗬𝗲𝗰 say? Nothing, Antonio said. I didn't show him the letter. 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗏 smiled. Thank you. At the door, as Antonio was leaving, Yoli called out, Oi! Hey. Antonio turned. She was leaning against the frame. Thank you, she said, and before he could reply, she disappeared inside. 34. The next morning dawned stormy, the perfect weather for sleeping in, but a smiling Antonio bounded down the stairs 2 steps at a time. Papa eyed him curiously over breakfast. What's got you in such a good mood? He asked. I got a job driving a tricycle for 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁, Antonio announced. Mama raised her cup of coffee. Congratulations. Antonio braced himself for his father's reaction. A plum job for a high school graduate, Papa said. Antonio left the breakfast table before his father could ruin his good mood. Then he checked in with Lolo Sonny. To his relief, his grandfather was in better spirits.
Training had been taking him to Alingdona's to listen to the jukebox, and that seemed to help.
Things are looking up, Lolo, Antonio said, sitting beside the old man for a minute. Soon, I'll get you a record player, and you can play Cundimán music over and over. At the street corner, Antonio hailed a tricycle. By the time he reached the station, the rain poured in thick sheets. 𝗬𝗲𝗰's henchmen took their time getting out Antonio's tricycle, making Antonio stand in the rain. But he didn't really mind. When he got the tricycle, he took a deep breath, kick-started it, then drove it to the queue of tricycles waiting for passengers, hopefully looking as if he'd done it 1,000,000 times. 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗏 came over. Well, that's a mighty fine-looking tricycle, Antonio, he said. Thank you. He handed Antonio what looked like a folded-up plastic sheet. I have a spare poncho. Would you like to use it? Antonio gratefully took it. I heard that a bus is supposed to roll in, 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗏 said. Here it is now, in fact.
A small bus of about 10 rows of benches with the sign, Manila to Tuguegarao, pulled in, belching 2 puffs of black smoke.
You want to watch how it's done, 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗏 said. Follow me. 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗏 and several of the other drivers pounded on the side of the bus as it pulled in and parked. The conductor got out, traded a couple of jokes with some of the men, and undid ropes holding the luggage to a roof rack.
As passengers came around to claim their bag, tricycle drivers helped unload it, pointing at their tricycle.
𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗏 carried 2 suitcases as though he were a young man, and followed an old lady. Antonio was next in line. As a man came around the corner of the bus, Antonio's smile died on his face. It was 𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗁's cousin. Well, what are you waiting for? 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗏 said to Antonio. I haven't all day. Where to, Mang Isidro? Antonio asked. The man stared. How do you know my name? I saw you at 𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗁's wake. Ah, yes, that cheapskate affair. Antonio tightened his grip on the tricycle handlebars. Mama said Tito Oscar paid for all the food at the wake and the coffin. He decided to keep the conversation to a minimum so he'd not be tempted to slug 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁. "Where to?" he repeated. "Furman's Orchard." The rain turned into a drizzle as Antonio drove the tricycle down to 𝗦𝗃𝗏𝗺's orchard. Since the funeral, a gate had been built at the entrance, a padlock keeping it shut. 𝗦𝗃𝗏𝗺's cousin took out a key and opened it. "I'm meeting a buyer today," the cousin said. "Wait for me." The man disappeared into the dark orchard. At his approach, bats scattered, but he just kept going. Antonio waited. Another tricycle pulled up and 2 men got out. They were dressed nicely in light-colored chinos and ties, like they had come from the city. "Is 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗺𝗏 here?" one asked Antonio. Antonio nodded. He went into the orchard. Antonio watched as the pair walked into the orchard, scattering the bats. Unlike 𝗦𝗃𝗏𝗺's cousin, the 2 put their arms out to ward them off, retreated, then ran back into the orchard, their arms covering their heads. The men didn't make arrangements for their tricycle driver to wait. Within minutes, he took off. An hour passed. The sun now seared Antonio overhead. He stripped off the poncho and moved to the shade. Finally, the 2 men emerged. One said angrily, "What a bully! We're already doing him a favor and he ups the price." The other commiserated. "I almost wanted to call the entire thing off." "Too bad we can't. We'll lose our deposit." Reaching the tricycle, the pair got in. "Back to the bus station." "What about 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁?" Antonio said. "What about him?" one of the men said. "Let him walk." They laughed. Antonio glanced at the orchard. "Sorry, he hired me. I have to wait for him." One man cursed. Antonio studied him more closely. He wore a pair of dark sunglasses with his chinos. His fingers were immaculately manicured. The other man wasn't as well-groomed. He sported a shaggy black beard and no manicure. Sweat stains marked his shirt's armpit area, and a middle button had come undone. His jeans were frayed at the hem. "Why are you buying this property?" Antonio asked. "We're buying it for our boss," manicured guy said. "For what?" "You ask a lot of questions," Blackbeard said. "Just curious," Antonio said. "We own a lumber company." "Oh." "You sound disappointed," manicured guy said. "I thought maybe you were putting up a hotel. Or something fun," he amended in his head. "Did you hear him?" manicured guy ribbed Blackbeard. "There's an idea." "Are you kidding? No one will put up a hotel in your village, not with your curse." Antonio shrugged and shielded his eyes from the noonday sun. All those trees, cut down. He imagined the sun coming through and kissing the earth. Little shoots of trees coming up, able to survive for the first time. "What will you do with all the bats?" Antonio wondered aloud. "Hope they fly away," Blackbeard said. "And if they don't, we'll smoke them out until they do." 𝗦𝗃𝗏𝗺's cousin joined them then. He had a stack of books and a suitcase. Thick dust had been lifted off where he had touched the items. He struggled carrying them all to the tricycle, but neither man offered to help, even when one of the books tumbled to the ground and opened to a page covered with handwriting. It looked like a journal of some kind, dated with the year 1900. He dumped the other things into the sidecar, at the feet of the property's buyers, and picked up the journal. "Do you mind?" 𝗦𝗃𝗏𝗺's cousin looked pointedly at Blackbeard. "I have to be in the sidecar with all of this." The manicured guy shoved out Blackbeard. "He'll ride behind the driver." By the time Antonio took them to the station, the manicured guy's hair looked like a stiff broom. The pair left first, then 𝗦𝗃𝗏𝗺's cousin collected all his belongings and began to leave. "Excuse me?" Antonio said. "You need to pay." "Charge the other men," 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁 said. "They have plenty of money." "But they're gone." "It's your problem, not mine." The man turned towards the bus. Antonio took 3 strides and got in the man's face. "You kept me waiting for hours. You need to pay." "I have a bus to catch. Let me pass." "When you pay." 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁 set down the books and suitcase, then shoved a couple of bills at Antonio. "Fine. Here." "Thank you," Antonio said, counting out the fare. "Let me get you some change."
"Listen, just keep it."
𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁 marched on with the suitcase and books in hand. He disappeared into the bus, which let out 2 loud honks on the horn. Antonio noticed he'd left the journal on the ground. He held it up and tried to catch the man's attention. 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁 opened his window and leaned out, snatching the little notebook from Antonio's hands.
Antonio turned to his tricycle and found his path blocked by 𝗬𝗲𝗁 and his men.
"What was that all about?" 𝗬𝗲𝗁 asked, his eyes following the bus as it left the station. "He left a journal," Antonio said.
"I saw you collar that man and demand he pay you. It's not something all drivers are willing to do."
"I wouldn't have demanded payment had his ride not taken my whole morning," Antonio said.
"I like it,"
𝗬𝗲𝗁 said, surprising Antonio. Then he walked off, followed by his henchmen. 𝗦𝗃𝗄𝗁 went up to Antonio.
What did 𝗬𝗲𝗁 tell you?
"He said he liked how I negotiated payment from one of my passengers." Following 𝗬𝗲𝗁 with his gaze, 𝗦𝗃𝗄𝗁 said,
Did he now? You should be flattered. It's not every day that 𝗬𝗁 gives a compliment.
"I suppose." Antonio noticed that 𝗦𝗃𝗄𝗁's eyes were troubled. "Something wrong?"
Oh, nothing.
𝗦𝗃𝗄𝗁 smiled.
Just getting fanciful in my old age. I think 𝗬𝗁's plotting something.
Antonio looked past 𝗦𝗃𝗄𝗁 at the old man's tricycle. It was empty, just like he felt right at the moment.
35. By the time Antonio came home, langbuan's sari-sari store was closed and the roads empty. It was almost 11 o'clock, and he'd come home on foot, tired to the bone. Mr. Mijares had a rule where a new driver had to leave the tricycle at the station while he was under probation. His back ached. His hands felt like they were still gripping and shaking over the motorcycle handlebars. And he smelled like a wet dog from all that rainy sunny weather. He tried to get a ride home from another driver, but none of them were going his way. 𝗦𝗃𝗄𝗁 had already left, or he'd have asked him. But his pockets bulged with some bills and loose change, a good start towards Lolo's record player. Light drew him to his house like the moths dancing around its feeble porch light. Something moved by the doorway. Antonio's eyes narrowed.
"Well, if it isn't Mr. Moneybags,"
Jose greeted him, stepping out into the light. "And if it isn't Arinola Man," Antonio said, referring to Jose's job as a urinal cleaner.
"I've been promoted to trash cans, I'll have you know,"
Jose crowed. "Congratulations."
"Your mother says you've joined the ranks of tricycle drivers."
Antonio sat on a bench, not even expending the energy of swatting mosquitoes away. "Yes, and my body can feel it, too."
"You're getting old, my friend."
"And wiser, I hope."
"Sorry to break the news, but you're just getting older."
"And you?" Antonio smiled. "Are you enjoying your last little window of freedom before you get buried in homework?"
"I'm trying," he said, sighing. "But my boss keeps calling me in. Speaking of work, are you too busy for an odd job at the hospital?"
"Doing what? Open heart surgery?"
"Even better. Cleaning out the holding room."
"Holding room?"
"The room that holds the dead for burial."
Antonio thought about the butcher's job opening. He really didn't want to do this job. Jose lowered his voice.
"Some of them died, at the hands of langbuan. So if they were evil in their past life, they're most likely just langbuan at rest."
"What do you take me for?" Antonio said. "Tangang'u, a gullible fool?"
"So, what do you say?"
Jose said.
"We can take breaks together. I leave for Manila in a week,
And I can't wait to throw a party after you leave."
"Liar."
Jose punched him on the arm.
"So?
"When is the job?"
"Sometime before dawn, just once. Somebody else usually cleans it."
"Sorry, I can't. I'm too tired."
"It will pay 30 pesos.
30 pesos. The number resounded in Antonio's head. It was just a little drop in the bucket of what he needed, but he'd be closer to his goal. But working at the morgue? Already Antonio's imagination ran wild. What more when he's tired? 30 pesos. He glanced at 𝗧𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗁's darkened window. Most likely he was asleep already. More pesos meant 𝗧𝗏𝗁 could enjoy his music sooner. Let me at least eat, Antonio said. I'm starving. Papa and Mama were still up. In the lantern light, Mama was hard at work on her sewing machine while Papa read the newspaper. Papa looked up, then hid behind the main section of Manila Bulletin with a harumph.
How did your day go?
Mama asked. Great, Antonio said. I think I'm getting the hang of driving a tricycle.
Did you have a lot of passengers?
Enough to keep me busy.
Any interesting passengers?
She asked. One of them was 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁𝗿's cousin. Papa lowered the paper. Isidro Abad? Antonio nodded. What did he want? Papa asked. Antonio's stomach grumbled. Can I have something to eat first? What did he want? Antonio gritted his teeth. He sold 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁𝗿's property to 2 men who worked for a lumber company. He told me he wouldn't do anything without consulting me or Oscar, Papa grumbled. Why would he consult with you? Antonio asked. Papa flicked the newspaper shut, his eyes flashing with anger. We've only been Furman's friends since childhood. Jose's been my best friend for a long time, but I don't see his family asking me what to do with his coconut basketball hoop when he leaves. You don't know anything about our friendship, Papa said. You're right, Antonio said. I don't. Then maybe you shouldn't make any judgments based on things you don't know about. Antonio stalked out and seethed as he rooted in the kitchen for something to eat, banging pots and pans. And who was the high school graduate? Not Papa. There was some stale rice and the dregs of 𝗃𝗃𝗁𝗃𝗃 oxtail soup in an earthen pot. He grabbed a spoon, added the rice to the pot, and started eating. Mama joined him.
Be patient with your father. He's been under a lot of stress lately.
Yes, he's under a lot of stress planting rice.
His best friend has just been murdered.
Antonio paused as he chewed. Sorry, he sighed. You're right, but I don't see why Papa can't be nice to me.
Let Papa worry about himself. You can only control your reaction.
Antonio threw the spoon into the pot, wheeled around, and stalked out of the kitchen. Mama said,
Where are you going? Antonio, talk to me.
I'm working at the hospital tonight. Papa entered the kitchen. What about farming in the morning? What about it? Antonio shot back. I'll be there. Antonio, don't you talk to me like that. Good night, Papa, Antonio said, joining Jose without looking back. Come on. What was that all about? Jose asked. Antonio refused to talk until he was sure he was out of his father's earshot. He walked silently for a few minutes, then crouched on the ground. Crossing his arms over his head, he groaned. This looks serious, Jose said. Just wait, all right? No problem, Jose said. As long as your tantrum only lasts a minute, we have time for this. Antonio unburied his face. Who says I'm throwing a tantrum? Not me. Shaking his head, Antonio let out a little laugh. You're crazy. So, what's the problem? Jose asked. You heard my father. He's the problem. Maybe we should trade fathers for a day and you won't think your lot's too bad. Maybe. On second thought, never mind. Antonio picked up a pebble and threw it across the road. You're right. And it's not just him. It's me, too. Just kind of fed up, you know? So are you going to talk about it? What, and be late for my hospital job? Antonio stood up and shoved Jose at the shoulder. Let's go. 36. Antonio hung back while Jose fiddled with the side door to the hospital. The building had 2 stories above ground. Light shone through some windows, many were dark. The holding room was in the basement. 6 feet under, how appropriate. Your mother looked pretty worried when you left, Jose said. I don't want to talk about it, Antonio said. All right, it's just, if something were to happen to you tonight and that's the last exchange you had with her, what could happen to me tonight? You're right, holding rooms are usually
Lifeless, boring. Hush, will you, and let me get to cleaning, Antonio said. I'm trying. After a minute, Jose said, Did I tell you I'm going to be billeted across the street from Grace? I told you. You should go to college. Think of what you'll be missing. Well, too late now. Next year. Promise me you'll look into it. We'll see. The lock clicked and the door opened, releasing a fusty smell of rubbing alcohol, disinfectant, and soiled linen. Jose led Antonio down an empty hall and a flight of stairs. Antonio noticed gouges on the wall. What are these marks? He asked. Oh, that? Jose shrugged. They say Japanese made them with bayonets during World War II. They used the hospital as a sick bay. Come to think of it, they could also be fingernail marks left by langbuan. Antonio pried his glance from the wall and forced himself to keep walking. Very funny. It's a pretty straightforward job, Jose said, pulling on light chains until the basement hallway lit up. My boss said to clean the surfaces that don't have anything on them, sweep the floor, and wash out the sinks. I don't do anything with the bodies, correct? Not unless they rise up and put you in a chokehold, Jose chuckled. He showed Antonio where a bucket and soap were and led him to a set of double doors. Here you are, Jose said. Lights go off in an hour. When you're done, come up and find me. Aren't you coming in with me? Antonio asked. Jose was already backing away. What, and ruin all your fun? And then he was gone. Antonio turned the knob and opened the door, the stench of death hitting him. Where was the chain pull? He let his eyes get used to the darkness, but couldn't make out any shapes near the door. Splaying his fingers against the inside of the door, he kept moving his hand until he reached the wall. Something soft touched the back of his hand. He withdrew his hand so fast he nearly hit the other door with his elbow. Is someone there? He said, his voice hoarse to his ears. He heard the sound of someone giggling. His stomach flipped. This isn't worth 30 pesos, he told himself. And then, just turn on the light. But what if someone or something is here with you? Then you can at least know who or what your companion is. With the help of a sliver of light from the hallway, Antonio could make out the shape of tables and cabinets on the wall. Let's try this again. Sweat trickled from his neck to the back of his shirt. He moved his hand, haltingly, across the door until it reached the wall. Feeling for a chain pull. His fingers connected with something long, and he yanked at it. Light, glorious light. And the soft thing by his hand? A pair of rubber gloves hanging on the wall. He smiled, until he heard the dripping behind him. Drip, drip. Like the pig at the market, blood dripping into the bucket. The image came unbidden to his mind. Slowly, he turned his head. The faucet was dripping, leaving a discolored trail on the sink tub in its wake. 2 empty cots stood in the corner. Nothing was out except for some buckets. Grabbing his soapy bucket, Antonio went to work. First, he cleaned the sinks, 2 of them spattered with flecks of what looked like blood. As he scrubbed with a wet rag, the sink turned bright red. Antonio blinked. The sink reverted to a white, worn-out tub. He needed sleep badly. His imagination was running wild. Rinsing the rag and wringing it out, he next worked on the counters, the gurneys. The smell in the room gave him a headache. Maybe he could at least open a window. He walked over to a window and opened the latch. It was the kind which slid up. He tried to raise it, but it wouldn't move. Glancing over his shoulder, he thought, at least the door is open. Well, it had been opened. Now it was closed. He hoped from the breeze. Better finish this cleaning job and get out of here. Lastly, he took up the broom and started sweeping. He started in one corner and moved in front of a cabinet. At his feet, a pile of dirt had accumulated. He knelt to sweep it into the dustpan, and a drawer above him began to open. Slowly. Antonio swallowed and tried not to panic. It's probably empty. I'll just shut it. He lifted his arm, but it wasn't long enough to reach it. Holding the dustpan in his right hand, he started to stand up.
he saw a balding head, shrunken skin. The corpse's eyes were open, staring at something in the distance. The man's mouth was frozen in an expression of terror. Antonio jumped back and hit the counter, spilling a trail of dust in his wake. His heart felt like it was going to burst right out of his chest. Walking back to the drawer, he pushed it until it clicked firmly shut. There. Another drawer, this time to his left, started to slide open. This corpse had masses of hair. He lost more dust this time as the pan clattered to the floor from his clammy grip. With trembling hands, Antonio swept up the dust on the floor, threw it in the trash can. Grabbing the soap bucket, he moved to the door and pulled on the knob. It was locked. He pushed and pulled on the knob. It wouldn't budge. Then he heard it again. The sound of giggling. A shiver ran up his neck. His clammy hands slipped on the knob. The knob came off. Antonio stared at it, then at the opening where the knob had been. He slipped his fingers through the hole and jiggled the door, shook it hard. Still, it wouldn't open.
Pull on it.
The voice was that of a young girl's, and it came from over his left shoulder. Antonio rattled the door again.
I told you to pull.
He turned his head. A girl in pigtails and a school uniform stood in the corner. She giggled. When she did so, the points of her teeth showed like fangs. Antonio screamed and yanked at the door. When it opened, he threw himself out into the hallway, ending up in a kneeling position. The knob was no longer in his hand. It sat in the hole which, earlier, didn't have a knob. Now it did. Another product of his overreactive imagination. He took in a deep breath, another, and then he heard footsteps coming down the hallway. They got louder and louder, closer and closer. Antonio leapt to his feet, ready to run the other way. But it was only Jose. What are you doing? He asked Antonio, who ran past him and up the stairs. Jose caught up with him down the hall. What happened? Has anyone ever seen ghosts in the holding room? Antonio said. Jose nodded. Some people have said a little girl appeared to them. She may have been a victim of the Japanese. She likes to play tricks on people. You could have warned me before I got stuck in that awful room. Have you ever seen her? No, but I'd like to, Jose grinned. Everyone who's seen her says she's harmless. Antonio shook his head. Come on, you survived. And you've seen worse, right? Like the langbuan? Jose nudged Antonio. You're tough. You want to do this again if my boss needs you. So, Jose said, would you be willing to do this again if my boss needs you? I don't know. If I haven't found another job yet, maybe.
I hope you come back,
a little girl's voice said. Antonio looked over his shoulder, but saw only an empty hall. 37. Good morning, Jose greeted Antonio as he emerged from his house a few days later. Antonio grunted. It was too early to be cheery. I waited for you at my house, Jose said. I thought you left for the parade already. Antonio blinked. Today is the Kuding Fiesta, isn't it? How could you forget? Jose asked. I'm working today. It doesn't really matter. But we've always watched the parade together. And I leave tomorrow. Can't you skip work? Antonio started walking to town. Not today. I'll see you at the church, maybe, between passengers. Haven't you heard? Jose caught up with him. Tandang Lino moved the parade to the town plaza. He doesn't want the priest to profit from the procession. Profit? You know, have the table at the church entrance for his altar fund. Mrs. Silva is very distraught over not being able to get donations for the altar fund. Father Sebastian doesn't seem too concerned about that. Not if you ask Mrs. Silva. She tells everyone that Father Sebastian is considering a move to another parish. At least the barrio fiesta tonight hasn't been scrapped. Hooray for the kissing booth. For once, Jose was right.
Except for a few people who wanted to shop, go to church, or run some other errand, everyone went to the Kuding parade. Antonio dozed on and off while he sat at his tricycle watching the trickle of passengers flag down the next in queue. 𝗬𝗠𝗰 and his men, whom he aptly nicknamed 𝗬𝗵𝗲𝗁𝗁, Sourpuss, and 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁𝗁 came out of the office building and walked straight towards Antonio. They looked like they wanted to rough someone up. What did they want now? Antonio forced himself to remain sitting on his tricycle, even though he had an aversion to apes. "Pulido," 𝗬𝗠𝗰 said. Antonio nodded. "Little birdie told me that a novice tricycle driver set a record in yesterday's haul. Isn't that right, 𝗬𝗵𝗲?" "Yes, bossing." 𝗬𝗠𝗰's eyes zeroed in on Antonio. "And that would be you. And if it is?" This was news to Antonio. "It means that I need for you to slow down. Take things easy." "That's stupid," he blurted out. 𝗬𝗠𝗰 cocked his head and cleaned out his ear with his little finger. "Excuse me? I mean, why would you want me to slow down? If I earn more, it means more money for Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁. "Well, yes," 𝗬𝗠𝗰 said, "but it makes me look bad. Did you ever think of that?" He already looked bad as far as Antonio could tell, but he didn't say so out loud. "I'm supposed to be the smart one," 𝗬𝗠𝗰 continued. "At this rate, you're showing me up, making me dispensable. Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁 will think he won't need someone to train the trainees. That's your problem, not mine." 𝗬𝗠𝗰 moved to grab Antonio's shirt front, but this time Antonio was ready. He grabbed 𝗬𝗠𝗰's fist and twisted it behind his back. 𝗬𝗵𝗲𝗁𝗁 and 𝗦𝗃𝗲 rushed forward. Antonio shoved 𝗬𝗠𝗰 to the ground. 𝗬𝗠𝗰 scrambled to his feet. "Why, you louse, speak for yourself. And I was just about to make you an offer. Anything you have to offer probably won't interest me." "Oh?" 𝗬𝗠𝗰 smiled. "How about a record player?" "What?" Antonio stared. "I was talking to Timo Sandoval yesterday. He showed me this beautiful record player and said you'd set your heart on it. He cut me a great deal, so I bought it." Antonio felt like his breath had been knocked out of him. "That rat!" "Come now, relax," 𝗬𝗠𝗰 said, getting all heated up for a box with wires and knobs. 𝗬𝗠𝗰 studied his fingernails. "Would you like to have it?" "Because I have a trade." Antonio's eyes narrowed. "What exactly is this trade?" "Come to my office," 𝗬𝗠𝗰 said. In the office, Antonio sat across the desk from 𝗬𝗠𝗰, who said, "Remember how I told you I knew your father from the gambling tables?" "Yes." 2 years ago, he owed me money and gave me a sword instead. He said it belonged to his father, Sonny Pulido, decorated hero from the Spanish-American War. The old man had gone senile and no longer needed it. Antonio remembered that sword. As a boy, he used to ask 𝗏𝗏 Sonny if he could play with it. Papa always told him the sword was valuable and not a toy. Come to think of it, Antonio hadn't seen it in the last 2 years. Papa said he'd kept it in the baul with other family treasures. "So, I looked into getting the sword checked out," 𝗬𝗠𝗰 said. "I wanted to make sure your father was telling the truth about its value. Imagine my surprise when I found out it isn't as he claims." Antonio's grip tightened on the chair armrest. "What do you mean?" 14 years ago, in 1942, your grandfather testified in a secret tribunal. Because of what he said, a man got executed by the Japanese. He had 3 daughters. Without a man in their home to protect them, they disappeared too. Are you saying 𝗏𝗏 Sonny was a Japanese informant? That's impossible. He would never, wouldn't he? Your grandmother was still alive then? The Japanese took her because they knew he had information they needed. They would exchange his wife in one piece for the information. Or they'd chop her up slowly in front of him and not kill her, but then kill him if he didn't. That never happened. Antonio staggered to his feet. You're lying. I won't have you smearing my honorable 𝗏𝗏 Sonny. Oh, really? You know the Javier family? Antonio recognized the name. Once at dinner, Papa told him about how the man's brother and daughters just disappeared during the war. 𝗏𝗏 Sonny got up from the table and walked out. No one knew why. Couldn't it possibly be that 𝗏𝗏 Sonny... Antonio felt sick. He glanced at 𝗬𝗲𝗄's smug, knowing expression. I won't smear him, 𝗬𝗲𝗄 promised. If you work for me. You mean drive tricycle? And a little more. You collect the default boundary for 12 weeks. I'd just as soon get another radio, Antonio said. Fine, why don't you? 𝗬𝗲𝗄 pushed his chair away from the desk. It's much easier to replace a broken radio than, say, a broken reputation. Slack-jawed, Antonio stared at him. 𝗬𝗲𝗄's eyes turned to flint. You seem like a smart person, but I'll be clear so there's no misunderstanding. Work for me, and your grandfather will get a record player and keep his war record spotless. If you don't, everyone will know all about his collaboration with the Japs. If he's lucky, he'll only be shunned. That's blackmail. Yes, isn't it? 𝗬𝗲𝗄 took a cigarette out of his pack and tapped it impatiently on the desk. So? Will you do it? Antonio thought of his grandfather's war medals on their solace wall. 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁 would never know what people said about him. He hardly cared or knew what was going on nowadays. But every generation from here on would. If his grandfather were sent to trial, the thought was hard to bear. Yes, he heard himself say, as though the voice came from a stranger. I'll do it. Great, 𝗬𝗲𝗄 said, grinning like a shark. Great. Well, it's slow here. To celebrate our deal, why don't you take a few hours off and go to the parade? We'll go over the details later. Antonio stood behind a crowd about 10 deep to watch the 𝗃𝗃 parade, but his mind was a million miles away, thinking of what he had agreed to. And then the present called him back when he saw the water buffalo pulling a cartload of war heroes, including his 𝗧𝗏𝗁. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 beamed as he sat there with his friends, about a half-dozen of them in their smart-looking uniforms from the Spanish-American War. When people began to whisper, Antonio craned his neck to see what was going on. The whisper turned into a loud rumble as Father Sebastian arrived in his rusty old car. He parked at the curb and got out, waving at the crowd. No one but Antonio and Mrs. Silva waved back. Mrs. Silva shouted into the crowd, "Don't forget to donate to the altar fund." The village elder, 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗏, sat on a chair surrounded by other old people. His glance flickered towards the priest, and then he turned his attention back to the parade. A water buffalo, scrubbed clean for the occasion and decorated with flowers, lumbered forward with the cart. In that cart, 𝗲𝗏𝗃𝗏 held onto a rail, a little crown on her head glinting in the sun, her white dress glowing like a magnolia. Timo, standing behind Grace, looked like a water buffalo in a stiff shirt. Grace smiled and waved, throwing flowers to the crowd. Antonio caught a magnolia blossom and cradled it, soft and velvet smooth in his palm. "Thank you, Grace," Antonio shouted. Grace waved and smiled. Timo scowled. Tito Oscar and his family drove past in his car, followed by the constable and the doctor. 4 pretty girls, wearing sashes that represented the planting seasons, waved at the crowd. After the girls, a float arrived carrying someone dressed as a giant 𝗃𝗃, with a fabric body and feathers. He strutted around, cocking his head, circling back to a giant nest. The crowd began to jostle each other, raising their arms up and crying, "Here, me!" The 𝗃𝗃 grabbed something from the nest, threw back his arms, and launched the object. A boy raised his hand, and the egg hit him squarely on the palm. Egg trickling down his arm, down to his armpit. The crowd laughed. "Me! Me!" Many raised their hands. The 𝗃𝗃 lobbed eggs left and right. Now the 𝗃𝗃 threw back his arm and launched another egg into the crowd. Everyone gasped as the egg hit the parish priest squarely on the face. Father Sebastian wiped the mess off with a hand and opened one eye. Everyone looked at the bird, then the priest, and back. Father Sebastian laughed, and the tension in the crowd went away. Seconds later, the fire brigade tiptoed behind the priest, dumping water over his head. Someone else joined in, and soon a water fight raged. Amidst the festivities, Antonio noticed that a dripping wet Father Sebastian quietly approached 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗏.
The priest tried to shake his hand, but the elder refused.
I would hope we could put our disagreements behind us.
Father Sebastian smiled.
I apologize if I started off on the wrong foot. I can...
Father Sebastian, 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗏 barked. All heads swiveled their direction, listening.
I wish it were that simple. You tell me you're sorry. Village life goes on as before.
He paused.
Farmers have come to me with a disturbing report. Their seedlings are not growing as before.
This was the first Antonio had heard of this. He searched for Papa in the crowd, and when their eyes met, Antonio went to stand beside him. I haven't noticed any problems in this year's harvest, have you? He asked Papa. Papa averted his eyes. I think they are smaller. No, they're not. Papa said, If 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗏 says they're smaller, they must be. Other farmers might be having problems. Anyway, keep your doubts to yourself. I can already see the cogs turning in your brain. Suddenly, Antonio saw the years stretched out ahead of the village, worshipping the 𝗃𝗃. At 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗏's death, someone else would lead the village up the mountain for the annual procession. Crops would grow or fail, and the sacred 𝗃𝗃 will always take credit or blame. Nothing would change. Everything would be as it always had been, unless someone were to step in and make the change. Father Sebastian was trying, not successfully. Who would make that change among the villagers? Probably no one in Antonio's lifetime. 38. That evening, Antonio waited for Jose at the entrance to the 𝗃𝗃 fiesta. His back ached from driving tricycle all afternoon, but it had settled into a dull pain. After his shift, he came home wanting to quit his job. However, when he saw Lolo Sonny, confused and feeble, he pushed those thoughts aside. Dinner was a disagreeable affair, with Papa glaring and Mama looking like she wanted to cry. Most likely about gambling debts. Antonio left the table as soon as he finished his pork steak. The fiesta was a welcome diversion. A breeze from the sea cooled the air. The grounds had enough torchlights for ambience, but not too much as to detract from the breathtaking night sky. You look like you're ready to have fun, Jose said. You better believe it, Antonio agreed. They passed a little lean-to where 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗏 was telling fortunes. Let's get our fortune told, Jose suggested. Why waste money on a quack? Antonio said. 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗏 knows what she's talking about. She once told my mother that I would be tall. Look at me now. Antonio rolled his eyes. Knowing your father, that's hard to predict. I'll pay, so now you have to do it. Fine. But the lines were long, so they wandered off to other games first. They stopped at the 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, a game where one hits a suspended clay pot filled with candy. The younger children took their turns first. When only a little chunk came off, Mrs. Sandoval from the village store allowed the teenagers to have a try at it. Mrs. Sandoval's son Timo took the first turn. His mother tied a handkerchief around his eyes and turned him around a few times. Timo hefted the bamboo pole, pulled back his arms, and hit the pot squarely, breaking the pot and scattering the candy all over for the children to gather. Timo smiled and turned, looking smug with one eye uncovered. Don't worry, Mrs. Sandoval said. I have another 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Jose helped blindfold Antonio. Now, the key is to hit the pot, not Timo. Wait, actually, it's the other way around. What was that, young man? Mrs. Sandoval asked. Oh, I was just coaching Antonio on the finer points of the sport, how he should try to be like your son. Very athletic. Mrs. Sandoval smiled. Jose turned to blindfolded Antonio once, twice, thrice, then let him go. Antonio pulled back the bamboo pole and swung as hard as he could. He hit the ground, rattling his arms and making his ears ring. Come on, even a 1-year-old could do better than you, Timo said. Antonio gets 2 more turns, Mrs. Sandoval said. I only took 1, Timo whined. His mother replied. Yes, but he's not as gifted as you. Antonio tried again and missed. Timo laughed. Jose turned Antonio just a half circle, then had him face the same way as before.
Do you think he'll hit it this time, Timo?
Jose asked.
I don't think so,
Timo said.
Go for it,
Jose said in Antonio's ear. Antonio took a step forward, then 3 steps to the right, about where he heard Timo's voice last. He raised the bamboo and hit his target. Thwack!
Rai!
Timo said. Antonio took off his blindfold, threw it at an advancing Timo who was rubbing his head, and ran off to the other side of the fiesta. By the time Jose and he blended in the crowd, his side hurt from laughing.
You should have seen his face when you hit him,
Jose said, howling. I shouldn't have done that, Antonio said. On second thought, it felt really good. He grinned. Next, the 2 friends lined up to do the grease pull contest. The object of the game was to be the first to ring a bell at the top of an oil-greased pole. Whoever won would get 10 pesos.
You have to do it,
Jose said. Antonio nodded. For 10 pesos, I will. Timo stood at a pole, flexing his muscles and scowling at Antonio. You owe me. Antonio smiled, then turned to Jose. He keeps reappearing, like a bad dream.
I can't see how he'll win, Jose said. He's too fat.
What did you say? Timo sauntered over. Jose said,
I worry that the pole won't hold up your weight.
Are you saying I'm fat?
Yes.
The operator got in between them before Timo could swing a fist.
Settle this on the race, children. All right, get ready and stand by a pole.
Antonio stood at a pole and looked up.
On your mark, get set.
Timo already started the cheat.
Go!
39. Antonio had to start 3 times. Each try, he slid down to the bottom like a heavy piece of lead.
Someone forgot to tell me this is kind of impossible,
Jose said, grunting.
And here I am in good shape.
Antonio heard his friend try again and slide back down. Meanwhile, he hadn't gotten up too far, but at least his grip was holding. On the next pole over, Timo grunted like a pig. At the thought, Antonio shook with laughter.
Come on, Jose told him. You need to take this seriously.
Antonio looked down and Jose was grinning. Somehow Antonio found a toehold on one of the bamboo rings. With that, he eased himself up a foot and another until he was just another arm length to the bell. Every muscle in his body ached, especially in his legs. He didn't think he could keep going. He used his nails to grip the pole. To his right, Timo was just a foot away from being ahead of Antonio. Antonio couldn't let him win, especially with his next words.
You think you can beat me? Then you're crazy like your Lolo.
Antonio clenched his jaw. With one aggressive lunge, he reached up until his fingertips touched the bell. Then he slapped it as hard as he could, sliding down the pole and digging his feet in to slow his descent. At the bottom, his hands and feet burned, but the 10-peso bill in Timo's defeat made it all worth it. 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁 walked past, by herself. It seemed like she was smiling. He wasn't sure.
Go say hi to her,
Jose said. Quit being such a pest. I'm going to say hi to Father Sebastian instead. Antonio began walking and realized Jose wasn't beside him. Are you coming?
I will in a minute.
Jose veered the other direction.
I need to talk to someone.
Father Sebastian and Mrs. Silva sat at a table, loaded with bebinca cakes covered with a brown sugar topping, puto muffins, and red cuchinta sticky rice cakes. How's the altar fund coming along? Antonio asked.
Great,
Mrs. Silva said.
Would you like to buy something?
Antonio smiled sheepishly. I'm sorry. I'm saving up for something important.
What could possibly be more important than a new altar for Father?
Mrs. Silva said. A record player for my Lolo?
You don't understand, Mrs. Silva, Father Sebastian said. If you had a jukebox, perhaps you will entice this young man.
Even my jukebox habit has to wait now, Antonio said, sighing. Antonio wished them good luck and wandered the fiesta grounds. 2 groups were playing tug-of-war. In another area,
Two men tried to outbalance each other on the bench dance, 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁𝗃. Where was Jose? Idly, Antonio picked up a fruit from a stall.
Are you going to buy that or not?
An old woman vendor asked him. She was his mother's favorite suki vendor at the wet market. No.
Unless you're going to buy it, hands off. How am I supposed to sell it to someone when it's so 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗺, bruised?
All right. Antonio backed off and walked the opposite direction. The direction of the dance and music. He loved music, but not so much dancing. He set off to find a place where he could listen to the music. Where was Jose?
Antonio Pulido?
He felt a tap on his shoulder and turned to see Constable Martillo with a somber expression on his face. Instinctively, Antonio looked back at the fruit vendor. If she wanted him to leave, she could have just asked.
Will you come this way, please? The constable asked.
What? Antonio said. Why? The vendor watched them, her mouth gaping open.
No questions, please, the constable said. Just come this way.
Not that he gave Antonio a choice. Grabbing Antonio's arm, he led him away. Antonio's heart raced. He tried to rack his brain for anything he may have done to break the law. Earlier that afternoon, a disgruntled passenger complained about the fare. Could that have been it? Or maybe Mrs. Silva had a change of heart and filed a theft report for the altar fund? On the constable's hip, a pair of handcuffs dangled. Eventually, they reached a tiny fence corral with benches which opened to the stars. Antonio frowned. Inside the fence area, 𝗬𝗲, in pedal-pusher jeans and a white blouse, sat on a bench. As Antonio and the constable approached, she shook her head, smiling, looking embarrassed. Antonio knew how she felt. The words outside the corral said in bold letters, "The Love Jail."
40.
Antonio held up his wrist for the constable to handcuff it. 𝗬𝗲 did the same. "I'm sure this is illegal," she said, but she was smiling.
Relax, young people, Constable Martillo said. Antonio, you could either pay 5 pesos and insult the lady, or you might as well enjoy it. Either way, by paying for you to be jailed, your friend has already donated towards the village safety fund.
"I'd better stay handcuffed," Antonio said. "I don't want to insult this lady. I've seen her when she's mad." 𝗬𝗲's expression looked half happy, half sad, probably thinking of her mother. Constable Martillo hummed as he left them. "So, here we are," Antonio said. 𝗬𝗲 smoothed her jeans with her free hand. "Yes, here we are." "What would you like to do?" Antonio gestured towards the crowd. "There's plenty to do here." "We should do the pole race together," 𝗬𝗲 said. They laughed. "We can walk and just look around," Antonio suggested. At the plaza, which also served as a basketball court, Jose was playing a game and winning. He waved and Antonio shook a fist. They joined the crowd watching them at the sidelines. "You've been friends with him a long time?" she asked. "Forever." "That's nice. My best friend moved away when we started high school. Rowena Batista. Remember her?" "Sure," Antonio nodded. "She was always drawing pictures. Why did she move?" Her face darkened. "Ghost Moon Night? At that time, I thought she was crazy to move away. But now..." They moved on to watch dancers flap their arms like ducks in an itik itik performance. "I'm really sorry about the tricycle," he said. She gave him a sidelong glance. "I hope so. I really hated you there for a while." "Hated?" he echoed. "I thought I knew you after Ghost Moon Night. But then you showed up and took the tricycle. Like a thug. And it wasn't even worth getting you mad at me. You were right. 𝗬𝗲𝗺 didn't want to give me a job. Mr. Mijares hired me." "So you're working for him now? How is it?" Antonio thought back to the deal he made with 𝗬𝗲𝗺 in that small, cramped office smelling of cigarette smoke. "I haven't been there long. If you need help, I'm sure Lolo Nando will be glad to help you." "What if I'm beyond help?" A feeling of dread pressed down on Antonio's chest, but he just shook it off. "Thanks." A live band played 𝗵𝗲𝗺𝗁𝗃 in the dance hall, which was a small patchwork of plywood sheets on the ground. Someone strung flags of colored paper over the dance floor. Antonio tapped his foot and smiled. He liked this song, and apparently so did 𝗧𝗲, as he caught her tapping along too. "We might as well dance, if we're going to be handcuffed to one another," he said.
Might as well.
They joined the 10 couples who danced the mambo. Suddenly, 𝗧𝗲's steps faltered, and Antonio caught her free hand.
"I was just thinking of my mother,"
she said.
"She loved to dance."
The mambo segued into Tennessee Waltz by Patti Page. Antonio took 𝗧𝗲 in his arms and Waltz counted in his head so he wouldn't step on her.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
It didn't matter after all. They didn't really follow the music, but the steps felt right.
"I'm sorry about your mother,"
he said.
"It's all right,"
she said.
"She's in a better place. She's probably dancing with my father right now."
"To Tennessee Waltz?" She smiled.
"To Tennessee Waltz."
They were both silent, and then she said,
"You'll think this is strange, but many people underestimated my mother, like people underestimate 𝗧𝗲𝗁. They thought because of her heart condition she was the frailest thing, but she wasn't. She said what she thought and never apologized for it."
"I find that hard to believe since you're such a quiet, mousy thing," he teased.
"Yes, that's me, mousy,"
she smiled, then looked up at the night sky.
"After my father died, Mother did what she could to support our family. I learned early on that if I needed something, I had to work for it."
He twirled her at the end of the song. Then they just waited for the next one. Back in Antonio's arms, 𝗧𝗲 said,
"Father Sebastian said my mother might have died on Ghost Moon Night, but we won over the langbuan. Did you know that he wants to get rid of the langbuan forever?"
"If he discovers how to do that, more power to him."
"He told me he's been talking to some people."
She touched his arm.
"Creating enemies. Apparently, Tondanglino doesn't agree with his 𝗃𝗃𝗁 to make our village less superstitious."
"Father Sebastian grew up in the city. Can you blame him for not believing?"
"He must think we are all strange."
"Strange? Yes, that's how you are." 𝗧𝗲 pretended to pinch his ear. Constable Martillo walked over to them, keys jangling in his hand. "All right, sweethearts. Sorry for the interruption, but you're free to go." After the handcuffs came off, 𝗧𝗲 rubbed her wrist and smiled.
"Thank you for putting up with me."
He smiled too. It could have been worse. His eyes followed her as she turned and disappeared into the crowd. "It could have been worse," mimicked Jose, appearing at Antonio's elbow. Antonio, you need to get out more." Jose grabbed Antonio's arm and pulled him towards the outer edge of the fiesta, right in front of 𝗲𝗃𝗁𝗃𝗃 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗃 stand. No one was in line. A curtain partially concealed a woman sitting behind a small circular table with only a candle for light.
"Come on in,"
𝗲𝗃𝗃𝗁 said. Jose walked to the curtain, then looked back. "Aren't you coming?" he asked Antonio, who hung back.
"I don't really want my fortune told,"
Antonio said. "Why wouldn't you want to? Don't you want to see who you'll marry? How much money you'll make someday? If you'll ever be as handsome as me?" "No thanks."
"Why not?"
Antonio didn't know why, but the little bamboo stand, the curtain, the dark interior, and the flickering candle made him want to run off. "Well, just come in with me," Jose said. Antonio followed Jose in. There was only one chair. While Jose got his fortune told, Antonio remained standing. 𝗲𝗃𝗃𝗁 had flowing white hair and a squat nose. She turned Jose's palm upwards, then started to give his fortune. Jose would play basketball for a national team someday. He would marry a beautiful girl and have 6 daughters. No sons. Jose groaned at this prediction. Someday he would pen a novel. "Really?" Jose asked. "Wait till I tell my English teacher who almost tried to flunk me. Will it be funny?"
"No,"
𝗲𝗃𝗃𝗁 said.
"Everybody will die in the end."
Jose grimaced and stood up. "Thank you." To Antonio he whispered,
"You're right. She doesn't know what she's doing. Just play along with it."
Antonio sat on the chair and extended his arm. 𝗲𝗃𝗃𝗁 appeared at his palm and made a puzzled sound. She raised the candle, and the flame danced wildly.
I see success. Happiness with a beautiful girl. She paused. But I also see a lot of dark things. Death, misery, destruction.
Antonio swallowed and told himself, she's just a fraud. Are you sure you're not talking about my future novel? Jose interjected. Shh. Suddenly, 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁's eyes grew wide. She practically shoved Antonio's hand away as she said, I can't see anymore. I'm done for the night. Curiosity nagged at Antonio, but he didn't dare press her. Jose protested. But go away. She chased them out of her tent with a broom. What a rude woman, Jose said. That bit about a dark novel was unbelievable. You were right. It wasn't worth that money, was it, Antonio? Antonio? Antonio was already walking away into the dark night. 41. The next day, Antonio picked Jose up to give him a ride to the bus stop. Oui, Jose said when Antonio showed up at his house. It looks like someone's in love. Stop it, Antonio said. You looked so miserable dancing with Yoli. If I had more money, I'd have shackled you two for the rest of the night. You have a crazy imagination. Antonio parked at the curb and got out. Jose took a suitcase and shoulder bag and stood there blinking like an owl. Well, I guess this is goodbye, Jose said. Don't be so dramatic, Antonio said gruffly. You'll come home again soon. During breaks, I suppose. Jose patted Antonio on the shoulder, loaded his luggage in the bus hutch, and boarded the bus. Antonio started up his tricycle and parked it at the curb, his teeth worrying his lower lip. Lucky Jose. Antonio looked around the station at several familiar faces of people who had grown up in Dessalines all their lives, or had married into families here. The rest he didn't recognize. They came from other outlying villages and used Dessalines station as a hub, which made it possible for a tricycle driver to make a living. Did he see himself driving tricycles the rest of his life here, or was there really something better in store for him? He shook off his thoughts and buckled down to work. Last night, 𝗬𝗲𝗁 had given him a new list. He unfolded it now. 16 names, 16 people to strong-arm today. Antonio sighed. He wondered what excuses he would hear. A wife in the hospital, a son's wedding, a daughter finishing nursing school. He found one driver, 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝗏. I'm sorry, but my wallet got stolen yesterday, 𝗬𝗏 said, not meeting Antonio's eyes. At the 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗏? 𝗬𝗏 stared. How did you know? Papa told me you lost a lot of money last night. Oh, have pity on me, Antonio, 𝗬𝗏 pleaded. If you take my money, my family won't have anything to eat tonight. If 𝗬𝗏 was squirming, it was his own fault. He had gambled the money. It wasn't Antonio's problem. Antonio didn't say anything and just stood there. Finally, 𝗬𝗏 pulled out some bills and gave all but one to Antonio. Antonio ignored the tears in 𝗬𝗏's eyes and moved on. Antonio came to the 7th name and sighed. Nando Nakbil. He hoped Yoli wasn't there to give him a tongue-lashing like some of the other times he had collected late fees on her grandfather. Mang Nando was alone, waiting in the passenger queue. When he saw Antonio, he already started pulling out some money from a cigarette carton. Antonio almost stopped him. Don't worry about it, he wanted to tell the old man, noting his stooped back and leathery-lined face. But he couldn't. Within an hour, he had collected all the fines. He went into 𝗬𝗏𝗁's office to deliver the money. At the doorway, he paused. On the shelf behind 𝗬𝗏𝗁 sat the record player. Very nice, 𝗬𝗏𝗁 said, looking pleased as he spread the bills and coins on his desk. I had a hunch you'd be good for this job, and I was right. Not only are you earning far more than what you could as a regular driver, that record player will soon be yours. Antonio felt like a noose just tightened around his neck. On his way home, he took a different route, this time along 𝗏𝗏𝗺𝗻𝗻's old place. He slowed down and admired it. It looked so different, light and airy. A copse of trees had been cleared in front of the property, revealing little bright green seedlings, piles of scrap wood, and a little pond that sparkled in the sun. Jose leaving for college, a priest wanting to change their traditions, and now this. There had been too many changes in 𝗬𝗏 lately. 42. A week passed. Father Sebastian had driven to the market early and was parking his car when Antonio dropped off 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁𝗁 and 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗰 for morning mass.
We expect you at our house punctually at 7 tomorrow,
𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁 told Antonio, her dentures quivering as she jabbed the ground with her umbrella tip. Her sister, 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗰, nodded in agreement, pinning Antonio with her rheumy eyes. Don't worry, he said. I'll be there. The two spinsters counted out their money to the 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗺, gave it to Antonio, and shuffled off to Mass. Despite their abrasive attitude, Father Sebastian liked them. They came faithfully to Mass every day, and they always brought treats to him because, in their opinion, he needed fattening up. Father Sebastian had been thinking about talking to Antonio, but there was so much danger in what he had to say. Back and forth he went, vacillating. Finally he called out,
Antonio?
Yes, Father Sebastian?
I need to talk to you about something important, but I have Mass right now. Can you meet me for lunch?
I can, of course. At 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁? Father Sebastian hesitated. He needed to meet him somewhere more private, where other people couldn't hear.
How about the parish kitchen?
He could tell Antonio was curious, but the priest couldn't say more. Besides, it was time for Mass. Father Sebastian pulled the last of the curtains shut in the kitchen.
You must not say a word of this to anyone else, he said as he joined Antonio at the table. Can I count on you to keep our conversation confidential?
Antonio nodded over his bowl of soup. Of course, you have a friend in me.
And I am grateful.
The priest smiled weakly.
I can use all the friends I can get. Let me put it this way. Some have suggested, in subtle and not so subtle ways, that I should leave the parish.
That's ridiculous. We need you here.
Well, they have and will probably continue to do so long as I rock the boat.
Over the Kuding fiesta?
That and Ghost Moon Night.
Father Sebastian sighed.
Especially Ghost Moon Night.
That's odd. Our village should have no quarrel with anyone who tries to rid it of the curse.
That's what I thought too. But then I started looking into the curse, its history, and any news clippings. I went through our village records and found nothing. Granted, you have a small village.
Nothing?
Not a scrap of news, no reports, no records, no journals from former barangay captains.
Father Sebastian paused.
Don't you find that odd? It's as if Ghost Moon Night doesn't exist.
Well, everyone knows about Ghost Moon Night, Antonio said.
How do you learn from the past if you don't record it? Father Sebastian said. For the past 75 years, no one has come forward with any solutions to Ghost Moon Night.
I think they have. My uncle always talks about how it's come up in council meetings before.
And your uncle? What is his position in the town?
He's the barangay captain,
Father Sebastian said.
Ah, and leaned back.
Perhaps that connection will come in useful. Had I known he was your uncle, I would have tried harder to see him. He's gone a lot.
Antonio nodded. He'll actually be gone this Ghost Moon Night and asked me if I'd be around to help with my Tita Alice that day. She's not due for 2 weeks. You won't need me that day, will you?
Not that day, but I do need you to help me with something else.
Father Sebastian paused.
I need you to help me figure out a way to destroy the langbuan.
Antonio stared. I'm sorry, but I have no idea how to do that. I already told you all the things we've tried.
Yes, I know all about that. But you're a smart boy. You know people here. They will probably talk to you. No one wants to talk to me about the curse. Someone even told me that if my plan doesn't work, the langbuan will come after them the next Ghost Moon Night. So they refused.
Father Sebastian clasped his hands together.
All I ask is that you share any information you can with me. I know you're a busy young man, so maybe you can write it down and give it to me Sunday."
"I'll be honest," Antonio said. "I don't know when I'd do it."
"I understand," the priest sighed. "Just if you can."
"I will." Father Sebastian walked Antonio to the door. Maybe Antonio wouldn't be able to help much, but it felt good to unburden himself to someone else. The priest said a little prayer of comfort, and even before he said, "Amen," peace washed over him. As long as he was doing the right thing, he knew he'd be all right, no matter what happened. 43. June, 6 hours before Ghost Moon Night. Antonio went to the 𝗦𝗃𝗏𝗁 building during his lunch break. "Is 𝗬𝗲𝗁 here?" Antonio asked Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗏𝗁's secretary, 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁𝗁. "I think so," she said, not looking up from her typewriter. Antonio went to 𝗬𝗁𝗁's door and knocked. When no one answered, he opened the door. 𝗬𝗁𝗁, and 𝗦𝗃𝗏𝗁 were playing cards on the desk. "Did I tell you to come in?" 𝗬𝗁𝗁 asked, flicking ash from his cigarette in a tray. "No," Antonio said. "But when you didn't answer at my knock, I figured I should just let myself in." "Did you hear that, boys? He's making himself at home, even though I didn't say so." "I just had a quick question," Antonio said. "Well, then why don't you say so?" 𝗬𝗁𝗁 slapped his hand of cards down. "You're distracting me." "Can I take home my tricycle today? I should be past my probation, shouldn't I?" 𝗬𝗁𝗁 puffed on his cigarette. "Let's see. Is the year mark over?" "I was talking to 𝗦𝗃𝗏𝗁, and he said probation is 2 weeks. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 crushed his cigarette butt in the tray. "As of today, it's 3 months. We'll see what Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗁 has to say about it." Antonio walked to the door. Before he could reach it, 𝗬𝗏 and 𝗦𝗃𝗏𝗁 got there, barring his way. "Why do you bother Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗁 with trivial stuff?" 𝗬𝗁𝗁 asked. 2 weeks, 3 months, it's all the same to me. You're pulling in your weight, so why not? Boys, make a note he has his tricycle overnight." "Thank you," Antonio said through gritted teeth. 𝗦𝗃𝗏𝗁 passed Antonio just as he was queuing up for passengers. After they waved at each other, Antonio craned his neck to see if Yoli was in the sidecar. She wasn't. With his usual flurry of last-minute shoppers, Antonio left work at 3. On his way to Tita Alice's house, he drove his tricycle on the road to the coast, passing 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗁's orchard. It seemed like more trees had been hacked down. Past the remaining trees, he could see glimmers of the coast. The other night, Papa was grousing that the land would soon be denuded, and how would they make up for the lack of trees? But Mama said his was a needless worry. The lumber company planted seedlings as soon as they chopped trees down, and they had other lumber sources elsewhere. A woman flagged him down just past the orchard. Antonio didn't want to stop. If the errand took longer, he'd be too pressed for time to go to Tita Alice, and he already was later than he'd planned. He passed the woman, then groaned. He turned his handlebars and circled back. "Manang, where to?" he asked, recognizing her as a ticket seller from the bus station. She gave the address, clear at the other side of town. He'd have to drive at a fast, steady clip if he was to make it to Tita Alice's before sunset. "Thank you," the passenger said as she got in. "I was getting worried that no one would stop for me and I'd have to walk home." Antonio politely nodded, a worried sensation settling in his gut. Hopefully Tita Alice is all right. They passed pedestrians hefting bags of vegetables from the market. Other tricycles zipped recklessly around Antonio and other tricycles. Villagers pounded nails into boards across windows. Many fed their animals early. Antonio eagerly parked the tricycle in front of his passenger's house and revved up his engine, anxious to go. But the passenger still needed to pay. By the time Antonio left her house, it was nearly 5 o'clock. He circled the end of the street and thought about stopping at his house first. No, just get to Tita Alice's as soon as possible. You promised Tito Oscar you'll be there for her. The sun dipped lower in the horizon, a glowing orb in its last push for life. Bats began to come out to feed on evening insects.
Antonio leaned forward and drove his tricycle as fast as he could to Tito Oscar's house. Usually a servant or two came out, but no one greeted him at his uncle's gate tonight. He reached over the waist-high gate to open it from the inside. He heard a pitter-patter of feet, then a dog lunged and snapped at his hand. Thankfully it missed. The black dog had a huge head, broad chest, and a tapered hip, one of those fighting dogs. His uncle's family must have just gotten it recently because he'd never seen it before. Through the window he saw his uncle's daughters watching him. The older of the two, Irene, disappeared. Moments later, she ran outside.
"Antonio,"
she said.
"where have you been? Mama's not doing well at all."
"Put away the dog, Irene," he said. "Then I can come in." As she put the dog away somewhere in the back, Antonio looked towards the sea, at the setting sun. In just a few moments, Ghost Moon Night would descend upon them in earnest. And so would the langbuan.
44. Tita Alice lay on her bed, soaked in sweat. When Antonio sat at her bedside, she said,
"My husband. Where's my husband?"
"He's not here, Tita Alice," Antonio said. She began to cry.
"He hates me, or he'd be here."
"Of course he doesn't hate you. He—" Suddenly, her back arched and she screamed. She grabbed his hand and squeezed so hard that his fingers soon felt numb.
"I've been pushing now for a while,"
she said.
"but the baby isn't coming. It feels different from my other babies. I need to go to the hospital."
Another spasm racked her body, more straining. Blood seeped on the sheets. Antonio stumbled out of her bedroom, dazed. "Where are the servants?" he asked Irene.
"They left already,"
Irene said.
"Mama told them to go."
"I should have come earlier," he murmured, then took a deep breath. "Your mother's very sick," he told the two girls. The younger one, Christine, started to cry. Irene calmly said, "I know. I don't know what I need to do for her," Antonio said. "I can't deliver a child. We'll have to take her to the hospital." Irene blinked.
"Right now?"
"Right now."
"What about the langbuan?"
"You and your sister stay here," Antonio instructed. "I will take her."
"No,"
Irene said.
"I want to go with you."
Antonio put both hands on her shoulders. "Irene, it's too dangerous for you to be out there. I don't know how to drive a car, so I have to take your mother in my tricycle. You could get killed. You need to stay here with Christine."
"I need to protect Mama and the tricycle."
Reluctantly, Antonio had to agree. "When I say so, open the door and run to the tricycle," Antonio instructed Irene. "Don't wait for me, all right?
"But I'll be there right behind you with your mama."
He glanced at the metal oars they held. "Use this if needed, and the flashlights." He hoped he was doing the right thing. Tita Alice was too delirious to answer him when he asked if he could take Irene and Christine with them. They would not only help protect their mother, they would protect Antonio so that he could drive the tricycle. As Antonio carried his aunt in his arms, she moaned her husband's name. He hoped it wasn't too late to save the baby, let alone Tita Alice. The memory of the last Ghost Moon Night returned to Antonio. Why did these medical emergencies always happen on this accursed day? At first, his uncle's request for his help flattered him.
Now, he wished his uncle hadn't left and could take care of his wife in a proper car.
"Just do your best, Antonio." Nodding towards Irene, Antonio hung back for just a step while she opened the door. The girls ran out into the black night. He ran out with Tita Alice, keeping his eyes glued to the gate, which Irene had left open. Just a few more steps, and he'd be outside where the tricycle waited. Suddenly, the dog whimpered, and just as suddenly, it became quiet. Antonio thought he heard a noise behind him, a whisper, a flapping of wings, a footstep, and turned. He saw nothing, so he looked back to the parking lot. Where was the tricycle? Screened from his view by a langbuan. Its wings were massive, a dirty gray, flapping in jerky motions. They muffled the girls' screams as they fought it away from the sidecar, holding up flashlights.
Antonio muscled past, shouldering the langbuan away, putting 𝗬𝗲𝗏 in the sidecar between the girls. Then he ran to the motorcycle. One kickstart. Please, God, one kickstart. One kick, and the engine revved into life. 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗺𝗿, he whispered his thanks. He then wheeled the tricycle around, straight into 3 langbuan, who had converged but now scattered like bowling pins. Antonio leaned forward and careened onto the road. He kept his focus forward, even though in his peripheral vision, he could see legions of langbuan descending from the sky to flank them like an infernal army. "Antonio!" Irene screamed into the wind. "Mama is bleeding more!" "I'm going as fast as I can," he shouted back, turning his head just enough so she could hear. When he turned back to the road ahead, he swerved to avoid the langbuan who stood on the road, but it was too late. The impact sent them spinning into a shallow ditch. Next thing he knew, he lay on the ground and the world kept spinning.
"Let me help you,"
a female voice said. Antonio's eyes fluttered open. A woman sat next to him. She had high cheekbones, full lips, and hair that cascaded down to the waist. "Yes," he said. "Please help me." She smiled, baring fang-like teeth. Her eyes turned into dark sockets, and a snake slithered out of one nostril. Her wings fanned out and flapped. "Heaven have mercy on us." He kicked and sent her scrambling back like a giant crab, then ran back to the upturned sidecar. It was empty. A few feet away, he saw the girls and their mother lying on the ground. 2 langbuan hovered over them. One was stroking 𝗬𝗏𝗏's belly. Antonio grabbed the oars and slashed at the creatures. They shrieked and flew backwards. Irene opened her eyes and smiled.
"I just had the nicest dream."
"Irene," Antonio said, "you have to get up and help me. Let's go, now." Fear crept back into her eyes as she looked around, blinked a few times, and realization dawned. She got up and shivered, then coaxed a thumb-sucking Christine from a curled-up position. Antonio picked up 𝗬𝗏𝗏. She felt hot on his arms, but her belly, where the creature had touched her, felt icy cold. As they ran to the tricycle, langbuan massed overhead. Antonio righted the sidecar and got moving again. The creatures flew alongside, reaching and pulling. Christine was doing a good job of jabbing each attacker when suddenly he felt the tricycle rise from the road. The langbuan were carrying it. Irene and Christine screamed. Below them, the village looked smaller and smaller. Antonio killed the engine, got in the sidecar, and held the oar at the ready, his stomach churning. One langbuan pulled at little Christine. She cried out and reached for Antonio, who grabbed her. With the other hand, he swung the oar at the langbuan, shattering its spine. It tumbled from the sky, screaming. One of the creatures dove into the sidecar, right where the girls and Antonio were sitting. It tried to embrace Irene, but she fought back, kicking and shoved it out. It fell into another langbuan, who punched it in the face. Antonio looked at the landscape below and at the langbuan. He needed to take a chance, even if it meant they might fall to their death. He started hitting the monsters with the oar until he drove some of them away. A few returned, but more and more, they stayed away. The cloud thinned to just a half-dozen creatures until the tricycle hovered near the ground. He kept hitting them until he pried the last one's claws off the metal, sending the tricycle hurtling down. Bracing himself for the impact, the tricycle hit the ground, sending Antonio flipping out of the sidecar into something wet, sinky, muddy. When he opened his eyes in amazement, the tricycle was sitting in the middle of a rice paddy. The girls and their mother lay sprawled in the mud. A water buffalo in a nearby pen snorted. "Cupid," he said. They were at Antonio's house. Here was safety. The langbuan flew overhead in a dark, circular mass. Antonio jumped onto the motorcycle, waited for the girls to climb in with their mother, and revved the engine. The wheels only spun in the mud. The langbuan flew down at full speed. Its yellow eyes glimmered, and its tongue hung out to the side. Antonio lifted the handlebars and revved the engine until the motorcycle leaped out of the paddy and bumped back onto the drier ground. The langbuan flew right where the tricycle would have been had it kept going. The creature circled to attack again. Antonio felt something nudge his arm. It was the oar, offered by Christine, whose eyes were huge and round on her tiny face. Crack! Antonio stuck the oar into the langbuan's ribcage. It hissed and flew back. Then it descended again, only to be hit on the face. Screaming, it circled up and back down, its tail lashing at Antonio's head. His temple throbbed. Antonio revved the engine and threw the oar into the sidecar. The tricycle raced down the yard, pursued by langbuan. Antonio felt a warm wetness trickling from his forehead, stinging his eye. When he wiped it off, blood covered his hand. He drove the tricycle right up to the back door. Skidding to a stop, he pounded on the door. "Mama! Papa!" he said. "Let us in!" The girls screamed as langbuan swooped down upon Antonio and grabbed his midriff, his arms. The door opened and Mama exclaimed, "𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗺𝗁!" Antonio dropped Tita Alice on the threshold, his arms still in the langbuan's icy grip. Papa appeared with a lantern, shoving it in the creatures' faces. "Get out," he said. "Get out!" While Mama pulled Tita Alice into the house. The girls followed. Antonio twisted out of the monster's loosened grip, stumbled into the house, and heard the doors slam shut behind him. He slumped to the ground, stabbing pain radiating everywhere. Mama touched his head, and he flinched. "Don't worry about me," Antonio said, as Mama's face became blurred, and everything went black. 45. Antonio opened his eyes and tried to sit up. A sharp pain erupted on his temple, and he lay down again. There, a voice soothed. "Lie still like a good boy." A woman in a white nurse uniform held a huge syringe in her hand. He looked over her shoulder and saw white walls, cabinets, and an open window, which framed a shade tree and dappled sunlight. White cotton curtains moved in the slight breeze. He licked his lips, which were cracked and dry. "Where am I?" he asked. "The hospital," the woman said. "Why?" "Why?"
She laughed like he'd said a funny joke.
"You nearly died last night." "Where's Tita Alice? The girls?" "If you mean the lady who had the baby, she's 2 rooms down. The girls are fine. No one else has been hospitalized. Just you and your Tita Alice. Rest now. The doctor will be here soon." "Wait, how long have I been here?" "A day." Then she left. He lay there with a worrisome thought forming in his mind. I'm supposed to be at work. He sat up too fast. His body shook and his skin felt chilled, but he swung one leg then the other over the edge of the bed. Breathe. Breathe. "Antonio, what are you doing?"
Training bustled in front of him and gestured for him to move back to the bed.
"I need to get out of here. My tricycle has been destroyed." "What?" Antonio cried. "The tricycle got broken up pretty good,"
Training said.
"What do you mean, broken?" Antonio asked. "Well, between the tires exploding and the mud coating everything, and the langbuan picking up your tricycle and dropping it in front of the veranda, I'd say it's pretty broken." Antonio groaned. "What will I tell Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗄𝗁? "Oh, don't worry, he knows. His man 𝗬𝗲𝗁𝗍 came by today and took your tricycle. He said something about squaring up with you sometime." "Yes, he will," Antonio said. "So just lie back and relax. You don't have a tricycle to drive right now anyway." As he lay back down, he asked, "What happened to the baby?" "Here are your parents now,"
Training said, looking anxious to leave.
"They can tell you." "Are you all right?" Mama asked Antonio, her eyes searching his face. "Yes, I'm fine. Is Tita Alice all right? What happened to the baby?" "Alice is recovering, but the baby didn't make it. He came out stillborn. Do you know what it means?" "He was already dead?" "Yes." "That's too bad." Mama smoothed his bangs. "Last night, I had a feeling you were in trouble. I prayed for you." "Thank you, Mama. I don't think my heart can take any more of these episodes," Mama said. "We have a rule of staying inside on Ghost Moon Night. Follow it." "I know." He tried to smile, but his mouth hurt. Papa traded places with Mama. "I'm sorry, Antonio." Antonio couldn't believe it. Papa was apologizing. Expelling a deep breath, Papa said, Life's too short for fights. He patted Antonio's hand awkwardly. You're a good son, and I've been hard on you. Thanks, Papa. Antonio knew how hard that was for Papa to say those words. His eyes fluttered shut. They felt so heavy. You're a good father, too. Shh. Rest now, Mama said. Antonio. He opened his eyes. His uncle, Tito Oscar, stood at his bedside. My dear nephew, he said. Hello, Tito Oscar. Smiling didn't hurt as much. Tito Oscar's eyes brimmed with tears.
Your Tita Alice and I are very grateful to you for what you did last night. You saved her life.
But not your son's. I'm so sorry. Tito Oscar's eyes darkened with anger. No, he died in the hands of the langbuan. Mama said he was stillborn. We'll never know if he had a chance outside the womb. Maybe he did. He smiled wistfully. I would have taken him fishing, taught him everything I know. Silence descended upon the room. Tito Oscar rubbed his stubbled chin. He looked tired, like he hadn't slept. There was a knock, and Yoli stood in the hospital room door.
Tito Oscar turned and said, Come in, Antonio's friend. I'll go and check on your Tita Alice, Tito Oscar said, and left them alone.
You should have learned from the last ghost moon night, she said, and not make trips to the hospital. He smiled. I had no choice. Well, you had a choice. You just chose to be a crazy hero. Is that what I am? He teased. A hero? To some, she said. And to you? Just crazy. She sat on a chair and took out the newspaper.
I thought maybe you'd be starved for entertainment, she said. Do you want me to read you the news?
He smiled to himself. He never read the news. Papa did. But he decided to humor her.
All right.
Antonio listened, not so much to the stories, but the sound of her voice. When she finished a story, she looked at him. More? More. Being an invalid wasn't too bad, he decided. 46. Back at home, after being discharged from the hospital, Antonio noticed something different right away. Lolo and Lola's portrait was still there, as well as Lolo's medal, but the Vicks Vapor Rub was missing from the Solace side table. The flip-flops weren't by the Solace set. He limped into the house and asked, Where's Lolo Sonny? Mama and Papa exchanged glances. He's not here, Mama said. Antonio looked from one to the other. I can see that. Where is he? At the hospital. What? What happened? Why didn't you tell me? I was just there. I could have seen him. He's not at that hospital. It's getting too hard to help him, Papa said. One day while you were working, he climbed a tree. It took forever to help him down. One of these times, he'll get himself seriously hurt. Antonio said. So he's not hurt? Why is he in the hospital? Mama gave him a steely glance. The doctor said we should confine him at the hospital in Nagat. For the loco? Antonio said, slamming his hand on the wood sala. For crazy people, like 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏? Mama looked out the window, then back at Antonio. The night you rescued Tita Alice, Lolo slipped out of the house. We found him the next day, incoherent and confused, in Cupid's water trough. Out with the langbuan all night? Luckily, Cupid protected him. We can't take chances anymore. The regular hospital can't keep a wandering patient like him. Why don't you or Papa just tend him all day? His situation is more than we can handle, Mama said. You need to accept the fact that Lolo needs medical care.
If only he had music,
Antonio murmured. Music. Papa gestured impatiently. You don't understand. No, Papa said. You don't understand. Things have gone from bad to worse for this town. I've noticed a pattern. Lolo Sonny's not himself. You're not yourself. Even the harvest has not been as good. Our seedlings are diseased. All this happened since that priest came to town. Antonio frowned. What does Father Sebastian have to do with this? He's been encouraging the village to abandon tradition. and even actively rid this town of langbuan. Change things.
He's the one voice of reason in this town, Antonio countered.
I know the priest's been talking to you, Papa said. Mama and I think you should avoid him. Just let him mind his own business.
And you call yourselves Christian. Antonio,
Mama said.
I'm sorry,
he muttered, then stood up. Where are you going? Papa asked.
I'm going to see 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁.
The bus stopped just outside a fenced compound in 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁. The town looked bigger than 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗁, with houses closer to each other and streets more congested with tricycles and jeepneys, long passenger vehicles patterned after American military jeeps. Antonio followed 2 other passengers out to what looked, at first glance, like a wasteland of barren dirt, scrawny trees, and stray cats everywhere. The fence rose to about 10 feet tall, topped with barbed wire. Was this a mental hospital or a prison? A security guard patted him down, then sent him to the 2-story building. A row of bushes lined the driveway, thorny and twisted, inhospitable. Inside the building, there were no pictures on the white walls. A receptionist sat behind a small, cramped desk. Antonio asked to see 𝗧𝗏𝗁, and she gave him a room number. A nurse led him down a hallway, a flight of stairs, and another hallway. The door opened into a small cell-like room, about 15 feet by 15 feet. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 sat on a bench in a soiled hospital dressing gown. As Antonio came up to him, he noticed bolts held the bench and bed to the floor. The mattress didn't have a sheet or pillow.
𝗧𝗏,
Antonio said, coming up to put his hand to his forehead in a mano. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 cringed and pulled his arm back.
It's all right, Mr. Pulido,
the nurse said.
It's your grandson.
Shaking his head, 𝗧𝗏𝗁 refused to look at Antonio.
𝗧𝗏.
𝗧𝗏𝗁 kept his head averted. Antonio turned to the nurse. Why won't he look at me?
That's how he is,
she said, shrugging.
Your grandfather is old and sick. He's in the early stages of dementia.
He loves music, Antonio said. Can you put on music for him? That'll calm him.
Music isn't allowed,
she said.
It can agitate other patients.
What if the doctor prescribes it?
Well, then we would play music for them, but only if the doctor says so.
Antonio looked at his grandfather's averted face and felt his heart break.
I'll talk to him in private now. Just pretend I'm not in the room, she said.
So he talked to 𝗧𝗏𝗁 self-consciously. He rambled about Cupid, about Jose leaving for college, about the price of eggs. Anything to keep the conversation going. The nurse stared at Antonio like he should be the one incarcerated. Antonio looked at his watch. Just 15 minutes, and it felt like a lifetime. Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗏𝗁 refused to turn his head or respond in any way. Admitting defeat, Antonio told the nurse, I'm done now. Another nurse had to come and lead him through the maze of hallways and stairs. Antonio walked through the empty lobby and past 3 thorny bushes. It wasn't until he was on the bus on the way back to 𝗬𝗏𝗁 that Antonio, alone on the back seat, pressed his fists to his eyes and cried. Before sunset, Antonio and his family hitched Cupid to the cart and drove to Tito Oscar's house for the baby's wake. Antonio kept to himself, even with Papa's pointed stares, as though Antonio had done something wrong. All Antonio could think of was 𝗧𝗏𝗁. Along the beach beyond the house, the funeral procession had already started. At the head of the procession, Tito Oscar carried the little white coffin on his shoulder. Antonio and his family got out of the cart and fell in step with the mourners. Someone began singing the Lord's Prayer in their Tagalog language, accompanied by a guitar, and many joined in. Like a white serpent, the procession slithered into one of the doors of the house. After Tito Oscar laid the coffin on a table, a swarm of mourners gave their condolences. Antonio waited for the crowd to thin and queued up. When Tito Oscar saw him, he put an arm over Antonio's shoulder.
I'm so sorry, Tito Oscar, for the baby,
Antonio said.
Ah, Antonio,
Tito Oscar sighed.
My heart breaks, but I don't argue with God's will.
Tita Alice sipped a glass of water, her expression icy.
Sorry, Tita,
Antonio said.
You'd better be.
Her lip curled.
You were supposed to come earlier. I'd have been in the hospital sooner.
Taken by surprise, he stammered another apology.
Alice, Tito Oscar said, why take out your grief on this young man when he helped you?
Tita Alice flung her glass on the floor, breaking it into 1,000,000 glittering pieces, then ran crying upstairs. That night Antonio dreamed he was dead. He lay in a coffin, and one by one mourners came to pay their last respects. Papa and Mama came forward. Mama wore the black blouse she wore to funerals, and her hair was pinned up. Papa wore a shirt still dirty from farm work.
How could you be so disrespectful?
Mama admonished him. If you'd just give me more money, I could buy myself a new shirt, Papa said. Anyway, he's dead. What does it matter?
Romy, he's in a place between the living and the dead,
Mama said.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's in this room with us right now.
Papa sighed. Even in death, Antonio cannot make up his mind. When Mama drifted away, Papa stayed behind and whispered,
Antonio, now that you're in the spirit world, can you please tell me who'll win the cockfight?
Father Sebastian came up next. He held up an empty jar. I couldn't resist it, but seeing all these people, I am collecting more donations for my altar. I hope you don't mind. His eyes twinkled. After the priest left his side, Tandang Lino came by.
I wouldn't believe anything Father Sebastian tells you. He's full of coffee beans.
Tito Oscar followed. I wanted to take you fishing. We missed our chance, didn't we?
No,
Antonio wanted to say.
I can still go fishing. I can hear you and see you. Why can't I fish with you?
He tried to grab his uncle's arm, but he couldn't move. The door burst open, and a strong gust of wind blew in.
Thank you for coming,
Mama said to an unseen guest.
And thank you for treating my son so well while he worked for you.
Antonio couldn't see over his coffin, but he knew that voice. It was 𝗬𝗲𝗁 saying, I'm sorry about your son. He was one of my best apprentices. Now he came forward, his head bowed. His eyes darted right to left, slowly grinning. I warned you this would happen if you told anyone our little secret. The priest came forward, and 𝗬𝗲𝗁, bowing his head reverently, backed up. It's time to shut the coffin, Father Sebastian said. Now Antonio watched from above his coffin and looked at his dead self. What horrible orange makeup! He never slicked his hair back with pomade like that when he was alive. And what a dirty, rumpled shirt! The shirt twitched, stretched, tore at the shoulders. Gray wings popped through the cloth and unfurled. The image changed. Antonio lay on his back in the coffin once again. Father Sebastian tried to shut the lid, but Antonio's wings got in the way. No, he said, but it seemed Father Sebastian couldn't hear him. The priest pressed down harder until the wings snapped, and darkness smothered Antonio. 47. A week later, Antonio sat across from Mr. 𝗵𝗏𝗺 and put a canvas bag on the table. This is the money I owe you, Mr. 𝗵𝗏𝗺, for the tricycle repairs, he said. Mr. 𝗵𝗏𝗺 looked in the bag for a long moment. This is a lot of money. Yes, it is, Antonio said. Mr. 𝗵𝗏𝗺 leaned back and studied him. You are an interesting young man. You could have just walked away from the tricycle and told 𝗬𝗲𝗁 it was his problem. That's not how my parents raised me. Well, your parents are to be commended. So what now? Are you ready to go back to work for me? Antonio stared. I thought for sure you wouldn't hire me back. Why ever not? I just ruined your tricycle. Mr. 𝗵𝗏𝗺 shrugged. It's just a machine. A tricycle without a good, dependable driver is worthless. Antonio smiled, then reached over to shake Mr. 𝗵𝗏𝗺's hand. Thank you. But the repairs aren't done yet, are they? No. I'll have 𝗬𝗲𝗁 give you a loaner for now. That would be wonderful. He shook his boss's hand once again. Mr. 𝗵𝗏𝗺 had 𝗬𝗲𝗁 come in and had Antonio step out. The two men were closeted together for a few minutes. When 𝗬𝗁 came out, his face was more dour than usual. He asked Antonio to meet him in his office. I don't know why the boss has taken a liking to you, 𝗬𝗲𝗁 said, but he has. All right, I admit I can see why. You have a brain in that head of yours. And gumption. That's why I chose you for the job I did. 𝗬𝗲𝗁 handed Antonio a piece of paper. It was the day's late fee list. Immediately, Antonio's glance fell on a name towards the bottom. Nando Nakpil. Mang Nando's been good about paying, hasn't he? Antonio asked. Not lately. Plus, I don't like his attitude. We have to rein in the man. We don't want him planting seeds of discontent among the other drivers. 𝗬𝗲𝗁 leaned back and studied Antonio. I've heard that some squabbles are breaking out between drivers over parking. Some of the older drivers are claiming seniority. The younger drivers are jumping the lines. I've seen a few times where this has happened, Antonio said, but it's not that common. Well, I want it curbed completely. From now on, to protect your spot on the line, a driver has to pay a protection fee.
More fees?
Antonio said. 𝗬𝗲𝗁's gaze hardened. We need to keep everyone in line. I want you to collect this protection money. He turned his head and pointedly glanced at the record player. Antonio thought of Lolo Sonny and how this monster was capitalizing on an old man's need. All right, he said, trying to keep his anger under a mask. 𝗬𝗲𝗁 examined his nails. Now, if you'll work for me, you'd better zip your mouth. No more talking back or disrespecting, understand? I understand. This just might be the start of a fine partnership. Go and hunt down our late fees and come back for further instructions. Antonio got up and walked to the door. Oh, and Pulido, 𝗬𝗲𝗁 said. I hate that shirt. Don't ever wear it again. Clenching his jaw, Antonio nodded. Yes, 𝗬𝗲𝗁. 𝗬𝗲𝗁 grinned, and Antonio hated himself. 𝗬𝗲𝗁 sat at Mang Nando's sidecar when Antonio came around. She smiled at him in greeting, and he nodded back coolly. Confusion washed over her features, and then she turned cool as well. If I'm to do this, Antonio thought, I can't be friends with any of the other drivers, or their families. I've come for your late fee, Antonio told the old man. Mang Nando frowned. I paid my boundary fee when I first got in this morning. Which makes it late still. We've had this discussion before, remember? Mang Nando said. And you've let it go, young man. I can't. Not this time. Antonio held out his hand and waited. Surprise filled Mang Nando's eyes. I don't understand. Then let me explain, Antonio said. You pay the late fee, and I will leave. You don't pay the late fee, and 𝗬𝗲𝗁 will take your tricycle from you. Mang Nando swallowed, blinked. He felt in his back pocket and produced a beat-up wallet. Antonio, 𝗬𝗁 cried. Why are you doing this? Antonio refused to look at her. This is between me and your grandfather, 𝗬𝗁. Mang Nando nodded. He's right. I've been amiss. I should pay. His hands shook as he counted out the change. I don't have enough here. Do you think I can pay tomorrow? I have enough. 𝗬𝗁 thrust some peso bills under Antonio's nose. Now take your dirty money and leave us alone. Mang Nando's eyes held no apology on behalf of his granddaughter. But then Antonio didn't expect one. Calmly, he picked up the money and moved on to the next driver, and the next, until he completed his list. Then he walked over to 𝗬𝗁's office and gave him the money. 𝗬𝗁 held up the peso bills to his face and kissed them. Well done. In the hallway, Antonio leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. He relived 𝗬𝗁's horrified expression, her loathing glance. I can't do this. But then he thought of his grandfather, alone and without music in a stark hospital room. He forced himself to walk on, get his loaner tricycle, and start another day. Oi! Training called out to Antonio as he crossed the backyard after feeding Cupid. She was cutting vegetables for dinner in the outside kitchen and set the knife down with a clatter. What's wrong with your tough cucote? Antonio raised his hands as though to ward off a blow. What? What? Training mimicked.
You're not stupid. You know what I'm talking about.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Antonio lied.
It's all over town that you're working for that vermin, 𝗬𝗲𝗁𝗍. Why, you're worse than his henchmen, they say.
Antonio bristled and walked off.
I don't have time for this gossip.
Also, they say you broke the heart of 𝗦𝗃𝗄𝗏's granddaughter. That's the worst.
Antonio paused and turned back at the doorway. I didn't break Yoli's heart.
Ah, my heavens, is that her name? What a sweet name. She probably cries in her pillow every night, that angel.
I doubt that very much. She's probably turned her pillow into my image and pokes pins in it, is more like it. Who told you about her?
You'll be amazed at what you can learn from washing clothes at the river.
Well, you have your news mixed up. Yoli would never cry over a jerk like me.
Oh, so you admit you are one?
I don't have to explain myself to you. You wouldn't understand.
You're right, I don't understand.
She shook the kitchen knife at him.
There's no excuse great enough to break the law.
𝗬𝗲𝗁𝗍 says it's legal.
It sounds like extortion to me.
Antonio made an impatient noise.
Hey, don't you be clucking at me,
Training said.
I'm just getting started. Why haven't you helped at the church? Father 𝗬𝗏𝗏 has asked about you a few times. He thinks you're turning heathen.
Maybe I am.
Some people think you've lost your sense over a record player. A record player,
She scoffed.
of all things. Your mother is worried about you.
I can see why she worries if you feed her all sorts of lies.
But are they, Antonio? Are they lies?
She stared at him. He tried to avert his eyes, but she grabbed his face in her hands. He could smell the garlic on her hands.
I've known you since you were a little boy, she said. Why are you selling your soul? Have you thought about what will happen to you when you die? Aren't you scared you will turn into a langbuan too?
Antonio pushed her hands away and ran into the house. He kept running until he was in his bedroom and slammed the door shut. Did I make a mistake? My reason is good, isn't it? He lay on his bed and stared at the ceiling for a long time. 𝗬𝗲𝗁𝗍 said Antonio was doing great. He might even earn the record player sooner than planned. Shouldn't Antonio be elated? Instead, he felt like the lowest of creatures. 48. 3 months later. Are you ready? 𝗬𝗲𝗁𝗍 asked Antonio. 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗏𝗁𝗏 stood behind 𝗬𝗲𝗁 and 𝗬𝗲𝗁's office, and Antonio sat across from them. I think so, Antonio said. You think so? 𝗬𝗲𝗁𝗍 laughed. Did you hear that, men? There's enthusiasm for you. 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗏𝗁𝗏 dutifully laughed along. 𝗬𝗲𝗁 lifted the record player from the floor and put it on the desk. Antonio just stared. He had dreamed about this moment for so long. So why did his smile feel forced? Go on, 𝗬𝗁𝗍 said. Touch it. All your hard work wrapped up in a tidy little package. Antonio touched it and opened the lid. A deal's a deal, 𝗬𝗁𝗍 said. Enjoy. Antonio staggered out with the record player. It felt like a boulder attached to his neck. He put it on his tricycle passenger seat and sped home. It's mine now. I'll give it to Lolo. That'll make it all right. With that thought, he felt a little better.
But once he got home, avoiding Training's prying eyes, and went to his room, the heavy feeling returned.
What had he done? He set the record player on the floor and just stared at it for a long time. Then he got up, opened his chest of drawers, and pulled out a square envelope. Jose had sent it to him from Manila. He turned the machine on and set the stylus on the record. Moments later, Doris Day's husky, mesmerizing voice filled his bedroom. When the song ended, Antonio lifted the stylus off the record and replaced it carefully. The player sounded better than he'd imagined. But a voice in his head persisted. What about honor? The poor tricycle drivers? And Yoli? Antonio covered his ears with his hands as he muttered, Shut up! Shut up! 49. September. 33 minutes before Ghost Moon Night. Antonio's head ached after the day's usual craziness. Earlier in the day, a fight broke out in the market over a measly kilo of fatty pork. His route slowed down midday, then picked up again starting at 4 with passengers demanding, that he drive faster. As he revved the tricycle to pull out of the station, he saw 𝗧𝗲 coming out of 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁. She glanced at him coldly and looked away. The past 3 months, they acted like complete strangers around each other. Once, he found her praying alone at the church and almost told her why he was working for 𝗬𝗲𝗰, but he chickened out. She probably wouldn't understand anyway. She'd say it was a poor excuse. His motorcycle tires squealed as he tore out of the dirt lot. Halfway home, Antonio's motorbike sputtered. He looked down at the gas gauge and slapped it. Nearly empty. He had been so distracted by 𝗧𝗲, he'd forgotten to buy gasoline. He double-backed to the town pump near the expressway. Its gray-haired owner came out, wiping his hands on his rag. "Can I buy some petrol?" Antonio asked. "I don't have any." "Even just a little?" "I don't have any. Sorry." He didn't sound sorry at all. "Why don't you try the one by the station?" "Can you please check?" "No." His lip curled. "My brother worked for 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁 until you made him pay money he couldn't afford. I hope you get stranded out there." "Wait," Antonio said, but the owner went inside the little station shack and slammed the door shut.
Antonio expelled a deep breath and went to the bus station.
By the time he got there, the pumps were closed for the night. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's tricycle came abreast of his, and he glimpsed at 𝗧𝗲𝗲's rigid posture and averted face. For one moment, Antonio thought about flagging them down, but surely 𝗧𝗲𝗲 would just reject him. He glanced at the gas gauge and decided he had enough petrol to get home. At 15 minutes to sunset, the tricycle died, right beside the graveyard. Like jagged teeth, tombstones and vaults stood between him and the Lady of Miracles Church, between him and safety. He tried to revive his tricycle. It started once, but died again. 3 minutes until sunset. He took off running towards the church through the graveyard. At first, he kept to the ground, squeezing between vaults. After he got caught on a vine and nearly tripped, he climbed a vault and started jumping from one to another. Mama's voice echoed in his head. "Don't climb the vaults, Antonio. That's disrespectful." "Passenger, he apologized as he stepped on another vault. "Sorry." Running across each vault, he made good time. And then he faltered, stopped and stared. The miniature city of what had been white vaults glowed orange-red, reflecting the setting sun behind him. "Ignore the sunset. Just make it past the graveyard." Too late. Dozens of langbuan floated down from the sky like wisps of fabric. Over his shoulder, the sun clung to its last breath. Then the mountains devoured the last rays, plunging the graveyard into darkness. As his eyes adjusted, he saw the vague outline of the vaults and the church beyond. Closer now, but not close enough. It took just a moment of him raising his head to assess how much of the graveyard was left to cross, but it was enough to distract him from the next vault. He thought it was closer than it was. The next step jarred his leg as his foot landed. A sharp pain radiated from his shin. He sucked in his breath. "Don't stop. Keep moving." For 1 second, he tried to stand on that leg, but he just buckled under. "Stay calm. Just let your leg recover, then move on. The church is right there."
His breath came in ragged spurts and his heart hammered in his chest.
He tested his leg. It still hurt, but not as much. Landing on it, he cried out. The sensation felt like a hot poker had been wedged between his joints. He glanced at the church. "Just get yourself there." Each step brought agony to Antonio, but still he went from vault to vault until all that was left were 2 rows. He stepped out, but there wasn't anything in place, just air and vines. He fell in a narrow space between vaults. He lay there for a moment, winded. Then his heart pounded like 100 drums. Above him, a langbuan hovered, the wings fanning a familiar scent, the smell of rotting 𝗦𝗃𝗏𝗁 fruit. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗁's mouth slid open into a toothless grin. The flesh on his hands and arms had begun to decompose, leaving a thin veneer of flesh and bone.
Cotton plugged his nostrils.
He was wearing his burial clothes, now dingy with dirt. He held up a 𝗦𝗃𝗏𝗁𝗏.
"Want one?" he asked, his langbuan wings unfurling behind him.
50. Antonio got up and ran, ignoring the pain on his leg. He skimmed the top of vaults, scrambled over and past crosses and statues, then hurled himself into the church courtyard. Wings slashed the air behind him in hot pursuit. The church looked like a pale fortress against the monstrous night. A gust of wind swirled around Antonio as 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿𝗁 planted himself between the parish house and Antonio. "Too bad I don't have a shotgun," 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿𝗁 said. "Too bad I don't have a shotgun," Antonio thought. In the corner of his eye, he saw Father Sebastian's old rusty sedan, parked just a half-dozen car lengths away. He ran to it, his body slamming to a stop against the front passenger door as he yanked the handle. The door was locked. He ran to the back passenger door and pulled on the handle so hard, when it did open, it bounced back on its hinges. Just as 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿𝗁 dove for him, Antonio got in the car. 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿's hand snapped off with a crunch as Antonio slammed the door shut on it and pounded down the lock. 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿's enraged howl echoed in the night. Moments later, 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿 watched him closely, his uninjured hand clawing at the windows, which were fogging up from Antonio's breath. Thud. 𝗬𝗲𝗁𝗿𝗁 hit the window and slid down in its slime. Thud. Thud. 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿 kept throwing fruit at the window, each time making a dull thudding noise. Antonio dove for the glove compartment. With shaking fingers, he went through its contents. Papers, coins, sunglasses. A big silver flashlight. Pulling it out, he slid the switch to the on position, but nothing happened. He shook it again. Nothing. He shook it a third time. Please, please, please. And the marvelous light came on. He listened for the thudding of a fruit and trained the beam on the flashlight towards that direction. 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿 shrieked, launching himself backwards. Antonio kept the beam of light moving while his eyes scoured the darkness. Smash! A rock broke through the front windshield, showering Antonio with broken glass. Through the jagged opening, 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿's remaining hand reached for Antonio's throat. Antonio swung the flashlight and clubbed the hand with all his strength. 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿 pulled back, then lunged again, his hand knocking the flashlight to the floor. Antonio kicked, but 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿 got hold of his right foot, his grip tightening until that foot felt numb with cold. While kicking repeatedly with the other foot, Antonio reached for the flashlight, feeling the ribbed metal at his fingertips. Antonio trained the light onto 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿's face. 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿 hissed and let him go. Plink! The bulb in the flashlight gave out, leaving Antonio in darkness. 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿 laughed. Antonio gauged the distance of the church from the car. He wouldn't make it, he knew. Not with 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿 in those wings. They would bring about his death. Or, since they wouldn't fit under the car, his salvation. Antonio turned on the headlights, sending 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿 reeling backwards. Then Antonio dove into the back seat, opened the right rear door, and slid under the car. In the glow of the headlamps, Antonio could see a shadowy figure moving around the car. He lay as still as he could, on his side. 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿's grinning face appeared. He reached for Antonio, grazing his leg and clawing at his chest, but he couldn't stretch that far. Those huge wings kept him from fitting under the car. Every time he tried, Antonio kicked at his hand. 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿 kept following him around the car, but Antonio just scooted away. Then 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿 disappeared. Antonio strained to hear, hoping 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿 had lost interest. Ding! Clang! 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿 was hitting or throwing something at the body of the car. After that barrage, the car rose up a little in the air, falling down on Antonio, filling his mouth, ears, and nose with pieces of rusted metal. The car rose and fell on him, again and again. Antonio curled into a ball and protected his head with his arms, praying for dawn. 51. 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿's bony finger poked at Antonio. Snarling, Antonio slapped it away. Dios mío, a woman's voice said. He's still alive. Antonio opened his eyes. He shook off a thick layer of metal and dust from his head. All around him were car parts, muffler, tailpipe, a wheel, and glorious light from the morning sun. It was the day after Ghost Moon Night. What he thought was 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿's finger was the end of a walking cane,
beside a pair of feet encased in woven slippers connected to scrawny legs and a skirt. He touched his face, his arms, his legs. Tender to the touch, scraped, bloody.
I'm alive,
he shouted.
He's gone insane, a woman said. I wouldn't stand too close if I were you.
Antonio crawled out to the sunlight. His regulars, 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁 and 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁, gaped at him. 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁 limped forward and whacked him on the leg with her cane.
There you are, you irresponsible young man, she said. We waited for our ride, but you never came.
After the old ladies berated him, Antonio went to Mass, sitting on the last pew. People turned to stare. Father Sebastian paused in the middle of Mass and stammered, as though taken aback by his appearance. When Mass was over, Father Sebastian walked over to Antonio.
"Well," Father Sebastian said, "what happened to you?"
I ran out of gasoline last night and had a little bit of trouble.
Antonio bit his lip.
Can I just show you what happened?
When Father Sebastian nodded, Antonio led him to the courtyard, where the car parts were scattered about.
"Oh my,"
the priest said.
I know. I'm sorry.
"I don't understand. You did this?"
Antonio said.
The langbuan did. I was fine in the car for a little while until 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁, who is a langbuan now, by the way, broke the window. I got under the car and he couldn't get to me, but he sure destroyed it. I'm so sorry.
"Ah, well, I can always flag down a tricycle," he smiled wryly. "Have you had breakfast?"
No. In fact, I haven't had dinner yet.
"Come join me."
The priest went to look for Henry. Henry brought a plate of tocino and eggs, then left them alone at the kitchen table. Antonio's eyes grew big as he looked at the food and dug in.
"This is delicious,"
Antonio said, his mouth full of food.
Thank you.
"You're making a habit of langbuan encounters," Father Sebastian said.
It appears so, doesn't it?
Antonio laughed.
"Some might say you have an anting.
I wish I had an amulet.
Antonio cocked his head.
I thought as Christians we shouldn't believe in those things.
Father Sebastian sipped his coffee.
"Oh, I think such powers exist, but they aren't necessarily from God."
Father Sebastian, if your desire is righteous, but the means you use isn't as righteous, can you be forgiven?
"You mean, does the end justify the means?"
Antonio nodded.
"What do you think?" Father Sebastian said.
You're like my mother,
Antonio grinned.
She never comes right out to say what I should do, but always makes me think about it.
"A wise mother."
And an unwise son.
He looked at Father Sebastian, whose kind eyes seemed to promise safety and understanding. Antonio cleared his throat.
Since a little after graduation, I've been involved in a shady scheme with 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁𝗁. He makes life hell. Let me correct that. I make life hell for other drivers unless they cooperate. He takes their tricycles if they don't. So the next day, they pay their fees, just to stay on 𝗬𝗬𝗁's good side. I get a cut of the money.
Father Sebastian's eyes stayed gentle.
"You said you did this for a righteous reason?"
My Lolo is sick, and he needs a record player.
"Sorry," Father Sebastian said, setting down his cup. "I don't understand."
Certain songs calm him. Some agitate him. He had a transistor radio once, but it broke. The record player would be so much better. He likes certain songs over others. I did consider another radio once, but let's just say that option soon disappeared.
"And how does 𝗬𝗬𝗁 factor in?"
𝗬𝗬𝗁 knows something about my grandfather that looks very bad. He said he'd tell everyone unless I worked for him this way. And he'd also give me the record player after a short time. I got so desperate for my grandfather, I agreed to do it. I wanted my grandfather to have a record player to save his life. Music is as important to him as breathing.
Antonio's fork clattered onto his plate.
I made a mistake, and I want to make it right.
Father Sebastian leaned back in his chair.
"What do you think your grandfather would want you to do then?"
Antonio pushed off from the table and stood up, shaky and grim, but resolved. "Clean myself up first," he said. 52. Antonio parked his tricycle by the 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁 building just as 𝗬𝗃𝗃𝗁 came out. "Well, well, well," 𝗬𝗃𝗃𝗁 said, planting himself in Antonio's path. He took out a cigarette and lit it. "We're late today, are we? I thought about sending 𝗦𝗃𝗏 for your tricycle." "I need to talk to Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁," Antonio said. "Let me pass, please." 𝗬𝗃𝗃𝗁 didn't budge. "Did you hear that, 𝗦𝗃𝗏𝗃𝗁? A disrespectful tone, wouldn't you say?" "Yes, boss," the two goons said. "What's with you, Pulido?" 𝗬𝗃𝗃𝗁 asked, blowing smoke at Antonio. "The langbuan ate your brain." "I'm seeing clearly for once," Antonio said. 𝗬𝗃𝗃𝗁 slapped his thigh and laughed. "You mean you got a conscience all of a sudden?" "I've always had a conscience. I'm just going to follow it now." 𝗬𝗃𝗃𝗁's smile faded. "What about your grandfather's pristine war record?" "You can do what you want with it. Nobody would believe you." "Oh, you think so?" 𝗬𝗃𝗃𝗁 sounded less cocky. "Also, if I'm going to continue working here," Antonio said, "I will do it on my own terms." 𝗬𝗃𝗃𝗁 threw his cigarette on the ground. "Anyone who wants to work here only does so on my terms." The door to Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁's building opened. A man came out. 𝗬𝗃𝗃𝗁 had his back turned to him, but Antonio could see who it was. "And what terms are those?" Antonio asked 𝗬𝗃𝗃𝗁. 𝗬𝗃𝗃𝗁 smiled. "That if you don't do as 𝗬𝗃𝗃𝗁 says, you will be out of a job." Antonio's glance flickered over 𝗬𝗃𝗁's shoulder. "What about Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁?" 𝗬𝗃𝗁 scoffed. "Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁 is nothing without me." The man who had just come out of the building cleared his throat, and 𝗬𝗃𝗁 turned around. "Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁!" He hid his cigarette behind him and flicked it to the ground. "I'm nothing without you, 𝗬𝗃𝗁," Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁 said. "I just meant, I was not—" 𝗬𝗃𝗁 stammered. A piece of ash floated onto Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁's shirt, and he flicked it off. "I guess we'll see, won't we? Because you're fired." 𝗬𝗃𝗁's mouth gaped open. "Oh, and 𝗬𝗃𝗁," Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁 said, glancing at the cigarette smoldering on the dirt lot, then at 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗃𝗏 and 𝗦𝗃𝗏. "On your way out, pick up your trash." "And that's the whole truth." Antonio took a deep breath and watched Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁's reaction. Antonio had just recounted 𝗬𝗃𝗁's scheme and his role in Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁's office. Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁's small eyes and that huge head assessed him. "Do you realize you've just implicated yourself in a crime?" Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁 said. Antonio swallowed. A crime. Coming from Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁, it sounded like he was due for an execution. "Yes, sir." "I had high hopes for you, Antonio." "I'm so very sorry to disappoint you, sir." "Sorry isn't enough. I'm going to have to fire you. You know that?" Antonio closed his eyes, then opened them again. "Yes, sir." "I should have you jailed for this." Antonio gripped the chair. "But I won't," Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗁𝗁 continued. You won't?" Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗁 nodded. "I do expect you to give back the money to my drivers." At first, Antonio saw his hopes dashed to the ground. Then he brightened. "I have a record player, sir. If you'd like, I could sell it to you and you can keep the money." Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗁 asked, "What am I to do with a record player?" "It's valuable, sir." "Listen, I am in the business of hiring out tricycles, not pawning off musical instruments." Mr. 𝗦𝗃𝗁 stood up. "I rescind my offer. Get off my property." Antonio walked back to his tricycle. With trembling fingers, he took off the little statue of baby Jesus and the rosary. Other drivers watched him, whispering among themselves. Efren walked up to Antonio and spit in his face. "That's for my daughter, who couldn't take her final exam because she couldn't pay her tuition." He spat again. "And for my son, who got sick from skipping too many meals." With the back of his hand, Antonio wiped his face but said nothing. News sure traveled fast. Someone else came up and spat at his feet. "That's for my wife." And another, "For my sister." And yet another,
For my dog, who's even more of a man than you.
Antonio walked past the church where the priest's car was draped with makeshift stage curtains, and where Mrs. Silva had set up a jar for the Lady of Miracles altar fund. For a donation of $1, one could look at the car attacked by the langbuan. He walked past Yoli's house, where the window shut tightly at his approach. He stopped by the paddy at his house and watched Papa and Cupid plow the fallow hectares for the next planting. He walked through the forest and up the trail to the top of 𝗦𝗃𝗁𝗁, where the hot wind blew fierce, making his eyes sting. And he looked over the ocean and the islands dotting the far horizon. How he wished a ship could take him away from 𝗬𝗃𝗁𝗁. Raising his eyes to the heavens, he watched the clouds scuttle across. "I'm sorry," he said low and soft. Then louder, "I'm sorry," over and over, until he fell to his knees and, with his hands, hid his shame. 53. By the time Antonio got home, it was nearly midnight. Lamplight spilled out to the yard, where the constable had parked his carretela. Antonio took a deep breath, then walked into the open doorway. His parents and Constable Martillo looked up from the sala. Antonio glanced at the handcuffs and baton at the constable's hip. Papa stood up. Antonio flinched at the anger in his eyes.
"Belong here, Catalaga,"
he said.
"Have you no shame?"
He rushed towards Antonio, but Mama ran after him and grabbed his arm. "Don't make the situation worse, Romy," she said. Papa glared at Antonio, jerked his arm away from Mama, and sat back down.
"Antonio," Constable Martillo said, "do you know why I'm here?"
Antonio nodded. The constable patted his handcuffs.
"This time, this isn't some game, young man."
"I know," Antonio said.
"But today you get a reprieve."
Antonio didn't dare hope.
"What do you mean, Constable Martillo?"
Mama asked.
"It's customary for me to tell the barangay captain about any criminal activity. Your Tito Oscar intervened on your behalf to keep you out of bars until you are tried by the council."
Papa cursed.
"Why does he always have to throw his weight around?"
"Hush, Romy," Mama said. "Just be grateful." Antonio stood there, dazed. "You mean I don't have to go to jail right now?" When the constable nodded, Mama cried. Antonio went to his bedroom and closed the door. He sat on his bed, put his head in his hands. "Thank you, Lord," he whispered, "for another chance. I promise not to squander it this time." A few minutes later, he got up and pulled out the record player. What next? He could sell the machine back to Timo, but knew Timo wouldn't give him the time of day. He could destroy it, but that would be a stupid waste. He could give it to 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗁𝗁, but he still hadn't figured out what to do about the music restrictions at the hospital. What if once 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗁𝗁 had the record player, the staff took it away from him? And then the solution came to him. Keep the player and bring his grandfather home so Antonio could prove once and for all that music made a difference in the old man's behavior. He just needed someone to dress up as a doctor and pretend to discharge 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗁𝗁. Jose, maybe? No. No more lies. He would give the record player to 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁. As for paying the other drivers, well, he'd just have to deal with that some other way. Antonio pushed the record player back under the bed. Hunger gnawed at his insides, but he decided he would just crawl to bed and skip supper. A deserved penance. 54. The next morning, Antonio woke in a panic to the rooster's crow. "I need to get to the station now, before the bus arrives." Then he remembered that there was no job for him at the station. He joined his parents at breakfast. Papa grunted and hid behind the newspaper. Mama had bags under her eyes. "I'm happy to help you on the farm these next few days, Papa," Antonio said. Papa looked over the paper.
"What did you say?"
"I can help you on the farm." Papa gave him a searching glance, then nodded.
"Meet me at the paddy, then, after breakfast. I want to start early. We're in for a hot day."
"All right." The aroma of fried gulongong fish and vinegar with chili pepper tantalized Antonio's senses, but he couldn't eat. Not until he cleared something up. He set his fork down. "Mama, Papa, I have to tell you something, he said. His parents waited for him to speak. Taking a deep breath, he told them about the record player, about how 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿 offered the extra job, and how he'd refused. Then 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿 said he knew something about 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁, Antonio said. Something that would ruin his reputation. I couldn't let 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿 do that. He also promised the record player. So I did it. Papa looked unimpressed.
What could 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿 possibly know about Lolo that is worth committing a crime over?
He knows about 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁's work with the Japanese, Antonio said. He checked out 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁's war record when you pawned off his sword.
Papa's mouth drooped.
He glanced quickly at Mama, who sighed and shook her head. When Mama turned to Antonio, her expression had softened. Some tough choices, she said. I'm glad you owned up to your mistake. Many of us never do.
You coddle him too much, Papa told Mama. Why, you almost sound as though you approve. Mama frowned.
What would you have done, Romy?
Papa didn't answer for a long moment.
It doesn't matter what I have done.
Tell me, Mama persisted.
I would have said no.
And left your father to his defenses?
If he deserves it, yes.
Mama looked away. I don't know what's more disappointing, that you answered that way, or that I knew you would.
What? Papa asked.
Never mind. They ate in silence. Occasionally, Antonio glanced at his scowling father and sad mother. Then he excused himself. He changed into a pair of old calf-length pants. He grabbed his 𝗧𝗵𝗿𝗁 hat and wrapped a torn shirt over his neck and the sides of his face. In the mirror, he saw his reflection. He looked like his father. To Antonio's surprise, Papa had rehired Arnell, who was able to work only with his one good hand. He and 2 other workers his father must have hired too nodded to Antonio as he joined them on the fields. The bright green rice seedlings, about half a foot tall and ready to be thinned, grew thickly in sections of the water-filled paddies. Antonio started working on one corner, pulling up clumps of seedlings, careful not to damage the root. Barefoot, he waded into the waterlogged rice paddy, the mud slipping thickly between his toes. The adjacent paddy had been cleared. The surface reflected the dullish gray morning sky. Antonio took a handful of seedlings and walked a straight line backwards, planting one at a time into the watery mud. There was a rhythm involved. You bend, you plant, you straighten up, then start over. It was a mindless routine. Under the cloudy sky, he could bear the work. Then the sun came out. At first, Antonio kept working, even with his back aching from the repetitive motion. Soon, the heat bore down, merciless and indifferent, upon him. I promised not to complain. For several hours, Antonio kept working until the seedlings covered the paddies in neat rows. He paused, straightened his back, and stretched. My, did that hurt. At Papa's signal, they stopped to eat a simple lunch of rice and fish delivered by Training. Thank you, Antonio said as she handed him a plate. I gave you extra fish, she said. He shielded his eyes from the sun. Why? She sniffed. To fatten you up before they throw you in jail. 55. After a couple more days of helping Papa at the farm, Antonio finally could get away to see 𝗧𝗵𝗁𝗁 and deliver the record player. But when he got to the bus terminal, the clerk was closing out the till. Sorry, there aren't any tickets left for Nugget, she said. I need to bring this to my grandfather, Antonio said, showing the clerk the box containing the record player. Please, he needs it. Sorry, she said. Antonio nodded and began to turn away. Wait, she said. Are you the young man who gave me a ride one ghost moon night, when no one would stop for me? She did look very familiar, Antonio thought. Oh, right, he said. Well then, come with me and let's talk to the bus driver. Antonio followed her to the bus, crossing his fingers. She poked her head into the bus and pointed at Antonio. That man is a menace to society, the bus driver said. I heard what he did to the tricycle drivers. Will he short me the passage money too? Antonio felt his cheeks burn as the other passenger stared at him. Naku naman kulas, the ticket clerk said. You are quick to judge.
He's not even been brought to the council yet, and already you are thinking the worst of him. They know he's guilty. It's just a matter of assigning a punishment. Come on now. I wouldn't be sticking a limb out for someone if I didn't think they deserved it. He wants to see his grandfather, who is very sick. A pause. Very well. Tell him to hurry. The clerk turned to him, beaming and waving him in. Antonio couldn't help notice the irony that his one good deed of the year paid off. 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁𝗁, it's me, Antonio. He knelt at his grandfather's feet in the hospital room, feeling sick to his stomach. 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁 sat hunched over, unresponsive in a rattan wheelchair, his skin sallow. Antonio could smell his soiled pants and body odor. Antonio turned to the nurse. How long has he been this way? The nurse frowned. He's not able to care for himself. Had we known you were coming, we could have cleaned him up a bit first. Yes, you probably would have. 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁, Antonio said. We're leaving this place. I'm sorry? The nurse said, rushing forward. What did you say? Don't worry, we're not escaping. I just need to get him outside, please. He needs fresh air. He looked around at the thin mattress, the dark curtains, the faded sheet that had fallen to the floor. I don't think a plant could even survive here. The nurse frowned and took her post behind the wheelchair. We can take him out to the balcony. All right, Antonio said. Carrying the record player in his arms, he followed the nurse and 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁 down the hall to a set of double doors. Antonio shielded his eyes to the sunlight when the doors opened. 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁, whose eyes were closed, didn't flinch. The balcony had little puddles of standing water but was otherwise clean. The nurse wheeled the chair to a lone rattan bench and left them. Antonio set the record player on the bench on the side nearest to 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁. He held up 3 small records. Do you want me to pick 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁? 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁's eyelids moved, but that was all. 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗰𝗿, Doris Day, or Elvis Presley. No response. Well, I'll put on Elvis then. Jose sent it to me as a joke. He knows I can't stand him, but we'll play it. Why not? Antonio turned on the player, and Elvis launched into a fast song about a hound dog. 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁's head moved. Left, then right. Eyes still closed, Antonio held his breath, then smiled. You don't like it, Lolo? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Antonio picked up another record, grateful the nurse wasn't interfering. What about Doris Day? This time, 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁 didn't shake his head. He opened his eyes and looked at Antonio before closing his eyes again. Antonio didn't move. He just let Doris Day's playful song run through the chorus twice and fade out. 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁's eyes stayed open longer. His lips formed a smile. Finally, Antonio put on the traditional 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁 song. As guitar music filled the air, 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁 made noises from the back of his throat. Antonio lifted the stylus, and 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁 erupted in distressed sounds. What is it, 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁? You don't want to hear it? 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁 moved his hand close to the stylus and knocked it off. You want it off? 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁 shook his head. Oh, Antonio said. You want it? You love it? 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁 nodded. Antonio smiled. Over and over they played the song. He alternated it with Doris Day, but 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁 kept reaching for the 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁. Play it, he said. When Antonio did, 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁's head bobbed gently to the music. I love this song. Behind him, Antonio heard footsteps. The nurse and a doctor walked around them so they were facing each other. I'm afraid we'll have to ask you to leave, the nurse told Antonio. Why? The doctor asked. But Dr. Montoya, he's agitating the patient. The patient looks to be in the best spirits he's been since he arrived. Dr. Montoya smiled at Antonio. So, your grandfather likes music, does he? He loves it. Can you leave this player for him? We don't have much in the way of musical appliances. I bought this record player for him, but was told they're not allowed. Without your permission, that is. Turning to the nurse, the doctor said, I see no harm in letting him use the record player. The nurse blustered. It would agitate the other patients.
The doctor raised his brows. "Most of them are hard of hearing. It's fine." After an hour, Antonio left the hospital, feeling like a lot of weight had been lifted off his shoulders. 𝗧𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗁 not only hummed to the music, he also tapped his foot, a development which the doctor noted. He turned to catch one last glimpse of the hospital. Some of the patients stood at the window watching him. One window caught his eye. A woman watched him. He recognized those eyes and that wild hair. 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁's mouth widened into a rotten smile. Antonio woke with a start to someone shaking his shoulder. "Dong," the bus driver said, calling him by the informal term used for a young man. "Gising na." Wake up. "Thank you," Antonio said, yawning. He stretched and got off the bus. Along the street, he flagged down a tricycle. It sped on. He flagged another, but it sped on as well. A third tricycle came by, and Antonio just looked at the driver without flagging him. 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗏 slowed down, then stopped several feet away, so Antonio had to run after it. 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗏 wasn't smiling. "Need a ride?" Yoli sat in the sidecar, her expression solemn as well. "If there's room," Antonio said. "You can make room, can't you, Yoli?" 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗏 asked. Yoli moved over to one side. Antonio took that as a yes and climbed in. He thanked her, but she just kept her body turned away from him. "Where to?" 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗏 asked. "My house, please," Antonio said. The tricycle zipped along the expressway. As they passed 𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗁's old place, Antonio noticed that the work of clearing the trees was going remarkably fast. The land didn't look dark and forbidding anymore. He glanced at Yoli's profile. The wind blew her loose hair back. For a change, she didn't have it in a ponytail. "I like your hair that way," he shouted over the roar of the motorcycle and the wind. She pressed her lips together, but she still wouldn't look at him. As the tricycle rounded the corner towards Antonio's street, the force of the movement sent him sliding towards Yoli, squishing her against the side of the tricycle. She gave him a dirty look, and he held up both hands as he slid back. "I don't expect you to forgive me," he said, "but I need to tell you, I'm really, really sorry. I made a huge mistake." "Yes, you did," she said. This time she looked at him and snapped. "My grandfather trusted you. He took you in and taught you what he knew, yet you repaid him with cruelty and disrespect. If you'll give me a chance, I can explain," Antonio said. She folded her arms. "You have until your house." So he told her. At first, she sat stiffly, but then her arms dropped. Then she shook her head slowly and wrapped her arms around herself again. "I don't expect you to continue being my friend," he said. "But if you can forgive me," she held up a hand. "Just stop." "But I said stop." She pointed at something in front of the tricycle. Antonio looked and gasped. 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗏 slowed down and stopped at the edge of a crowd who blocked their way on Antonio's street. Flames engulfed his house, and smoke billowed out of it.
56. A bucket brigade worked to save the hut, but even Antonio could tell it was a lost cause. Flames reached out like tentacles while black smoke billowed from the windows. He searched for Mama and found her with some neighbors. His relief turned to terror when he heard her scream Papa's name. "Mama," he said when he reached her side. Mama was weeping. She clutched Antonio's shirt and started to say, "Your father," but he couldn't make out the rest of the words. Arnell explained. "𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏 went in to get something." "In our bedroom," Mama sobbed. "They told him it wasn't worth it." Where they stood, Antonio could feel the heat of the flames. He could hardly see the contours of the house past the fire. He heard Mama cry, "Antonio!" as he ran into the hut. He pushed through a wall of smoke in the solace. His lungs burned. Stripping off his shirt, he held it to his mouth and nose. He staggered to the kitchen, down to his parents' bedroom around the corner. "Papa!" he shouted. "Papa!" he said into the smoke. He crouched down and could make out furniture, the bed, the dresser, slippers. And there, unconscious on the floor, was Papa, sprawled face down. Antonio dragged him to the window. Suddenly, the whole floor caved under them. He pushed back against the burning timbers that fell on him, grabbed Papa, and hauled him from the hut while people screamed outside. Someone doused him with water, causing him to stagger backwards onto the ground. He opened his eyes and tried to focus. The sky, worried faces, Mama crying, Yoli too. His throat hurt as he said, "Papa?" Beside him, Papa lay as though death had already claimed him. Arnell helped Antonio up the steps of the hospital. Ahead of him, neighbors carried Papa through the entrance and down the hall. Antonio didn't know where Mama was, or Yoli. A nurse met him in the small lobby and took him into a room. "Good luck," Arnell said. "Thanks," Antonio whispered back. As the nurse helped Antonio onto a hospital bed, he cried out in pain. "Will my father be all right?" he asked. "He's in bad shape," the nurse said. "But a miracle could still happen." Then she left him. He looked down the length of his body and shuddered. His clothes were tattered, his skin raw. He had a huge red gash where a floor beam fell on him. But he was alive. A few minutes passed. He wanted to know how his father was doing, so he got off the bed and walked gingerly until he reached the door. Yoli was walking down the hall and ran over to him. She covered her mouth, her eyes filling with tears. "I look terrible, don't I?" Antonio said. "Your hair looks funny," she said. "You really shouldn't be walking around." "I want to see my father," he said. "Will you help me find him?" She gestured down the hall. "I saw your mother down here." He took a step and another, then sucked in his breath as pain shot up his foot. Yoli came to his side and let him put an arm over her shoulders. "I don't need help," he said. "Don't be stubborn." He smiled to himself despite the pain. Finally, they made it to a doorway, through which a doctor was leaving. Yoli stood off to the side. Mama saw Antonio and cried out. She held out a hand, stopped short of touching him, and covered her mouth with trembling hands. "Son," she said, choking back a sob. "How is he?" Antonio asked. She shook her head. "Not good." Antonio made his way to his father's bedside and flinched. Papa, from the top of his head to his nose, was bandaged, showing only his eyes and his open mouth, struggling for breath. His skin had a brown yellowish cast, with dark and pale patches stretched tautly over his bones. Papa's lips moved without sound. Antonio placed his ear close to Papa's lips but couldn't understand what he was saying. "What did he go back for?" Antonio asked Mama. "I don't know," she said. There was a knock on the door. Father Sebastian stood at the doorway. "I hope I'm not intruding," he said. "Of course not, Father," Mama said. "Please come in." Father Sebastian walked to Papa's side. "I came as soon as I heard." "Thank you for coming," Mama said. Everyone but Father Sebastian left the room to give Papa privacy for his confession. Antonio waited on the floor, outside the room. When the priest came out, Antonio noticed that Father Sebastian's face looked pale. "He's asking for you and your family," he told Antonio. Papa died near midnight. Mama, seated on a chair and bowing her head at his bedside, wept quietly.
Antonio left the room, leaned against the wall, and closed his eyes. He felt a hand on his face and opened his eyes. 𝗧𝗲 whispered, "I'm so sorry." He put an arm around her waist and pulled her close so she rested her cheek lightly on his chest. A nurse came by and 𝗧𝗲 pushed away gently, so he let her go. "It's late," he said. "You should go home." "Will you be all right?" He nodded. "I'll see you again soon," 𝗧𝗲 said, giving him a backward glance as she walked down the hall.
57. Antonio stayed in the hospital for 2 days. As they left the hospital, with Mama driving the cart, she told him that 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿𝗄𝗧 had been arrested for burning their house down. Antonio's entire body tightened, and he gripped the seat with aching hands. "How did they know he did it?" Antonio asked.
After he boasted his crime over a few beers, someone told Constable Martillo. The barangay tunneled, searched his house, and found gas cans.
Antonio sputtered. That spawn of the devil." He blinked at the sky, then bowed his head. "The thing is, it's all my fault."
"You aren't responsible for 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗿𝗄𝗧's crime,"
Mama said. "I know, but still."
"Here,"
Mama said, handing him something.
"Your father was wearing this when he died. Would you like to have it?"
It was a shell pendant on a chain, like 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁𝗏𝗻's. Antonio thanked her and slipped it over his head. For all their disagreements, he loved Papa. He touched the pendant, suddenly overcome with the thought that his father loved him too, in his own gruff way. The family held a 3-day wake, after which they held Papa's burial. Henry, the parish caretaker, orchestrated the lowering of Papa's coffin into a vault, paid for by Tito Oscar, and lowered the concrete lid over it. Antonio wondered if Papa was turning over in his grave, being indebted to Tito Oscar until the end. "I hope you know that you can count on me for help," Tito Oscar told Mama.
"I know," she said, "and I appreciate it."
With their house burned to the ground, Tito Oscar opened his house to them. Mama and Antonio each had a room, and the servants didn't treat them any differently. However, their presence seemed to put a strain on his uncle's marriage. Many nights he heard Tito Oscar and Tita Alice arguing in their bedroom. Lolo Sonny came to the burial. How much better he looked. Gone was the vague expression. He smiled sweetly when spoken to. He even seemed to understand who the burial was for, and wiped away tears from his face with a trembling hand. He was doing so well the family was able to convince the doctor to discharge him on a probationary status. Training offered to listen from the kitchen and change the records when they were done playing. Tito Oscar slipped Antonio money for more records. Mang Nando and 𝗧𝗲 came to the burial. 𝗧𝗲 came to him, giving him a hug that was a second longer than normal. She withdrew slowly, watching his face, giving him the tiniest compressed smile before moving away. "I'll take Lolo Sonny home," Tito Oscar offered. "Would you like a ride, Margarita? Antonio?" "Go ahead," Antonio told Mama. "I'll walk home."
"Can I stay with you?"
Tito Oscar's daughter Irene asked Antonio. "No, but thanks," Antonio said. When he saw his cousin's mouth droop, he said more gently, "I just want to be alone for a little bit, all right?" Irene nodded.
"All right."
Antonio heard the sound of car doors opening and closing, the engine rumbling and the car pulling away. Finally, he was alone. There had been too many people crowding him lately, people who claimed to know Papa. "I talked to him once," a man said. "We were both lined up at the cockfight."
"He would always wave at me on the way to the cockfight,"
a woman said.
"What a friendly man."
A man recalled, "He and I were friends in school, but it's been years since I talked to him." Sometimes Antonio wondered if he ever got to know Papa beyond being a farmer, beyond his gambling vice. He wished he could have asked him what life was like for him as a boy. But now, he would never know. A gust of wind stirred the acacia leaves above him. Antonio heard someone whisper his name. If this was a message from the afterlife, he wanted to hear it. He wanted to pass a message of his own. "Papa," he called out. No answer, just a mournful wind that swept across the deserted graveyard. He climbed on Papa's vault and lay on it, facing the canopy of trees that swayed in the wind. "Papa, here I am," he said, gripping the sides of Papa's vault. "Forgive me." The whisper came again, this time sounding more desperate. "Antonio, save me!" "Where are you?" Antonio sat up and looked wildly around. "Somewhere deep, hideous. Lord, forgive me." Silence thrummed through the graveyard, sudden and intense. No other whispers came, even though Antonio called Papa's name and waited for a reply. He kept calling out until his voice got hoarse, until the dark of night descended upon him and upon the cemetery's city of souls. 58. 2 weeks later, in the gathering room at the barangay hall, the Dasaling Council called a meeting to decide Antonio's fate. 𝗬𝗲𝗁 had already been tried, convicted, and sentenced. Antonio attended 𝗬𝗲𝗁's hearing, where the man was unrepentant to the last. Antonio's uncle, Tito Oscar, who headed the council, had to excuse himself from discussing and voting on Antonio's case. He sat beside Mama in the audience as people filed into 2 rows of benches. The rest had to stand where they could. As Antonio came in, he saw 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁 and recognized many tricycle drivers in the audience. They all had grim expressions, except for Mang Nando, who gave him a reassuring nod. Yoli and Father Sebastian did too. He nodded, grateful to see friendly faces. Antonio sat on a chair and faced the rest of the council members, who included Tandang Lino and Mr. Sandoval, the store owner. Mr. Sandoval started the meeting. "Antonio Pulido, a charge of extortion and theft has been leveled against you. We have several villagers willing to testify today." One by one, tricycle drivers came up, telling of Antonio's heartlessness and greed. "What do you have to say for yourself?" Mr. Sandoval said. "I did commit that crime, sir," Antonio said, "out of love for my Lolo Sonny." The room erupted into whispers. Mr. Sandoval pounded the table with his fist. "Explain yourself." "𝗬𝗲𝗁 blackmailed me," Antonio said. The room erupted into whispers and guffaws. "What do you mean?" Mr. Sandoval said. Antonio glanced at the people behind him, at the faces with so many different expressions. He drew a breath and said, "May I tell you in private?" Mr. Sandoval frowned, but motioned the council over. They stepped into the corner, where Antonio told them everything. At last it was done. The council sent him back and huddled, talking in low tones, frowning in Antonio's direction. Then they moved back. Mr. Sandoval's expression was pensive. He asked, "Does anyone wish to vouch for Antonio's character? Anyone but his family, that is." "I will." Everyone turned to see Father Sebastian stand. Antonio smiled at him. "I first met Antonio when I arrived in Dasaling," Father Sebastian said. "He picked me up and was friendly and respectful. Ever since, he has impressed me with his goodness. As he himself explained, he had a compelling reason to deviate from his honorable character." "Honorable?" someone scoffed. "Yes." Father Sebastian swiveled towards the voice. "Honorable. I've seen him perform acts of service for others. I've known him to rescue a girl from langbuan. He nearly got killed saving his father from a fire. Those acts are a mark of a strong character, someone who puts others above himself." Silence descended on the council. They tapped their fingers on the table and rubbed their chins. They asked a few more questions. Antonio answered them as truthfully as he could. Mr. Sandoval surveyed the room. "Any other comments before the council votes on this?" Tandang Lino said, "May I make an observation?" Mr. Sandoval gestured towards the older man. "Of course." "The fruit doesn't fall far from the tree," Tandang Lino said. Antonio's heart sank. 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁𝗄, his mouth quivering, continued.
In life, 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗄𝗺 gambled. He left debts unpaid. If his bad habits had only been curbed early on in life, he wouldn't have descended into a lifestyle of deceit and avarice.
He pointed a shaking finger at Antonio.
Let this young man off easily, and you won't have taught him a lesson. He will carry this bad behavior through the rest of his life.
Thank you, 𝗦𝗃𝗁𝗄, Mr. Sandoval said. Anyone else? When no one raised their hand, the council followed 𝗦𝗃𝗁𝗄 to another room. Antonio heard conversation swirl around and about him. He looked over his shoulder and made eye contact with Yoli. She smiled, and he felt better. However this turns out, everything will be okay. After a half hour, the council returned with hard-to-read expressions. Antonio clenched his fists so hard, his nails dug into his flesh. Mr. Sandoval cleared his throat and faced the audience. By a vote of 3-2, the council has sentenced Antonio Pulido to 2 years of debtor's prison, unless he is able to pay back all of the money he owes the other drivers. Pandemonium erupted once again.
All of the money? How could he even earn the money when he would be behind bars? And Mama, what will happen to her?
Who will help her with the farm? These thoughts bombarded Antonio's mind as Constable Martillo led him away in handcuffs. 59. The stench of urine made Antonio's eyes water. He had a prison cell with just enough room for a bunk bed, about the same width of 2 people abreast on the side, and a smelly latrine in the corner. No one else shared the cell with him. 3 times a day, a guard marched out the dozen or so inmates to a mess hall to eat the same unappetizing food. Every other day, the prisoners bathed in a communal area with tabo cans and big barrels of water. On the 3rd day, a visitor came to see Antonio. After a clanging and opening of locks, Father Sebastian appeared outside his jail cell. The guard unlocked the door, letting the priest step in. "Do you like my accommodations?" Antonio said, bowing and making a sweeping gesture with his hand. Father Sebastian smiled and sat on the edge of the woven mat that covered the lower bunk bed. "This is luxurious indeed. Are you well?" "Under the circumstances, yes." "I saw your mother at church. She asked me to offer a mass for you, and I did." "That's very kind of you, Father Sebastian. Is she all right?" The priest nodded. "She strikes me as a strong woman, but I think all her recent losses have brought her down." "I know," Antonio whispered, guilt washing over him. "I've been mulling things over," Father Sebastian said. "It will take some doing, getting the parish approval, for instance. But I will propose that you get the altar fund to pay your debts." "The altar fund? That's very generous, Father, but no one will agree. Besides everything else, they think I stole the altar fund before." "You and I know you didn't steal it," the priest said quietly. "It will hinge upon one condition, of course." "And that is?" "That you destroy the langbuan." For a long moment, Antonio stared. "Father Sebastian, with due respect, that sounds like a joke." "About the altar fund? I'm serious." "But getting rid of the langbuan?" Antonio shook his head. "That's impossible." "Only because no one's ever succeeded before." "I have no idea how to even go about that." In the dim cell light, the priest's eyes glimmered. "You've encountered them enough. You know their weaknesses and strengths. You can figure something out." Father Sebastian put a hand on his shoulder. "Last Ghost Moon night, as I shut the church door, I saw the langbuan. They looked like a legion of soldiers going to battle. Everyone says they're growing in numbers, and I think they're right. We cannot let them win." Slowly, Antonio nodded, realizing that even when he finished his jail term, unless he did something to change people's minds about him, there would be no life for him and 𝗬𝗲𝗁. For all the times he'd wished otherwise, he now knew. He wanted to go home, to be with his mother, to at least attempt to set things right. Perhaps he could give her a reason to lift her chin. "You're right, Father," he said. "If the parish will give me another chance, I will do my best to destroy the langbuan. Not just to pay off my debts, not just to gain my freedom. I'll do it for my mother, and for other families, for 𝗧𝗲𝗄." Father Sebastian smiled.
"Thank you. I'll help you in whatever way I can."
When the priest left, Antonio stood by the cell window, looked at the quarter moon through the bars. Like clockwork, this town ate, worked, played, and worshipped around Ghost Moon Night. What would life be like without langbuan? He remembered receiving a letter from Jose in Manila. "On Ghost Moon Night," Jose wrote, "I huddled inside my apartment, shutting my window. Some guys came over, inviting me to a party, and I looked at them like they lost their minds. Until I realized there were no langbuan in Manila. I could open my windows and doors and only the mosquitoes would come in. I walked out of my apartment like a free man, making tambay at the sidewalk until dawn, and the police told us to go home." At least Antonio could die trying to make a difference. He lay down, folding his arms behind his head. 60. After Sunday's Mass, Father Sebastian asked Mrs. Silva to gather everyone in the parish commons.
"How much money do we have in the altar fund, Mrs. Silva?"
Father Sebastian asked. She told him a number and then asked, "Why, Father Sebastian?"
"I shall explain it shortly."
To the crowd, he said,
"I have been thinking and praying about the altar fund. Although I truly have appreciated all that Mrs. Silva has done to raise the amount, I don't think we should use it for a new altar."
"What?" Mrs. Silva said, sitting up straight.
"I'd like to propose that the funds be used to get rid of the langbuan instead."
A frenzied murmur rippled through the room, with Mrs. Silva being the loudest. "When we collected that money, Father Sebastian, we told everyone that it would go towards a new altar. We can't change the designation now."
"It was allotted for the altar," Father Sebastian nodded. "But I have since realized that protecting the lives of our villagers is far more important than a marble altar."
Mrs. Silva fanned herself vigorously. "I respectfully disagree. Besides, how do you propose we use the altar fund money to get rid of the langbuan?"
"Use it as a reward for the person who successfully does it," the priest said. "As a reward, an incentive."
Mrs. Silva scowled, but said nothing. 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁 raised his hand. "I know how nice it would be to have a new altar, Mrs. Silva. But my daughter-in-law would still be alive were it not for those monsters." Beside him, 𝗧𝗲𝗄's expression was grim. Mrs. 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁 raised her hand. "My sister died because of them." Margarita Pulido, Antonio's mother, turned at her seat. "Mine did too."
"Who here hasn't been touched by this curse in some way or another?" Father Sebastian asked. "Who's lost a loved one on Ghost Moon Night?"
Hands shot up. They mentioned a brother, a child, a grandfather. Mrs. Silva's rigid posture softened, like a plant drooping from lack of water. "Timo will do it," Mrs. Sandoval said. "No, I won't," his son said to laughter. "But think of the reward money," his father said. "Killing the langbuan?" Timo made a face. "No thanks." A few other people volunteered, but the offers were quickly rescinded when their loved ones protested. Tandang lifted his cane. "It's impossible. Can you blame these people for not coming forward?"
"I have someone in mind," the priest announced. "Someone who has already said they would do it."
"Who?" Tandang asked.
"Antonio Pulido."
Mrs. Pulido and Father Sebastian exchanged glances. Right after visiting Antonio, Father Sebastian told her of his plan. At first, she looked sick at the thought, but then she went to see Antonio and gave her blessing. "Absolutely not," Mrs. Silva said. "He's a thief and a crook."
"He didn't steal it. I received a confession from the true thief," Father Sebastian glanced down, remembering Romy Pulido's deathbed confession.
Even if he didn't,
Mrs. Silva said.
he stole money from the tricycle drivers.
So he did. If you'll just give him another chance.
After he serves his time,
𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿 said. And after the rest of our village is wiped out by these monsters? Father Sebastian asked. By then it will be too late. The parishioners looked at each other. Many murmured in agreement. 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿 looked old all of a sudden, and Father Sebastian felt sorry for him.
I won't live much longer,
𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿 said.
I agree with Father Sebastian. It's time to band together to destroy the langbuan.
Their glances locked. Father Sebastian nodded, gratefully.
Justice must be served,
𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿 said.
Antonio Pulido must pay for his crime. What better way than to break our curse?
The audience murmured their agreement. Father Sebastian said a silent prayer of thanks. 61. Constable Martillo unlocked Antonio's handcuffs and gave him a few centavos for tricycle fare. Thank you, Antonio said. You can enjoy your freedom if you abide by the following conditions, the constable said. You are free until Ghost Moon Night. If you destroy the langbuan, you will be a rich man. If you don't, you'll either be dead or back in prison. How bright his future was, Antonio decided. Using the centavos the constable gave him, Antonio took a tricycle down to Tito Oscar's house. Along the way, he saw that 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿's orchard had almost entirely been cleared, save for just a clump of trees. Beyond the clearing, Antonio could see the ocean and the dusky blue outline of mountains on distant islands. The tricycle dropped him off, and he passed through Tito Oscar's gate. Cupid bellowed his greeting loudly from his pen. Antonio walked over and scratched him on his head. Mama came out of the house and embraced Antonio tightly.
I knew as soon as I heard Cupid that you were home. Welcome back, son.
As they walked back to the house, Mama told him that she was starting to earn money by sewing again. A neighbor gave her an old sewing machine that was just gathering dust. Good. And how about Lolo? How is he? Much, much better. Mama led him to a room near the kitchen where Lolo Sonny listened to the record player, his foot tapping to 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿 guitar music. Antonio knelt on the floor beside Lolo Sonny and pressed the old man's hand to his forehead. Hello, Lolo, Antonio said, his voice catching in his throat. Lolo Sonny beamed. Then he went back to tapping.
The music makes a huge difference,
Mama said. I know. Then she warned him to be respectful of Tito Oscar's house and to always pick up after himself.
Alice is unhappy with us being here,
she said.
It's hard sharing a kitchen when you're a woman. I've learned to just bite my tongue. I wish, but I don't want to be ungrateful.
What do you wish?
That I could earn enough money to buy another house,
she said. When I destroy the langbuan, Antonio vowed, I'll build you another house, Mama. I'll work and save and do everything I can until you have a home again. Mama touched his cheek.
Worry about the langbuan first.
Then she added,
Magnando, 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿, and Tito Oscar offered to support you in whatever way they can. And Yoli, too.
Antonio cocked his head. Mama? Matchmaking? But Mama only looked at him innocently. And so it was that 2 hours later, Antonio found himself standing on the road in front of 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿's fence. The bench under the shade tree was empty. He approached the door and said, Taupo, but no one answered. He tried it 3 more times. Maybe he isn't home. As he turned to leave, a crotchety voice said,
What do you want?
I came to bring you some malagkit, Antonio said, glad for the ruse. His mother said it would break the ice, but looking at 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿, he knew he would be thawing an iceberg. 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿 glared at him, then shuffled out through the dirt courtyard and to his bench under the shade tree. He ate 2 pieces of the sticky rice dessert, his dentures clacking together, then said,
Well?
Well, what, 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿? Antonio said.
Aren't you going to ask me how to get rid of the langbuan?
Antonio nodded. How?
I don't know.
He cackled, then took another bite of 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁. He chewed for so long that Antonio wanted to scream.
But I know someone who might,
the old man said finally.
𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁𝗵𝗿.
𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁? But she's insane.
She very well may be, but her brother used to boast that he held a secret to fighting off the langbuan. Unfortunately, he took that secret to his grave. For years people tried to pry that information from him. He was as stingy with the secret as he was with his 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁𝗵𝗿. Tell your mother her 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗃 was very good,
Tandang Lino said in parting.
and go visit 𝗦𝗃𝗁𝗁.
Thank you,
Antonio said, knowing that that was a very long shot.
He'd have to think about it. He next went to Tito Oscar. Antonio asked him if he knew of any attempts in the past to break the curse, but Tito Oscar merely shook his head. You can see for yourself, Antonio, but the archives at the town plaza don't contain any helpful information. I've already looked, when I was a new barangay captain, wet behind the ears. Just the same, Antonio said, I'd like to look. Be my guest. Antonio pored over the dusty tomes and, like his uncle said, found nothing. Finally, Antonio went to Mang Nando, who was parked at the depot, waiting for passengers.
I don't have any information, he said, but if I can give you a ride on my tricycle, just let me know.
Thank you. Antonio hesitated before asking after Yoli. Mang Nando smiled.
Working at the bank, as usual.
62.
Antonio posted a letter to Jose in the mail about getting Mang Isidro's journal, then headed out to find Yoli. The small bank sat on a quiet corner near the depot. He recognized the two tellers. They had gone to his school a few years before. I'm looking for Yoli 𝗏𝗃𝗁, he said.
She's not here,
one teller said, crossing her arms in front of her chest.
Yes, she is,
the other one said, smiling.
Well, she's not in the bank,
the curt one said.
Walk outside and go around to the back,
the friendly one said.
As he walked out the door, he heard the curt teller say,
Wasn't that Antonio Pulido, the one who stole from the tricycle drivers? Yes,
the friendly one said.
But he did it for his grandfather.
Following their directions, he wondered what Yoli did for work in the back lot. And then he saw her. She stood on a step stool, a rag in her hand, washing windows. She frowned in concentration, and tendrils escaped a rubber band that held her hair back. Suddenly, she became aware of his presence. Turning her head, her eyes widened. She pushed a lock of hair from her forehead. So this is where you work, he said. She nodded.
Yes, and isn't it glamorous?
It's honest work, he said. She smiled, then jumped off the step stool, rag in hand.
You're out of jail.
Speaking of dishonest work, yes.
I hear you have a big job ahead of you.
That's why I came, to ask you if you could help me.
She raised an eyebrow.
Help you do what?
I need to go to the hospital at Nagat and ask 𝗦𝗃𝗁𝗁 some questions. Can you come with me? I was planning on taking the bus.
Why are you asking me?
I thought maybe you could help make her feel comfortable, since you're a girl. She cocked her head and looked at him.
Is that the only reason?
What other reason is there?
Could it be you're scared?
Of course not.
I agree on one condition,
Yoli said.
What? I want the window seat.
She got her window seat. The following Friday, Antonio sat beside her, feeling like every bone in his body rattled on the thinly padded benches. Every few minutes, he caught a whiff of exhaust and a blast of hot air from the window which didn't want to open all the way. Did you ever think of going to college? Antonio asked. You were the smartest girl in school. She shrugged.
Sure, but I can't just leave my grandfather. I'm all he has. Maybe someday.
I don't know if I could leave my mother, too. A 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗃𝗃 flower garland vendor boarded the bus and held a garland of tiny, delicate-looking yellow-white flowers to Antonio's nose, making him sneeze.
For your novia,
the vendor said.
I'm not his girlfriend, Yoli corrected him. Antonio felt in his pocket for change left over from the bus fare Mama gave him.
He took a coin out, bought a garland, and handed it to 𝗧𝗲. Here, you can have one anyway. She took the garland from him and hung it from a hook above her window. Thanks, she said, smiling. As the bus ride continued, 𝗧𝗲's eyelids drooped, and she fell asleep. Her cheek leaned precariously towards his shoulder, and when it made contact, she sat up as though scalded. After a few minutes, she fell asleep again. This time, when her head settled against his shoulder, she didn't wake up. Her face in repose looked vulnerable and soft. If he leaned forward just a little, his lips could touch hers. Antonio swallowed and looked away. An hour later, the bus jolted to a stop at 𝗏𝗃. 𝗧𝗲 woke up and pushed away from him. Sorry, she said. You had better be, he teased. You said you wanted the window seat. The pillow is extra. She got up to leave, and he pointed at the garland. Don't you want your flower? I was just going to leave it. Why? He took the garland and gently put it over her head like a necklace. It's pretty. She raised her eyes to his, and they stepped away from each other self-consciously. At the hospital, Antonio asked to see 𝗏𝗏𝗺𝗏. The nurse asked, Are you family? Antonio said no, and 𝗧𝗲 said yes at the same time. The nurse frowned. Well, which is it? I'm her niece, 𝗧𝗲 said. The nurse pointed to a line in a ledger. Please sign, she said, and 𝗧𝗲 signed with a flourish. I thought you were against dishonesty, Antonio whispered as they followed the nurse down the hall. Do you really think she'd have let us see 𝗏𝗏𝗺𝗏 if we weren't family? Probably not, Antonio conceded. That's what I thought. Still, oh, stop fussing. Just ask her what you need and let's leave this place. The nurse unlocked a door, went through a hallway, and unlocked another door. Finally, she stopped in front of a room and unlocked it, the sound of the turning lock echoing in the hallway. I'll leave the door unlocked, but I'll just be out here if you need me, the nurse said. 63. Antonio's eyes were immediately drawn to the seashell pendant hanging from 𝗏𝗏𝗺𝗏's neck. When he looked in her eyes, recognition glimmered in them. You have a necklace, she said. Just like mine. She held up her pendant, and, true enough, they were exactly the same. 𝗏𝗏𝗺𝗏 peered past a cloud of snarled hair, her gaze shifting from him to 𝗧𝗲 and back. Who are you? I'm Antonio Pulido, and this is 𝗧𝗲𝗃𝗃. Don't you know to take off your hat in the presence of royalty? 𝗏𝗏𝗺𝗏 asked. He began to say, But I'm not wearing... 𝗧𝗲 jabbed him in the ribs. All right, she said, taking off an imaginary hat. He followed suit. That's better, 𝗏𝗏𝗺𝗏 said. Have you seen my husband? Who's your husband? 𝗧𝗲 asked. Prince Rainier of Monaco. 𝗧𝗲 shook her head. Not yet. He's always late. 𝗏𝗏𝗺𝗏 folded her arms and brooded. He said for you to go ahead and tell us about the langbuan, Antonio prompted her. Do you have to be so brash? 𝗧𝗲 whispered to him. We haven't the whole day to visit about royalty, he whispered back. Loudly, he asked 𝗏𝗏𝗺𝗏, Do you remember that day when you saw the langbuan? In reply, 𝗏𝗏𝗺𝗏 slammed her hands down on her metal bed. The clanging sound echoed throughout the room. There, 𝗧𝗲 muttered. You've upset her. The nurse rushed in. What's wrong? Nothing, Antonio assured her. Fortunately, 𝗏𝗏𝗺𝗏 sat there, calm as can be, twirling her hair. When the nurse left, 𝗧𝗲 asked, Describe the day you saw the langbuan. Brash, he whispered. It's so dark here, 𝗏𝗏𝗺𝗏 whimpered. Where are you? 𝗧𝗲 asked. In a cave. The others have left me. Who are the others? 𝗏𝗏𝗺𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, she said. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏? Antonio asked, surprised. It's their idea of a funny joke, but it's not funny, she moaned. What do you see? Antonio asked. For a long moment, 𝗏𝗏𝗺𝗏 didn't speak. When she did, her voice sounded strangled. They're coming. The langbuan are coming. I can hear their wings. There are so many of them. They haven't seen me yet. I see the devil himself.
I have a good hiding place. But will they see me? 𝗏𝗏 says they wouldn't. Not with the amulet.
What amulet? 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁 raised her head and pulled at the necklace around her neck.
This.
𝗬𝗲 and Antonio exchanged glances.
What does it do?
𝗬𝗲 asked.
It protects you from the langbuan.
Antonio remembered the pendant hanging around his neck under his shirt.
What about destroying the langbuan?
𝗏𝗏 knows, but he won't tell me.
We need to get that amulet,
Antonio whispered to 𝗬𝗲. It won't do her any good here. 𝗬𝗲 looked around, then curtsied to 𝗦𝗃𝗁.
Princess, I have a gift for you.
𝗦𝗃𝗁 flashed her rotten teeth.
You do?
Yes, a garland.
𝗬𝗲 took off the 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗺𝗁 garland from her neck.
Would you like a trade? Your necklace for this one?
No.
𝗦𝗃𝗁 said, her eyes widening as 𝗬𝗲 approached her. 𝗬𝗲 froze.
I will take it off,
𝗦𝗃𝗁 said.
Princesses cannot have commoners touch them.
Of course,
𝗬𝗲 said. The exchange was done, and 𝗬𝗲 gave Antonio the amulet. He slipped it in his pocket. 𝗦𝗃𝗁 cowered to the corner and covered her head with her arms.
They're all over me. Flying, clawing. Help. Oh, please help.
Who are? The langbuan? He wanted to quiet her down before the nurse noticed. It's all right. You're out of the cave now. 𝗦𝗃𝗁 shrank back.
You?
She spat out.
Do you want to murder me too, like you did my brother? Get your hands off me.
What is she talking about?
𝗬𝗲 said.
I don't know,
Antonio said.
𝗏𝗏 let you into the orchard all these years,
𝗦𝗃𝗁 said.
Why do you have to kill him, Romy? And now you've come for me?
𝗬𝗲 gasped while Antonio felt like he'd just been punched in the gut. Without warning, 𝗦𝗃𝗁 lunged forward, slapping at him. He warded her off with his arms, then kicked when he felt her teeth bite his flesh. 𝗬𝗲 screamed for her to get off and pulled 𝗦𝗃𝗁 by the hair. 𝗦𝗃𝗁 fell backwards in a heap, taking 𝗬𝗲 with her. The nurse ran in and skidded to a stop, but not soon enough as she tripped over Antonio. I need to talk to her some more, he said, but the nurse began to push them out the door.
The only talking you'll do is to the police if you don't get out,
she said. 𝗲𝗁 bit you good, 𝗬𝗲 said on the bus, looking at Antonio's arm that was turning an ugly shade of purple. With my luck, she's rabid.
I don't think you could be more insane than you already are.
𝗬𝗲 looked out the window, then back at him.
I'm sorry about what she said about your father.
She paused and then said,
You don't think it's true, do you?
He shook his head, then muttered, I don't know anymore. The scary thing is, the signs were there that he might have. But why? Did he do it for me? Because 𝗏𝗃𝗰𝗿 got mad at me earlier that week and shot at me? Oh, this is so confusing.
𝗲𝗁 is mad,
𝗬𝗲 said.
She could be wrong.
I hope so.
Can I see the amulet?
She asked. He handed it to her. She inspected it and gave it back.
What did she mean when she said she let him in the orchard?
Probably just being friends all these years, Antonio guessed.
Did you get the answers you were hoping for?
We have amulets. That switch was brilliant, by the way. That's a start. But I still don't know what 𝗏𝗃𝗰𝗿 knew. Unless...
Unless what?
Unless he wrote something in his journal. He paused. I wrote to Jose asking him if he could help me. I need him to get the journal from 𝗏𝗃𝗰𝗿's cousin and bring it to me.
Why don't you just fetch it from Manila?
I don't have money for the bus fare. Anything I earn from the farm will go to the drivers, including your grandfather. 𝗬𝗲 arched an eyebrow.
You sound noble.
After Papa died, he said, I decided that money isn't everything. Papa thought it was, and look what happened to him.
Yes,
𝗬𝗲 said.
Just ask Grace if she can live without money.
Are you jealous of Grace? He teased.
Of course not,
she said. You know, he said softly, I'm glad you came with me on this adventure instead of Grace. 𝗬𝗲𝗰 blushed a lovely shade of pink.
64. With each new day, Antonio savored his freedom. In the evenings after farming, he sat in Tito Oscar's salas listening to music with 𝗧𝗏𝗃𝗁. The old man's eyes sparkled again, and he could say more complete sentences. Even though there were tense moments with Tita Alice, mostly over the use of the kitchen, life at Tito Oscar's followed a predictable routine. As Tito Oscar got ready to leave for work, Irene followed Antonio around. They'd wave to her father at the driveway, and Irene would ask,
"What are you going to do today, Antonio?" "First thing,"
Training interrupted one day,
"is breakfast."
They helped 𝗏𝗏𝗁 into the kitchen and sat down to a breakfast of longaniza sausage and fried rice. Mama, Tita Alice, and Christine were already seated. Training came in with one of Tita Alice's servants and served the food.
"I hear you're probing around for something to defeat the langbuan,"
Training said.
"I know something."
"Why didn't you say so in the first place?" Antonio said.
"You didn't ask,"
Training retorted.
"Please, Training,"
Tita Alice said.
"do we have to talk about those monsters at the table?" "Sorry, ate."
Then she whispered to Antonio.
"I'll talk to you later."
Antonio found Training later in the batalan, helping Tito Oscar's maid's great coconut into a basin.
You know something about the langbuan? Antonio said.
"I was a little girl," Training said. "I had just moved to the Saline. My aunt and uncle took me in because my mother was too sick to care for me. One day, my aunt told me to stay inside from dusk until dawn."
On Ghost Moon Night? Antonio asked.
"Yes,"
Training nodded.
"And so I did. I waited until dawn to open my window. Well, maybe a few minutes too early, as it was still dark. My uncle's house faced Mount Desaline. There was enough light I could make out the mountainside. When I opened the window, I thought there was a mudslide on the mountain. The dirt looked like it was moving, but it wasn't dirt."
What was it? He asked.
"I saw a horde of langbuan turn into monkeys and disappear into the trees right by the house,"
Training said.
Monkeys, Antonio stared. But that is absurd. Why would they go into the monkeys' bodies?
"My uncle explained that the langbuan need hosts so they can keep their souls safe until the next Ghost Moon Night."
She paused.
"What was very strange about this whole thing was that the following year, an epidemic wiped out the monkeys on Mount Desaline. So the question is, where do they dwell now? That no one has been able to figure out. Ever since, I've tried to catch a glimpse of langbuan on the mountains, but I haven't seen anything."
After this conversation, Antonio took stock of what he knew. 1. The langbuan needed an animal host so that their souls could come to life again the following Ghost Moon Night. 2. His shell amulet would protect him from the langbuan. 3. He just needed to know how to destroy them once he found their home. 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗁 knew how. If only Jose could get his journal to him soon. Antonio had been calling a lot from the telephone at Alingdona's restaurant. Sometimes he couldn't understand Jose. The connection was so poor. Finally, he extracted Jose's promise that he would deliver it in person because there wasn't time to mail it.
"Luckily for you,"
Jose said,
"one of my frat brothers here is going home to his province, and he'll give me a ride part way."
"What, and leave you along the expressway?" Antonio teased.
"I could walk. Our drills are keeping me in good shape, but I'll take the bus home, thank you."
Antonio's cousin Irene patted his shoulder.
"You'll destroy the langbuan," she said. "I know you can."
"I sure hope so," Antonio said. He liked being a free man. 65. October, 6 hours before Ghost Moon Night. In the highly unlikely chance that he could have forgotten, everyone reminded Antonio it was Ghost Moon Night. From Training telling him to eat a good breakfast so he could fight, to Irene offering to wash Cupid so he could dazzle the monsters, and to Tito Oscar asking if Antonio wanted to borrow his car, which Antonio declined because he only knew how to drive a tricycle, not a car. Today was the day. His stomach clenched. All he had in his favor
were 2 amulets and the knowledge that the langbuan liked to inhabit animals during their off times. A little before noon, he stopped by the parish to talk to Father Sebastian. The priest had sent a message for Antonio to see him before the noonday mass. Antonio tried to be upbeat, describing what he knew about the langbuan. But honestly, he admitted, until I see 𝗦𝗃𝗰𝗿𝗁's journal, I'm not sure I have enough information. Father Sebastian's eyes twinkled.
What if I tell you I know where the langbuan lair is?
You do? Antonio said, almost falling off his chair.
Do you know 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏?
Antonio nodded. He was one of the parishioners.
He dug holes in a cave to earn money, Father Sebastian said. He overheard the man who hired him talking to someone about how the cave was expressly prepared so the langbuan could stay in it.
Antonio felt a prickle of excitement. Who hired him?
It is a strange name, one I've never heard before.
Do you believe Monk Dennis?
He's one of my most faithful parishioners, so yes, I do.
Energy surged through Antonio's body.
I need to know where this cave is.
I believe he's waiting for Mass at the chapel, Father Sebastian said. Let me call him in.
Antonio drove Cupid and the cart to the bus depot and waited for Jose. When the bus arrived, Antonio met Jose at the door. Jose descended the bus steps in a pair of rubber shoes, high-knee socks, pants as wide as a tent, and a shirt in a bright shade of orange. He looked the same, only slightly taller, and ready to join the circus. The first thing Jose said was, "I'm sorry about your father." The second was, "Your hair looks like a spiky durian," referring to the green smelly fruit. "Are you out of pomade?" It was good to have Jose back. On the cart ride home, Antonio listened politely as Jose told him about college, grace, cafeteria food, fraternities, grace, basketball, grace, and roommates. It was a good thing Antonio was over grace, or he might have pounded his friend a bit. "But enough of that," Jose said. "Did you want this?" He held up 𝗦𝗃𝗰𝗿𝗁's journal. Jose drove the cart while Antonio flipped through the journal. The entries were sparse enough that by the time they reached Jose's house, he had read them all. It was hard to believe that 𝗦𝗃𝗰𝗿 wrote them. Some were quotes to live by. Some were observations on life and how to deal with problems. Antonio sighed and closed the book. As he did so, a piece of paper fluttered from the back. He picked it up and read it, his eyes widening. "Jose," he said, "I think I've got something here." "What?" "Instructions for Ghost Moon Night," Antonio read. "Wear the amulet at all times. Don't share it with anyone. They are most vulnerable during the last few minutes before dawn. Keep the lair unobstructed so that the langbuan can return safely. Establish a habitat for the animal host to ensure their long life." "The bats!" Antonio and Jose said in unison. "But without the 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗏𝗏 trees," Jose wondered aloud, "where are the bats and the langbuan roosting?" "As it happens, Father Sebastian's caretaker knows where the lair is." Antonio told Jose about 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. "Good," Jose scratched his head. "But why did 𝗦𝗃𝗰𝗿𝗁 want to protect the langbuan?" "Because he's a mean man with nothing better to do." "Well, besides that, what did he get out of them?" Antonio shrugged. "I can't even begin to guess. The journal doesn't say why." Jose pulled up in front of his house and handed the reins back to Antonio. "Are you coming with me tonight?" Antonio asked. "I'm kind of busy," Jose said. "Jose, I don't know. I'll give you an amulet to wear. You'll be protected." They went back and forth for a while until finally Jose threw his hands in the air. "Oh, all right. But I think it's a bad idea." "You're amazing. Bring a lantern. I'll come by for you at 4:30. "In the morning?" Jose groaned. "Tell me, how will we destroy this langbuan lair?" "I'll talk to Arnel. He'll get me some dynamite." "What?" Jose said. "The fool who blew his hand up will help us? And isn't dynamite illegal?" "I already cleared it with Constable Martillo. Do you have any other ideas?" When Jose shook his head, Antonio said, "I didn't think so." "I'll see you at 4:30, Jose said. "No earlier. And bring the amulets."
66. 4:20 a.m. Same ghost moon night. After his sleepless night, Antonio opened Tito Oscar's front door and stepped over the threshold. Patting the shell amulet dangling from his neck, he shut the door. He went to Cupid's pen, calling him over. His faithful old water buffalo lumbered to him and snorted into his outstretched hand. "Ready, Cupid?" Antonio asked. Cupid snorted again, and he took it as a yes. "Good. At least one of us is." Stringing a rope through Cupid's nose ring, he led him to the cart. "Good old Cupid, your ignorance is your saving grace," Antonio said. "Do you realize you're braver than many residents of this town? You're so easy to handle once a rope is put through your nose ring. Everyone assumes you are a weakling. But who's the one cowering in their pen this dawn? Not you. If you do your part, I'll do mine. Deal?" Antonio nudged Cupid with the whip, and his water buffalo lurched forward. The cart wheels clattered on the uneven dirt road, making a loud racket. Windows opened ever so slightly, letting out light from within huts. Neighbors watched his progress. Antonio waved, but no one waved back. They shut their windows even more tightly, it seemed. After all, ghosts were out that night. Ghosts. All of a sudden, Antonio's knees felt as soft as sticky rice. He reminded himself of his mission, to find the home of the langbuan so he could destroy it and help the town get rid of langbuan forever. And then he could win the reward and pay off his debts. If there was some prize money left over, he could get himself his own record player. Get a grip on yourself. You still owe the tricycle drivers money. Antonio hummed his favorite 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏 songs until he thought even Cupid seemed to join in. His water buffalo made little grunting noises, which meant he was happy. Antonio was glad. He certainly did not want a grumpy water buffalo for a sidekick if he had to launch a defense against evil creatures. The thought caused him to stop humming abruptly. Maybe he did want a grumpy water buffalo after all. Once in a while, Antonio thought he saw movement above him, but when he looked, whatever it was gone. He tapped the amulet in his hand and smiled. At José's house, Antonio knocked on the window. José opened it an inch and motioned for Antonio to come closer. "I changed my mind," Antonio said. "Too late. I really don't want to die. I have a math test next week." "Just think, if you die, you won't ever have to take a math test." Antonio held up one of the shell amulets. "But this will protect you from the langbuan." "That's the amulet? A shell necklace? What, you poke their eyes with it?" "Stop joking around and come out now. Or don't. Just make up your mind." "I'm coming," José grumbled. Carrying a lantern, he climbed out of his window and put on the necklace. "Do you think the langbuan would attack me first because I'm taller?" Antonio flicked the reins. "I hope so." Moths danced around the lantern light, which illuminated the ruts in the dirt road. José caught a moth in his hands, then let it go. "Did I tell you that Grace and I happened to be in the same dance together?" he asked. "And that we danced and I walked her home?" "As in Grace 𝗵𝗏𝗺𝗁? I really didn't want to dance with her," José said. "She practically forced me. I told her, you know my friend Antonio is a better dancer." Antonio chuckled. "I don't like Grace anymore." "Really?" José grinned. "You mean I can actually ask her out and not have to feel guilty?" "Yes." "Wait, did you change your mind because of 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏? I thought she was trouble. Isn't she the one that has a rabid dog?" "That's all true, but it's different now." "Good. That simplifies things. Now I only have to sneak around Grace's father." They moved quickly through the empty streets to the road that led up to the mountain trail, to the cave, which Monk Dennis, the grave-digging parishioner, described. Antonio had gone up earlier in the day to see where and how far the cave was. Destroy the graves, destroy the lair. Cupid pulled the cart up the mountainside slowly but surely. When they reached the top of the mountain, the horizon began to welcome dawn. First light seeped through like fizzy soda escaping from a shaken bottle of Royal True Orange, its bottle cap pried open so very slowly. That meant they had precious little time to chase after the langbuan. It meant they had to work fast. Antonio was thinking these very important thoughts when he saw the man standing in the middle of the road. He reined Cupid to a stop.
Why are we stopping?
Jose asked.
This man might need our help. What if he's a langbuan? Do you see any wings?
Antonio greeted the man.
Good morning.
The man raised his arms slowly, as though he was weak from exhaustion. Meanwhile, Cupid snorted and stomped.
By chance, sir,
Antonio said as Cupid lurched about.
Have you seen any langbuan?
The man pointed behind him.
Thank you, he said. Can we repay your kindness by offering you a ride? Let's take care of the langbuan before we do service projects, shall we?
Jose said.
Suddenly, Cupid shook his head so wildly that the reins got caught around one of his horns.
Antonio took his eyes off the man for just a second to see to the snarled reins. When he looked up again, the man had disappeared.
Where did he go?
He asked Jose.
He was just right there,
Jose said. Antonio felt a strong breeze. Something caught his eye to the right, just above his head. Slowly, he looked up. A langbuan, his wings unfurled and his rotting face oozing disgusting liquid, hovered above. Antonio could only think of one thing: retreat. 67.
I won't be needing a ride. Thank you, son,
the langbuan said. Antonio couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't move. There was Papa, hovering, his burnt shreds of skin peeling down his exposed arms. The wind wafted the smell of smoldering rot. Antonio felt Jose elbow him hard in the ribs, and he blinked, gasping. Papa grinned, his brows lowering, a snarl escaping. This was his father no longer, but a demon.
Remember our plan,
Antonio whispered to Jose.
We have one?
Jose whispered back.
Go!
He shoved Jose out of the cart, still whispering.
Blow up the cave!
Jose scrambled away. Shaking hard, Antonio gripped Cupid's rope.
Are you cursed for killing 𝗦𝗃𝗄𝗁?
Antonio asked Papa.
No one welcomed me out the pearly gates, so to speak, Papa said, to show me my record of misdeeds.
But did you kill him?
Antonio persisted.
I have to know.
Yes.
Why, Papa?
Why did you work for 𝗬𝗲𝗁?
Papa countered.
That's not even the same thing,
Antonio cried.
It's still a sin. I've seen other langbuan, people I thought had lived good lives. Few will escape the fate of the langbuan. Not even you, son. So why even be righteous and try?
That's not what they teach us at church.
Religion won't prevail, Papa said. You have my blessing to sin as much as you want. As a langbuan, you still get hungry and thirsty, but you grow in strength each time you draw warmth from a human. You have special powers.
He flapped his wings slowly.
Flying is ecstasy, my son.
And misery,
Antonio countered.
You will never be free. On Ghost Moon Night, you will always be a langbuan, out to destroy others.
Just think, Papa said. No farm chores. One night a month, we just fly around and visit villagers, or talk to our children, like we're talking right now.
And maim, kill, and steal souls. I'd rather be a farmer any day than be a slave to Satan.
Papa flew lower, closer.
How I'd have loved for you to say you loved to farm when I was alive. As it is, I don't want you to be a farmer. Join me, Antonio.
Antonio raised the lantern.
No, Papa, I won't.
Papa flapped his wings and knocked the lantern out of Antonio's hand. The lantern fell on the ground and shattered. The flame spread quickly. Papa scooped dirt from the ground and smothered the fire.
That light won't do you any good now,
Papa said, grinning. Antonio held up his arms to ward off Papa's attack. At the very last second, Papa bounced off, repelled.
What?
Papa sputtered.
You have my amulet?
You had it around your neck when you died, Antonio said. That's what you went into the fire to save, right? How ironic that it's what you died for. Antonio, Jose shouted. Help! Papa kept a respectful distance as Antonio drove Cupid towards Jose's voice. Dozens of langbuan, their wings flapping briskly, hovered over Jose, who stood at the mouth of a cave, a lantern throwing an arc of light at his feet. Antonio jumped out of the cart and joined him. It works, Jose said, holding up the pendant. But I don't like having them gather around like this. I'll ward them off while you throw the dynamite in, Antonio whispered. You're sure there are graves in there? I looked, yes. I stopped counting at 50. Papa joined the hovering langbuan. You silly boys. You think a small amulet and a measly lantern can save you from all of us? The langbuan pressed in on them. Antonio turned every which way, holding up the pendant. Jose said, He has a good point. Don't let them intimidate you, Antonio said. Oi! Jose cried. Antonio turned. A langbuan held a bundle of dynamite in her hands. Jose lunged for it. Jose, Antonio said, hand me the lantern. When Jose did so, Antonio raised it and Papa laughed. Pathetic child. That might stop us if your fuel wasn't running out. The flame had grown dim. Suddenly, Antonio threw the lantern onto the ground. This time, the flame set the grasses on fire quickly. The langbuan shrank back. Let's go, Jose, Antonio said, running towards Cupid and the cart. But the dynamite! Leave it. Antonio turned. Some of the langbuan's clothes had caught on fire, and they flapped around like panicked birds. The one langbuan who had taken the dynamite from Jose dropped the bundle. Quick, Cupid, Antonio said, whipping his water buffalo. Get off the mountain! Get off! A series of deafening booms made the mountain shudder. The reins slipped from Antonio's hands as the force launched him into the air and sent him tumbling down a ravine. Jose followed shortly after, landing next to Antonio. Well, Jose groaned. I'll admit that was more exciting than math class. The ravine wasn't too deep, but it had a sheer drop, so the two couldn't climb up easily. Antonio whistled, and Cupid peered over the edge. Langbuan weren't flying around. Lower your reins, Cupid, Antonio said. Like Rapunzel, except smellier, Jose said, as they each took a rein and climbed out of the ravine. Antonio patted his water buffalo on the head. Good boy, he said. Then he stood still, taking stock of their surroundings. A crater now stood in place of the cave. Bits and pieces of the langbuan lay scattered about. Papa? He looked closely, but couldn't really tell. They were all pretty decimated. And then Jose pulled him up and hugged him until he almost couldn't breathe. 68. November. 5 hours after sunset, 11 p.m., ghost moon night. A month passed after the massive explosion on Mount 𝗬𝗏𝗁. The following ghost moon night, at 11 o'clock, all the village windows and doors in 𝗬𝗏𝗁 remained bolted, except for one. Antonio stood by his bedroom window and watched the horizon with his window slightly open. The bedroom window was in a house in the middle of town. Mama had managed to scrounge up enough money so she and Antonio could rent their own place. Minutes ticked by. A half hour. Another hour. The night sky had no moon. Neither did it have langbuan. Antonio kept the amulet in his pocket, but didn't put it on. Then he left his room, unbolted the front door, and stepped outside. He stood there for several minutes, watching, waiting, confirming. And when he was sure, smiling. Slowly, windows and doors opened. Someone came out, one with a lantern turning this way and that. Someone else and another came out without lanterns. By the time an hour had passed, families streamed into the street to witness the miracle, hugging each other, crying and laughing. The curse is broken, someone shouted. Villagers swarmed around Antonio and bore him on their shoulders while cheering his name.
People lined the streets, waving handkerchiefs in an impromptu parade that featured Antonio and Jose in a cart pulled by Cupid. Jose had come home and stayed overnight to make sure the curse was broken. "Aren't you missing a math test for this?" Antonio asked Jose.
"Yes,"
Jose said, looking glum. Tito Oscar hugged both boys, while Tita Alice and the girls embraced them too. 𝗦𝗃𝗰𝗿𝗁 handed them ice-cold bottles of 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁. 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁𝗃𝗲 sat in his tricycle and honked his horn. Father Sebastian smiled and waved, while nearby, Mrs. Silva collected money for a new altar fund. Mr. Mijares almost smiled, while his wife patted Antonio's shoulder like he was her favorite nephew. Yoli's eyes shone as she waved at him. Timo, on the other hand, looked like he had severe indigestion. "Jose helped him," Timo grudgingly pointed out, but people heckled and drowned out his words. Tandang Lino had a partial scowl too, or maybe that was how he looked like normally, which could be forgiven on that day. Antonio was too happy to allow anyone to spoil it for him. The langbuan, gone forever. The crowd got rowdier as they neared the church. The constable had to repeatedly tell people to please back off and give the heroes room. Children showered Cupid with flowers. Their parents darted forward just to touch Antonio's hand or arm with their handkerchief. Finally, Antonio reined Cupid to a stop at the church courtyard. Here the applause, the shouts were deafening. Father Sebastian came forward with a jar of money.
"Thank you," he said. "You can split the money however you want."
Jose grabbed and held it away from Antonio's reach. "Why should I share?"
"Because if you don't, the tricycle drivers won't get their money, and you'll have to answer to Mrs. Silva."
Jose saw her just then and quickly shoved the jar back at Antonio. Mama and Antonio left their house to catch the midnight mass, just as the bells tolled. Normally, midnight mass was held around Christmas, but Father Sebastian decided to hold one this ghost moon night as a gesture of thanks to God. Papatok, fireworks, rivaled New Year's Eves. In the main plaza, smoke clouded the air. Someone lit a 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗏𝗍𝗔, or Judas belt, setting off a rapid gunfire sound. Children twirled luces, and the sparkler left mesmerizing circular trails. Some blew into brightly colored 𝗃𝗏𝗏𝗏. Mrs. Sandoval and Timo sold fireworks in a booth on the street. She beckoned for Antonio to come over. "Here are some fireworks," she said, handing him a bag full of little redentador. "Thanks, Mrs. Sandoval," Antonio said. "But I don't have money," Timo said. "He's right, Ma. He can't afford it." "Hush, Timo." To Antonio, she said, "It's free, just as a thank you for all the business you've sent my way this ghost moon night. Were it not for you, I wouldn't be selling this much merchandise." "All right," Antonio said, stuffing the bag in his pocket. "Thanks." "Oi," Timo barked. "Tell Jose, if he breaks Grace's heart, I'll beat him up." Yoli, dressed in a yellow skirt and matching blouse, met Antonio and his mother at the church entrance. "You look pretty," Antonio said, squeezing her hand. She smiled and squeezed his hand right back. "And you look dirty." She wrinkled her nose. "Sorry," he said, glancing at the pants he forgot to change. "I live a farmer's life now." Father Sebastian smiled at Antonio from the pulpit. How Antonio admired the priest. Had it not been for him, their town would still be cowering on Ghost Moon Night. Antonio covered Yoli's hand with his, and there it stayed throughout Mass. Ah, life couldn't be more perfect. After Mass, Antonio, Mama, and Yoli found Tito Oscar and Irene waiting at Antonio's house with a mouth-watering roasted lechon, or suckling pig. Ridding the village of the curse was reason for celebration, Tito Oscar decided. Mama brought out a plank of wood, wiped it down, and set it on the dining table. The pig fit perfectly on it. Lolo Sonny stayed up late to join in the festivities. Mama gave him the first slice of lechon and the first pick of music on the record player. "Have you seen your handiwork?" Tito Oscar asked Antonio. "I haven't seen this town come alive like this in a long time on such a dark night. Thanks to you." "Mind you, Oscar," Mama said. "You're going to make his head swell."
Margarita, let him enjoy it while it lasts, Tito Oscar said. It's not every day that a young man helps his town get rid of ghosts. Anyway, Antonio, I was wondering if you'd like to fish tonight. Just you and me. It's so dark the fish will bite all the quicker. Antonio looked at Yoli, a question in his eyes. Go ahead, she said. Catch me a big one. After their curse-breaking feast, Tito Oscar took Antonio to his house to pick up fishing gear. A sleepy Irene tagged along and begged to come, but Tito Oscar said it was 3 a.m. and well past her bedtime. She pouted a little, then hugged Antonio good night. Tito Oscar and Antonio went to the dock and boarded an outrigger boat. Then they launched out to sea. For an hour, they fished in contented silence. In the distance, Antonio could see the village still lighting up the sky with fireworks. What pretty formations they made, going on for several minutes, then dwindling. Antonio, Tito Oscar said. Antonio turned. Tito Oscar smiled. I'm so proud of you. You've proven yourself a man. I've hesitated offering this out of respect to your father, but I wanted to offer you something. Something I've been thinking about for a long time.
69. I want to offer you a partnership in my business, Tito Oscar said. Antonio stared. Me, Tito Oscar? Tito Oscar nodded. I'm not getting any younger, and I need to partner with an intelligent young man who can carry on my legacy. I don't know what to say. Say that you're honored, that you'll do it. Of course, Antonio said, his heart leaping with joy. I'd be crazy not to. Then let's shake on it. By so doing, you give me your word to give your best to this partnership. They shook hands. With a fishing pole in hand and a business partnership with his uncle, life was looking good indeed. Antonio, Tito Oscar said, do you have any idea what I do for my business? Catch fish. Not just fish, but lots of fish. I know. I think it's amazing. Every time I stop by your fish stand at the market, I notice that you have twice as many as other vendors. What's your secret? You really want to know? Something in Tito Oscar's voice made Antonio stare, but his uncle was only his usual smiling self. Sure, Antonio said. If I'm going to be a partner, I might as well start learning all there is to know. Well, first, I fish in waters that don't have a lot of competition. Second, I fish efficiently. I use the best equipment I can lay my hands on. And third, I employ a good crew. Should I be taking notes? Antonio joked. No, there's no need for that. You'll soon learn it by heart. Again, that odd-sounding voice. Tito Oscar set down his pole and crouched down by a pile under a tarp. What do you think is under this, Antonio? Fish? He guessed. No, guess again. Tito Oscar flicked back the tarp and held up a bottle full of what looked like granules and a long piece of string. Antonio stared at it. A firework? Tito Oscar grinned. Dynamite. Antonio's fishing pole fell on the boat floor in a clatter. What? One can lose a hand over this, like your neighbor Arnell did. Antonio looked at the bottle, then at Tito Oscar. Your neighbor Arnell didn't know it, but he worked for me, Tito Oscar said. I have very loyal men who do my recruiting and training. Arnell didn't follow instructions. I don't understand, Antonio said, backing up slowly. Why? I gave you my reasons. Tito Oscar picked up Antonio's fishing pole. Antonio accepted it with cold, clammy hands. Do you know when the best way is to fish efficiently without competition and with a loyal crew? Tito Oscar asked. Antonio shook his head. On Ghost Moon night. But what about the langbuan? How did you manage to fish outside? I have an amulet. Tito Oscar pulled out a seashell pendant from behind his shirt. Does this not look familiar? Antonio instinctively touched his shirt, feeling for the pendant. Then he remembered it was in his pocket. Papa had one.
And you had one too, he murmured. As did 𝗏𝗏 and 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁. Tito Oscar smiled. There are 4 of these, crafted from a spell given to your 𝗧𝗏𝗃𝗏 by the pirates who cursed our town 75 years ago. As a young boy, he tried to save the pirates and earned their eternal gratitude. That same gentleness allowed me freedom. I got away with a lot of misdeeds as a child and teen, mainly because your 𝗧𝗏𝗃𝗏 wouldn't discipline me. He sent me away to other relatives a few times, but finally, I was old enough. He just let me return and live my life. I studied the langbuan, their habits and powers. I realized that I could very well harness those powers for a lucrative fishing business. Papa's always been protected, but I took it one step further, built my wealth. I asked my father for the amulets on the pretext of protecting my family. Antonio trembled. I wasn't surprised to find Monk Furman's journal and see he knew something about Ghost Moon Knight. But you, Tito Oscar? Oh, so you saw my journal. It was yours? I gave it to 𝗏𝗏 so he could read the instructions. He never could remember, nor was he dependable. He wanted to do his own thing. Selling that 𝗦𝗲𝗁𝗃𝗏 orchard was the biggest mistake of his life. I could have convinced him otherwise, and he even threatened to expose me. He got greedy and wanted more money. By framing 𝗦𝗃𝗁𝗃𝗏, we got rid of both liabilities. The fool was so anxious to sell the orchard to the lumber plant. Now look where that brought us. A denuded forest, and no more roosting places for the langbuan hosts, the bats. Papa knew, and yet he didn't say anything about it. Tito Oscar nodded. He helped me get my dynamite materials, like the fertilizer. He always set aside bags for you at the start of planting season, Antonio said, remembering. Yes, it was more discreet that way. No one questions why a farmer has to buy fertilizer bags by the dozens. Antonio's world felt topsy-turvy, like he didn't know which way was up. So, now that the langbuan are gone, what are you going to do? Tito Oscar smiled. That's the thing. They aren't gone. Antonio felt his blood freeze. What do you mean? I destroyed the cave. My dear, gullible Antonio. That parishioner who blabbed about the cave and the graves for the langbuan, he works for me. He lied to the priest? Sometimes, people aren't as they seem. I would never have guessed, for example, that you'd work for someone like 𝗏𝗏𝗺𝗏𝗏. At any rate, you blew up the wrong cave. Tito Oscar turned his face towards the village. The langbuan will now possess the 𝗃𝗃. Clever, don't you think? No one would dare hurt these sacred birds. 𝗃𝗃𝗁𝗏 would never allow it, which allows me to expand the curse in this region. Region? Antonio echoed. Tito Oscar nodded. I want to expand my empire outside 𝗏𝗏𝗁 into the bigger cities. Can you imagine hosts of rats or schools of fish? As a businessman, I'm always looking for ways to grow my business. Why stop at dynamite fishing? I figured I could make more amulets and send out a trusted circle of associates to break into warehouses while their wealthy owners are safely in their houses. Antonio stood there in shock, but forced a smile on his face. Tito Oscar turned his face towards the village. Would you look at that? I do believe our neighbor's stash of fireworks is dwindling. That's too bad. How will they protect themselves now from langbuan? In Ghost Moon Night's feeble light, Antonio saw a flock emerge from the 𝗃𝗃 cliffs and move in a thick cloud. Langbuan, dozens and dozens of them, headed inland. 70. Mama, Yoli, 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏𝗏. Antonio lunged for the edge of the boat. A hard blow knocked him backwards, making him see double as he landed next to the tarp. What are you doing? Tito Oscar growled. My family and friends, Antonio gasped, looking for a way around his uncle. What have you done? Why didn't the langbuan come out until now? How do you control them? I protect them and their habitat, and they protect me.
Tonight, they followed my bidding. I told them to wait, to lull the village into thinking you're all safe. Then for the love of all things holy, stop them, Tito Oscar, please. They'll kill Mama. They'll kill your father. Your mother is smarter than most in this village. She'll get inside, and she'll get my father inside. But either way, he won't be in this world much longer, and he has his own demons. He'd make an interesting langbuan, don't you think? When that happens, will you even want to destroy him? Antonio got up on his feet. Halimo! Monster! He threw himself at Tito Oscar, knocking him to the boat deck. Antonio pounced, grabbing his uncle by the neck. Tito Oscar swung hard, hitting Antonio's ribs. Antonio held on for dear life, knowing to let go was death, to him and all the villagers. Tito Oscar hit and hit, but Antonio was desperate. Only when Tito Oscar weakened did Antonio begin breathing. But that's when Tito Oscar's leg flew up, throwing Antonio against the side of the boat, half in and half out. He grasped at his uncle for a moment before he felt himself being thrown overboard. Sputtering to the surface, he started to swim to shore. He needed to warn the village. Funny, he heard Tito Oscar say. You remind me of fish. Antonio looked back. In Tito Oscar's right hand, he held one of the bottles. Antonio swam faster, and then he heard him say, Stay back! Above Tito Oscar, langbuan swirled. A dozen landed on the boat deck, their wings clicking shut. I have an amulet, Tito Oscar said, patting frantically at his neck. Stay back! But Tito Oscar wouldn't find his amulet. It was in Antonio's hand. He'd yanked it off as he went over. The creatures pressed in closer and closer. Wait, Tito Oscar said. Wait! The langbuan waited a minute, then converged upon him, smothering his cries. Wearing 2 amulets, Antonio galloped to the village on one of Tito Oscar's carriage horses. Langbuan watched his progress, but left him alone. Hurry! The streets that had pulsed with life earlier now sat eerily empty. Was he too late? Along the way he passed corpses, their faces twisted in fear, fireworks scattered around their bodies. And then he glimpsed a beautiful sight. The Lady of Miracles Church lit up from within, as though from hundreds of candles. He got off the horse, pounded on the door while shouting, Let me in! It's me, Antonio! The door opened to him. He entered and shut the door quickly. He faced a chapel full of angry parishioners. Timo ran up to him and shoved Antonio to the floor. Some hero you are! Villagers crowded Antonio and threw questions at him. Why are they back? How come you're alive? What are you going to do about them? I know you're all angry as you should be, Antonio said, standing up. I have answers, and we have another chance to truly destroy them forever. We did this once already, Jose said, detaching himself from the crowd. He looked upset. Everyone's mad at me. For once, I don't have any brilliant answers. Antonio clasped his hands and begged for another chance. I know who is behind this, and I know now how we can destroy them. Someone said, Don't harm the langbuan. Antonio looked into 𝗧𝗏𝗁𝗍's beseeching eyes and moved so he could stand over the pew where the old man sat. They need to be destroyed, he told his grandfather. Just spirits who made mistakes. They killed people, 𝗧𝗏𝗁𝗍. Tito Oscar had an arrangement with them. Now they're on their own, and who knows what they'll do. When the curse is gone, their spirits will be free. I know, 𝗧𝗏𝗁𝗍 whispered. Tears welled in his eyes. It's time. Guitar music, 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁. Play it and they will stop. Wait, Antonio said. You mean music will destroy them, 𝗧𝗏𝗁𝗍? 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁. I played it. They left me alone. Didn't hurt me. Antonio hugged his grandfather. Thank you. Turning to the crowd, he said, We need to fight them, Once and for all. Doesn't anyone believe me? There was silence, and then Mama stepped forward.
I believe you.
Father Sebastian and Yoli said, Me too. Antonio's chest swelled, grateful. Then he turned to Jose. And you, Jose? Jose sighed. Yes, I do. Then he pulled out his amulet. Aren't you glad I kept this? I will help you. But this is it, all right? Thank you, Antonio said. He embraced Mama, shook the priest's hand, and put Tito Oscar's amulet around Yoli's neck, his finger lingering on her cheek. Then he scanned the chapel. Is 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗺𝗁 here? When Grace's brother raised his hand, Antonio asked, Can you drive your jeep? We need it to go up to the cliffs. 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁 handed Antonio the keys. Here, take it. Tandang Lino stood in the back.
Why do you need to go up to the cliffs?
We want to destroy the actual langbuan lair, was all Antonio said. On his way out, Antonio glanced toward the stained glass windows, relieved to see that metal reinforced them. And then he left the chapel, followed by Jose. The pair mounted the horse and galloped towards the river. Where are we going? Jose asked. We'll get 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁's jeep, the record player, and some fishing nets from Tito Oscar's. And the plan is? We'll block their little nests on the upper cliff, and that main nest. Play some music. Let's hope dawn comes soon. At the 𝗦𝗃𝗲𝗁 estate, they found some unused fireworks and lighters at an abandoned picnic and loaded them in the back of the jeep. Fireworks and jeeps, Jose said. Just think, someday I will be marrying into this fun family. Antonio thought of Mrs. 𝗦𝗃𝗁. Good luck with that. He threw the record player in the back seat beside a box of super rockets that 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁 had stashed. We'll never make it up to the 𝗃𝗃𝗃 cave in time, Jose said, gazing at the lightening sky. Yes, we will, Antonio said, mostly to convince himself. Once in the jeep, Jose began fiddling with the instruments. Now, which one makes this thing go? He wondered out loud. He tried a gear, killing the engine. Starting the ignition again, he tried a couple more gears until they finally moved. He also found the radio button and played some Elvis. We're going backwards, Antonio pointed out. Shh, I can't concentrate. Just please don't ruin the jeep before the langbuans had a try at it. You mean at the lair? No, the one bearing down on us. Antonio was ready to kick at the langbuan who tried to swipe at him, but the langbuan just reared back, hissing. Jose revved the engine and gunned the gas pedal, making the jeep lurch and careen wildly onto the road. Can't you go faster? Antonio shouted. I'm going as fast as I can, Jose shouted back. Somewhere along the way, they lost the langbuan. They sped to Tito Oscar's house, stopped for just a second, and grabbed all the fishing nets they could find. Several minutes later, the jeep roared on, bumping and jostling its way up the mountain until they reached the 𝗃𝗃𝗃 cliff. Stop right here, Antonio said. Jose slammed on the brakes, throwing both of them against the dashboard. They scrambled out, hauling the fish nets and covering the rock face. They placed large rocks on the net's edge to hold it firmly in place. There's another cave on top of this cliff. If we cover that, they won't be able to hide anywhere else. They reached the cave and draped the last net over it. Look, Jose said. Above them, langbuan hovered, at least 100 strong. Men and women dressed in burial clothes, the whiteness of their clothes contrasting terribly with their decaying faces. Antonio recognized many. Mang Baby from down the street, whose nightly beatings of his wife were fodder for gossip. Captain Gutierrez, the former barangay captain, who allegedly murdered a campaign opponent. Even the young woman who clerked at the bank. They glared, teeth bared. Behind the creatures, the edge of the horizon was changing to a pinker tinge. Antonio's heart leaped. He could see dawn approaching, but they couldn't. Maybe, just maybe, he could trick them into defeat. He grabbed the smaller fireworks they'd taken from the 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁 estate and gave some to Jose. Light and toss, he said. They lobbed lit fireworks at the monsters, slowing them down until they ran out of ammunition. Then it was just the two of them between a legion of undead and their cave of safety. The langbuan advanced just as the horizon began to lighten. In a low voice, Antonio whispered instructions to Jose, who ran to do as he was bid, disappearing behind the rocks near the cave. One of the langbuan detached himself from the group. Papa was more decomposed than the last time Antonio saw him. "You keep disappointing me, son," he said. "Can you blame me, Papa?" When his father came closer, Antonio brandished his pendant. "I have an amulet. You can't hurt me." The pendant broke free from the necklace and fell to the ground, crumbling into dust. His father laughed as he stood right in Antonio's face. "Fortunately," Antonio said, "I have another amulet." He took out the super rocket and lighter that he found in 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁 jeep, jammed it into Papa's waistband, and lit the fuse. Papa's smile faded and he tried to grab it, but he wasn't quick enough. The firework launched in the air, taking him with it. It exploded into a spectacular light show. A moment later, tufts of Papa's hair and a shred of his pants settled on the ground at Antonio's feet. Antonio choked back tears as he realized what he had just done. "Papa," he screamed in anguish inside. "Papa, forgive me." He fell to his knees and sobbed. "Antonio," Jose said. "What?" Antonio raised his head. "The fight's not over." "Yes." Antonio took a deep breath and stood up. "Let's finish it." He ran to the jeep, turned the record player on, and put on the 𝗬𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗁 record. A half-dozen langbuan howled and chased them. "It's not working," Antonio said. Jose looked at the langbuan. "I see that." Some langbuan were now trying to remove the net covering the main cave. "Jam this jeep down that cave," Antonio told Jose. "The jeep won't fit on the ridge," Jose said. "We won't even make it to the cave." "Yes, we will," Antonio yelled, hoping he was right. "And we'll keep the langbuan from re-entering. Just get it in." "You are crazy. We're going to die." "No, I'm brilliant," Antonio cried, jerking his door closed. "The jeep will catch on the walls of the cave where it narrows." Still looking skeptical, Jose shifted into gear. Antonio checked the horizon. It was turning a lighter shade of pink. "We haven't much time." Jose took a deep breath. "Here goes nothing." They bounced toward the cave, the tires knocking rocks off the narrow ridge, the headlights making crazy arcs ahead. The two exchanged glances, and Antonio nodded. Jose closed his eyes and stepped on the gas pedal, the tires making a squealing noise. Then there was a crash as the jeep tore through the fish nets and fell in the cave. With a horrible screeching sound, the jeep hit and got wedged into the entrance. It slipped once, raining rocks onto Antonio and Jose, who cringed in their seats. But then it held. Antonio wasn't sure where up and down was. He slurred his next words. "I don't know how 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁 will get his jeep out." Jose chuckled. "He likes fixing his jeep more than driving it." Suddenly, the jeep rose, then fell. "Tell me that's an earthquake," Jose said. Angry hisses came from above, and a clawed hand tried to squeeze past the narrow opening between the cave lip and the jeep window. "I wish it were an earthquake," Antonio said. Suddenly, swarms of langbuan attacked them. Arms, claws, like squid tentacles curling around Antonio's head and limbs. Each touch numbed his skin until he could hardly move. "Jose, use your amulet." "I lost it. It must have fallen when we tipped over." Again, the jeep rocked back and forth. Antonio fell forward and hit the dashboard of the jeep, bumping the radio knob. At the first notes of the familiar tune, a 𝗬𝗏𝗰𝗿𝗁 from his grandfather's childhood, Antonio felt a warmth come back into his body, his skin. The langbuan still touched and grabbed him, but he felt no pain. He kicked at the langbuan arms until some bones cracked and shattered. "The music," he told Jose. "It's helping. Healing." "You better believe it," Jose said. "For a while I thought I was turning into a popsicle." Suddenly, the jeep turned sideways. "Uh-oh," Jose said. "This doesn't feel right." The jeep creaked, shifted, and then creaked again. Antonio held tight to the back of his seat, but it wasn't enough. As he started to slip down, he stretched out his leg and jammed it into a crack in the rock. He gritted his teeth as a sharp pain radiated from his shin. "They're trying to tilt us in," Jose said.
We'll die. I'm sorry for getting you mixed up in this, Antonio said.
The jeep tilted some more. Antonio closed his eyes, bracing himself for the fall. Then the langbuan shoved away from the jeep, flew up and away.
What happened?
Jose said, craning his neck. Light and warmth washed over them. Antonio grinned. Dawn, my friend. Sunrise had arrived, yellow rays stretching forth to the heavens like angel wings. Above them there was a terrible cacophony of screaming and screeching, a gust of wind from desperate battering of wings, and a horrible, sickening odor of seared, rotting flesh. Then a great sucking noise. One by one, the langbuan disappeared, their shreds of clothing falling empty, like angel wings, interspersed with the sweet 𝗦𝗃𝗰𝗿𝗁 song on the radio. Jose shimmied out of the jeep first, clinging onto the rocks with his long, lanky arms, and helped Antonio out of the cave.
I never thought I'd love 𝗦𝗃𝗰𝗁 more than Elvis,
Jose said.
We did it!
Antonio whooped and yelled at the top of his voice at the rising, glorious sun.
We really did it this time.
Jose paused.
Didn't we?
Antonio surveyed their little village below, scoured it for any sign of langbuan or their animal hosts. I think so, he said, just as the jeep fell and crashed onto the cave floor below. 71. After the destruction of the langbuan, Japet's jeep stayed broken inside the cave. A monument to Antonio and Jose's heroism, the constable said, as news photographers took photos of the pair. A monument to their insanity, Yoli begged to differ, as she leaned over Antonio, his leg stretched out in a cast on a hospital bed. Cripple, she said, smiling. She looked like she wanted to kiss him, but between Jose wiggling his eyebrows at them from the next bed over and a grim-looking 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁 standing behind her, it wasn't a good time. But he grabbed and kissed her anyway. You owe my family a jeep, 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁 told Antonio. I'll pay you back, sir, Antonio promised. It'll take a while, of course. How about if you help me with my tricycle business instead? I need a new supervisor. I've actually thought about going to school in Manila. Someone read about me in the newspaper and offered me a scholarship. But what about your farm? Arnel will take care of it for Mama. Antonio looked at Yoli. I have other reasons for going to Manila. My girlfriend is going to study there too. Yoli scrunched her face comically. Oy, Jose teased. My offer stands when you are done with school, 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁 said. Thank you, sir, Antonio said. I really appreciate it. I didn't know you two were thinking of going to Manila, Jose said. That's great! It's going to be fun. You and Yoli, me and... He glanced at 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗁 and cleared his throat. Anyway, Antonio and I can live at this boarding house I've heard about. He lowered his voice. It's haunted. Haunted? Yoli rolled her eyes. Antonio smiled. We'll see, he said. We'll see. While Father Sebastian sprinkled the cave with holy water, just in case, Mrs. Silva collected altar donations. The langbuan didn't return, but the effort to collect money paid off. Within a year, Mrs. Silva got Father Sebastian a marble altar from Ramblon. It promptly broke after he hit it during one impassioned sermon. Tandang Lino died, revered like the 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗁 by many. Unlike the 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗁, Tandang Lino did not get a fiesta named after him. Mama opened the first ready-to-wear clothing store in Desalin. It became so successful, she soon leased space in her store to the Sandovals. Tita Alice and the girls sold their house and moved away. But Irene kept in touch. She eventually joined the Coast Guard, breaking up smuggling rings. Turns out Tito Oscar kept another journal, listing all his loyal men. They were all arrested. Henry got married and opened a funeral parlor. Lolo Sonny lived another 10 years and breathed his last breath while the record player played his favorite song. As for Antonio, Yoli, Jose, and Cupid, well, That's a wonderful story for another day. The end.